group especially.
Yeah, and
Chat,
today,
hello, how are you all doing?
It's probably going to be a bit of a harder approach than what it was last week. So I'm hoping that we
Yeah,
get to
that's a
see
little
the
bit
best
better.
from Liquid given the scenario. But yeah, it's just going to be so hard up against FUT. So it's a true test.
Absolutely. Yeah, they
That's my YouTube chat. There they are.
made some changes. We talked about them already. Have they found their footing yet with the new edition? Do you feel like it all looks like it gelled, or do you think they still have quite a bit of work to do?
It's
Thoughts on the hot takes? I wasn't paying attention.
I'll be honest, I don't think it's quite there yet. I think Kamek is a very difficult player to replace. I think especially when you look at their Tahoe play, they've tried putting Patatek and others into that sort of role, and I think that it's not as good as Kamek.
He's weak, he's drinking water.
It's not milk, it's not milk.
Props to Diane
okay,
Keys, right? That's how I say this? Thank you so much for appreciate the 10
Milk
months.
over there.
I'll be back
Just
in a
out of
second.
Thank you.
Keep talking. Tom, do my job.
Okay. Yeah, I think that ultimately they haven't quite replaced the Teo prowess just yet. And considering how strong that agent has been within the meta, you know, they need a little bit more time.
Did I see the Flyer tweet? Yeah, I saw the Flyer tweet.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Look, I could have just drank from
it
the
makes you
carton,
feel a
but
little
I
bit bad,
think
but
it could have been a bit rude for my second time on the show, so I have gotten a glass.
It would have been
kind of like
also
what you
so
sign up
that it
for, I
is
guess.
milk. You know, hopefully my pouring skills are okay. It is milk.
Did it?
Yeah.
Not
Cheers.
a drop spilled.
Cheers.
Milk,
Cheers,
mate.
cheers.
Give me.
Yeah, the
Cheers with the Red
hubris.
Bull. Not with the bread. Yeah, the bread bull. Yeah.
Did I see Paint's performance on Haven? I saw a screenshot where he's like 24 to 1,
I
right?
want to revisit something Coach Lohan said, because heading into the stage with the
Have I
map
got for this
changes,
game?
we're
I
all
went for the
concerned that,
Liquid,
you know,
but this is a straight up
with the new maps coming
50-50.
in and the old maps coming out, like this could impact Team Liquid a lot. However,
I think
when
our map pool is really
Lohan
good
was
right
being
now,
asked
see that's my
about
main
that,
worry, but
he said, I want you to read it, Tom, because I know this
the
one,
epic gold
this
with the
one
tier
brings you
1.
joy.
Thank you so much for the gift, bro. I appreciate you doing that.
Because it says, I think our map pool is really good right now. Absolutely fine. In practice, we put a lot of time into the map pool.
Did I see the Fnatic
Obviously,
voice
we're
comes
changing
yet?
the
No, I
player,
haven't
there's
watched
less
that yet.
time to focus on the
Might
map
have
pool.
time tomorrow
So
to
it feels
watch
like he
that.
sort of said the same thing a few times, but also the last point kind of contradicts the first.
He gifted because
Not have
Navi
much
113
time,
now.
But then
I like that.
you have a really good map pool. So either the not having much time didn't affect your map pool, or it did, and then you're
He went 30 and 5
So
in
what's the
one
takeaway?
half.
The
Really?
takeaway is that they
could have been better.
could have been better than playing cereal. Not really though. Like so, I mean, now that they, you know, fit the puzzle pieces together and they're getting
30 to
acquainted
2
with
at
the new
round
map pool,
9.
which is clearly
That's
not
insane.
bothering them at all. Things are looking up. They got the dub.
Sure, I
let
think most
me
people would have
try
still
and
expected them
balance this a
to
little
be
bit.
gentlemates in that first off, and I think an incredibly underwhelming half from BBL kind of put things on the scale. I think also FUT are a very different opponent to everyone else they've faced. I think
Fio, why are you spying on me, Fio?
at
Fio,
sort
I'm
of
ready to
finding
delete
the
from my
gaps
friends
in
list.
your own
That's what's
play.
going down.
And there's
Don't
only
make me do
really
it.
like one man I think we need to begin to mention, because you know, the God of Thunder himself has been
Overrated?
obliterating people over the last couple of weeks.
Oh, Chobra raid. Thank you so much, Chobra. Thank you, thank you.
So Zeus
I
coming
appreciate
into
that.
this squad, obviously having massive shoes to fill for seeing it, and they fit like a glove.
We don't have to go that far. I don't know, it feels like you're calling me out, Fio.
Actually, yeah, it's incredible what he's done so far. In his debut performance, he popped off, and they were like, oh, you know, maybe he just got luck. No, he continues.
Well, he also plays like what I would say is
Dude, today's
not
kind of a
the most
stacked day.
common agents. Like you go
Hello,
on sort
Chobra.
of maps
Hello,
like
hello.
where Jet may not be necessarily in the pool anymore and gets 33 kills. Like you're talking about a guy that at times has
Chobra,
literally
how-
carried this team kicking and
How much
screaming
of
through
Path of
maps,
Exile have you
getting
played in
2
the last
aces
week?
in some maps back at kickoff.
Give us a number.
And yeah, currently the highest ACS in the world.
And look at all the other names there as well. There is a lot of names that
Too
you know.
much? Yeah, he's been
Jorgamo's
playing a
kind
lot.
of good, I've heard.
Yeah,
Like,
Sandy,
he's
thank you so much for
pretty
gifting
good.
Chobra as well.
Kang's only 9 at the moment. Buzz up there as
A
well.
perfectly
So
healthy
EMEA
amount.
on
That
top is what I'm
sounds
hearing here.
That's what
Of
I'm hearing.
course.
like it's up for
He's
debate.
always been on top. I don't know what anyone else is talking
But I
about.
respect the grind.
But I can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the table in today's match. It's going to be an explosive one for sure. And I'm sure both of these teams are very eager to continue, getting
least
those
he isn't
dubs on the
calling
board,
his
because,
wife, chat.
again,
Dude,
stage
why is there
is
so many
short.
flames
They
today? What's
need
going on?
every single win that they can
Why is
get.
everyone firing shots?
Yeah, for sure. And like this is one of those situations where it is almost a must-win because it'll make lock and playoffs that much easier. There could be a world if they lose this to TL, then that's where things could
Even
get
Trober's
interesting.
getting
You want to
involved.
be
It's
going
crazy.
through in that top slot, because if you do go through the group in the top position, you only have to win one best of 3 and you lock
Do
yourself.
you think a
slot
team
at
is going to
that
win?
marker.
I think that's
So that is going to be
normally what
incredibly
happens, yeah.
important, and that
Who's
is
cursed
why
Vitality
this match
today?
is incredibly
It might be
huge
close,
for
that
Liquid
game.
to try and cause an upset, and for
We
FUT
might not
to try
even
to lock
need
in.
to
Both
curse
these teams are
anymore.
going to need this.
Yeah, I think head-to-heads are always important as well. So with currently
I'll
FUT not
start up a
having
Hyper Roll. Dude, I've
defeat,
honestly never played
that
Hyper
could be
Roll.
one of the only ways that Team Liquid manages to get above them. But yeah, getting into the vetoes, I think it's going to be an interesting
like
one
a
just
faster
to
way
see
to learn
what
all
is
the
actually
comps?
banned out. FUT taking out Fracture's intriguing to me. Clearly maybe done work elsewhere, but to ban a map that you were 3-0 on.
Lotus split Haven. This is going to be interesting. We haven't seen Lotus for a long time. Last time they played the
confident with the lineup that they've brought. They've got a slightly different lineup to the
Liquid
last time
pick
these two
split
faced.
makes a
And the
lot of
thing was,
sense, and
last week, FUT
Haven.
did get rid of Haven.
Okay, so
You know, that
Liquid
was their
somehow
ban
need
last
to win a
week against
Lotus or a
Gentleman, and they're letting
Haven.
it float for the third, even though they got dumpstered last time they met on Haven in that kickoffs game.
I'm not worried
that they
about them
played
here,
against Lotus.
but
So
here
that's
and here,
interesting. The other thing as
let's
well,
see.
Lotus
There
and
must be a
Split
new
are
comp
maps
here.
where both
The fact
these
they're
teams
banning
have
Pal,
shown
they
us
must know
a
this is
lot.
getting
There's a lot of
picked.
reps so far, not only here.
This has been
also in
permaban as
kickoff.
well.
So there is a lot of prep that's probably been done by both of these, and it's going to be a matchup.
Yeah, I think also both teams being fairly favored on their own map choice. The only thing I'd say, looking
You should
over
see who will win the
FUT,
game
especially as
based
we're gonna
on the
kick off
bets.
Lotus,
We'll
is
save you
their
time
composition again
analyzing.
is one where
I'm not sure about
there is
that,
a heavy
man.
reliance on someone
What are you
like
talking
Zeus,
about? The
because
betting
you don't
websites?
necessarily
'Cause those
have a lot of
guys-
that set up for him to take space
All I'm
into
saying is
angles
those
and
guys
all those
give Paper X
combos
like a
you get with
1.2
utility.
every single
He just
time and they
has
end up
to
losing.
brag out of his mind, and luckily, as we saw, he does pretty much every single week.
It's the thing, though. You have, you know, the unstoppable force
It's a
against
channel gambit?
the
Okay, yeah,
most
then
insane
honestly, maybe.
bowler in Nats, right? He is that
Okay,
that
so-
can stop
oh,
whatever.
no, not a
Oh,
Waylay.
what are we doing? Oh, we got Waylay.
Yeah, we got Waylay, but
Oh,
also
no.
the Deadlock coming in. This
Deadlock
was something that on Lotus
Cypher.
became fashionable for a
Waylay.
little bit, the
Like,
amount
what
of
is there to
delay
set
that
up
you
the
can have
Waylay?
when
I like
teams
the
take
combo of this,
contact,
though.
especially you look at the C side
I guess
and B,
Omen
you're
Flash.
normally gonna dive into
That's
sight,
about
so
it.
if you dash, sensor goes off, you get
Waylay
stunned,
on
you
this
get
map
trapped
is a
by
little
ult,
bit
trapped by
safer
a
than
net,
some of the other
and
maps, just
especially
purely
with
because of some of the
net
path
now
things that
being
you do
something that
for
recharges throughout
dashing
rounds. I'm
in.
really excited to see what Serial will do with the Deadlock.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Also, the fact that Waylay's been,
Yeah, maybe.
you know, historically so far
There are some safer
activated
dashes, yeah,
by a
exactly.
Flash agent. There is only the paranoia and
Double
nothing else to really
Senti,
let the
solo
Waylay go
Waylay.
forward other
The-
than the itself. So maybe they're going to utilize that for more information.
That looks like a
along with
weird
the KO,
Sentinel.
but
That
I
looks
guess
like
we'll
a
see
Sentinel
once we
that
get
actually
into
has
this
like a fair
Yeah,
amount
I'm
of
very excited
initiate
to see
util.
how Team Liquid is going to utilize this composition. I mean, the last few times we saw them on Lotus, they had a clove in the mix
Against,
as well, I
dude,
believe,
all of
and
these comps
Bangkok,
have
so
like
that
loads of
didn't work out
weaknesses.
too well for them. So yeah,
I'm interested to see what goes down.
new comp once again for Team Liquid, reinventing themselves against FUT. Would it be enough? We'll find
6-0.
out. And
Thank you
that's
so
what we
much
send
as
it
well with
over
the
to
prime. I
our
appreciate that.
casters.
Thank you so much, dude.
Thank you guys.
Lotus
we
is
get a
probably the
new
best map
look
for
at the
Waylay.
Liquid Lotus here.
You
Both
might
teams
be.
reintroducing
Might be
maps
one
to
of the
their
better
pool.
maps.
We'll see how that goes later on. Yeah, we will, Hazza, but this is really a really interesting first map. I mean, Team Liquid have played it 4 times, only been able to win it once. A 4th comp that they're playing right now. I mean, FUT have looked excellent on it, so it's a really tough start for Team Liquid.
The Cypher, I think the Cypher is just to get him
You'll
info on
remember the last
attack
time
more
they
than
brought
anything.
a double Sentinel to the fray. That was a 12-0 defensive half. This time
Okay,
around,
good news for
it's
Liquid is
exactly
they get
where
double
they're gonna try
Sentinel
and
comp,
kick
they get
things
start
off.
on defense
Camo
though.
back on the Waylay
Liquid on
as
defense,
well.
FUT on attack.
And as you can see in the middle of
So
your
they
screens,
could honestly
there
get
is a
like
chance,
8 here.
a very probable one, that we make some more history
They
today.
could definitely get 8 here. They got nothing really to break the trips other than breach
Really
damage.
shake things up.
And then find out where they are with
How things go.
Prowlers.
Well, FUT
Okay,
looking
started
to
off, Gravnet's
take
going
things
in.
aggressively
Nothing
on
to follow this up
85
though.
Players lined up. Liquid looking to try and actively contest that space as FUT continue forward.
Okay, this is interesting. I kind of
Deceiving
like
so
the idea
far.
of Liquid. It's actually similar to what
complete forfeiture
FUT
of
tried
the
to do on
space
Pearl,
for
right? Where they
Liquid.
make it look like they're
Barrier
going
goes up
aggro,
for a
but then they're
moment,
waiting
that's
for the
gonna stop
reaction. They
players
did
pulling out from main.
salvos
It's
over
tree where they'll head. There
towards
is
back
time
of
to
B
set
to
up
make
this
it look
post
like
plan and get the spike
we're all
down quite
close.
comfortably. But Liquid are already trying to interrupt this. Oh, look at this. Straight in. Players getting
shots.
backed up. Kiko next on the kill feed. That's combining the last 2
Smoke
remaining
on the
players for
spike,
FUT
tap, and then
in
swings
three.
together.
An advantage for
Ooh.
Liquid to work with to send the pistol.
Damn, dude,
Oh,
Kiko's hitting some
they
shots.
get
Okay, I like their
first
pistol
blood
though. The
on
pistol makes a lot of
Lotus.
sense. Been enjoying the Liquid pistols at the moment. We talked about the one on Fracture, right, where they had the wall bait into double or salvo. And this was nice. They tried to bait them into fast push over towards B.
Bringing
2-person
ideas to
hold.
the table with this double sentinel yet again.
Kiko
That
hit some
now
shots.
makes it
13 rounds with no defeats as long as they have had both of those Sentinel players on their comfort pick.
And I think
the volume up slightly, that should be a bit better.
Liquid's pistol
Do I have
rounds,
Liquid over
they always have an
FUT?
idea, they always have
Yes, I
something
do
to work
for
with. You
this.
think of the Fracture
But
last
they have
week
to
that they
steal
played
them
against
up
BBL,
somewhere.
they had a nice little
They have to steal one of
play
these.
with the Vise wall combined with a tail.
Right there.
Okay.
Lots of thought being put into
Big
this
investment.
round. Well, it's Zeus
Everyone's got
on this
heavy
outlaw
armor though.
fight. Again, we saw
So this
him
ain't
do it a
gonna
couple of
work,
times
surely.
against mates. It can be
Unless
a
we're hitting
backbreaker,
heads.
but you need to land both shots against the heavy shielded
What
opponent.
happened there? Didn't even fire the
Serial
second shot.
surviving on 10 HP, and Camo locking down the A
Yeah, and
space.
that
More
outlaw
fights
is
for
just
him to
fully
take.
committed.
It seems not to be an
They
issue
do pick it
right
up.
now.
You can see the intentions with FUT as well. They want to keep fighting. They want to be using this utility to set players up. Krax has found a little space. Imagine to get rid of Camo, but Serial's quick, ready for the trade.
Yetu stuck in the corner. He'll get taken down, and so it's only Mr. Fallen left.
Did feel so
But
weird
not
here in the
really
crowd after
achieving
yesterday.
as much as they maybe would have liked in this round. Orb towards C.
Whoa.
Other than that, Liquid showing
Already?
how
So
quick
early?
they are to react to any presence put towards A. You look at this composition with Zeus on the Jet, it is so reliant on those openers. But when you have, you know, the Gravnet on cooldown now and all the extra
There's no way.
utility,
Dude, I thought he was going to manage to get two
oppressive even at
somehow.
the best of
Okay, he
times.
got
So
the
Serial
armor out
shutting
of them.
things up, that's Liquid
Fud might be in trouble a
converting
little bit here,
very
no?
cleanly.
Two of them have to get light armor, they'd gave him an
Combinations as well
outlaw?
through a lot, like a chat on Twitter that I saw has with like talking about the deadlock, Gravnet combined with the tail. I know we've seen different ideas of how to combine the tail utility. All in all, though, I was really happy to see Serial get a nice little nice round there as well. He's a player that struggled, but week to week seems to be
My
improving.
picks for
and
today. I
settling
went for
into this
Liquid
roster.
and I went for Vitality.
This time, Sentinels are separated, and it's the first time we see the Cypher setup on A. Paranoia coming out early.
What is that
just to
noise?
try and
I think the noise
feign
is
the
meant
possibility
to give the casters
that
a heads up
Liquid
that
were
they're going to be
interested, but
listening into the players to
bodies
stop,
are on B
to
right
stop
now.
speaking, I think.
And it's in these mid-rounds
I imagine
where
that's
on
the
their
thought
defender
process
side
from
before
production.
You maybe struggle to see that proactivity called by Nats, but now we get a look at it, and already cornered towards C, but it's only Serial
Okay,
there.
straight aggro push.
Needs to make sure he doesn't get
Dude,
caught
Camo
out.
could get a
Just
lot
caught by
here.
his own
Gonna
utility,
open the door.
actually. So players try
Everyone
to
went for
make
heavy
their
armor
way
though.
in, a lot of spam. Serial, he needs to try and hold on. A little
Oh
bit
my
of delay
goodness.
for the rest of Team Liquid to
Yetu
get
J was
into position,
tanking
which they
bullets.
Look at the
Dude, they're
barrier
just
mesh
locked
as well
in.
towards Bend. It's actually
Oops,
cutting
oops,
off any
okay.
players moving into position. So the spike is stuck. They're in the crosshairs of Liquid, and one by one they will be toppled. Crack's finally finding some impact, but he's still got 3 more kills left to find to deny this
Damn, dude,
bonus.
it's really nice on this one.
And so Liquid will
Yeah,
send
that,
it over the line
that
with
extra
some
buy.
comfortability.
Exactly.
That extra
with
buy
comfortability, and I think
of
that's
the
the key
outlaw
point.
heavy
Usually on
armor
bonus rounds,
really
can get
cost
a
them
little
on
bit
this as
spicy.
well.
But so far, Team
All
Liquid
guns,
have a
lost a
great
lot of the
idea of how they
angels.
want to play this.
Like the idea from
Almost
Liquid again.
fallen prey to the
Deaf Guys,
conditioning
thank you so
on
much for
A
the
with fact that,
Prime. Appreciate the 4
Team
months, bro.
Liquid are
Thank you
being
for doing that.
proactive, fighting that, and then again going and clearing B main, knowing that it's going to be C. And then it's just easy from there, realistically. And I think Serial does really nice to delay on the C site.
Something we're going to have to keep tabs on because it was very nearly exposed there. The barrier mesh
Hey,
was
Ali
working
Gravnet.
overtime.
Sheriff. That is it. They
Taking a
honestly
look
could have
at
bought a
this
little
round,
bit more
but
into this
not
one,
with all
but
too much. Again, these defaults heavier towards the C side, and that all spins back to Yetu J. You're going to see him here so often, lots of times without backup, so the fact that there are players by his side could potentially fake the amount of presence if he does just show face.
oh, hold up.
Straight in.
Yeah, he's caught.
Yeah,
here.
hold up. That's
No
a lot of
chance,
util
and
on
that's an
this one.
upgrade for Zeus
That's
to
a
work
gun
with,
picked
not a
up as
player
well.
that you want to get that
Nats
upgrade
maybe
if you're
needs to
Team
get out of
Liquid
there so they
fan.
can use Camo's ult.
I mean, he's getting
Yeah, I think
put
Nats has to
under
get out of there. Just
extreme
give him
pressure.
another
The
gun.
rest of Team Liquid not in position
Camo's
really
ult
to
to go in,
support.
and it's kind of all up to
Immediate
after they
response
picked up the
with
gun. Do
ult,
they even
though, and so
consider
That's
it?
going to allow Liquid to come flying back through. With the Hinder landing onto Mr. Fall, and the salvos will confirm their target. 2 on 2. Only the 1 upgrade on Zeus. He's got to be the man to do it all for them right now. But whether he leads with ACS globally or not.
Ooh, okay, not
it
too
is a
bad. They
team
ended up
performance
comboing
from Liquid on the way
the
back through as the
the
retake is
Waylay ult
successful.
with the salvos as
Extremely
well.
successful.
I think small little
I mean,
mistake from
on top
Liquid,
of
but
that,
they
like, you
they
can
get
see
out.
the stuff which
Get
FUT
out
can work
on
with
top.
there, but the retake is
Zero Sans for the
absolutely
tier 1.
spot
Appreciate
on.
the whole year. Thank you for that, mate, as well.
So we just see
Appreciate the
this
whole year. Thanks for the support.
eco shut down by
I'm
Liquid
on
as well,
flash
and
dash.
they rack up yet another round on this defender's side. I think it's really important that we focus on what Lohan was saying before the game, and that the map pool feels to be in a
What are you
good
meant
place
to
for
do,
them
man?
right now. Because
What are
when
you actually meant to do about
with
that?
FUT, they have the highest map win percent of any team in the
Okay,
league
FUT
right
might
now
be
at
able to get onto the
67,
board here as
so
well, especially if they won away from Fader. Or keep an eye on that
as I
one.
say before, they're very off
Pretty
meta
much
with
ahead
this
on the
jet, and so
ults.
again, you go back to a rehearsed opening on A, but it's against that Gravnet once more.
Yeah, and the space taken Cam already deep on towards Rubble.
Yeah, realize they're going aggro A, so then they reactively all over towards A heaven. This is nice. They have no idea where he is.
Forward, so he's right in the back lines, and still they're searching.
All up top.
Very nice.
Well, it's worked out. Now, how can they crunch into the remaining player that was an A main, now gone, Serial and Hobbit?
He can still hold the line here as well. There's one more sound sensor up towards stairs, so for the most part, knowing that FUT playing closer towards the site as things stand, Liquid flooding in through the backside, looking to bury a couple bodies on the way. Kiko the first of them, but FUT responding in kind. Zeus helping
unlucky.
support at a captain.
Oh,
and
it's
now
crazy
with
timing.
twice the player numbers, FUT are starting to look elsewhere. They fire off.
Okay, now it's about damage at the moment from Patsy. He's going to try and take a few of them with him. They got really good money, Liquid, so they can buy next. Might have to be a drop from Camo here, but I like this from FUT. I'm a big fan of when nice kills. I'm a big fan of when teams have a set plan with the Omen ult. I feel like some teams hold on to it too much. I think it's really, really strong. Back over towards A, everyone goes out of position. They take the space while he's doing that as well. They waited to see if they were going aggro A to see if he'd be okay. Most common ults over towards C as well, so the guys on C and stuff have to start looking for him. But maybe on A they're not as aware. Okay, now we get the big rounds.
That's the first time that FUT
4 people from Liquid can't buy. Next.
FUT now have ultimates in which they
Yeah,
can work
and they're kind of in position to just take control again, really ult-wise.
And the Nightfall. Really good execute.
This is nice from Liquid. Nats has done an aggro camera, so you can see if anyone disrespects.
FUT shift their focus as well towards this left-hand side of the map between
it's normally
C
to
and
like
B,
get control of numbers or get an idea on numbers, but they only saw one. Over towards A went aggro, put wall down, and
as you can see, there are 4
oh my
Liquid
goodness,
bodies on B, but they can't support Nats, and so he has to give the site up.
like this kill trip though. Oh, and they did the kill trip so low that the Prowler goes over it.
And now the Nightfall invested, doubling down right now.
I mean, look at the disconnect. Mr. Fallen's not even on the scene just yet.
Well, we're even going to get an annihilation.
Big ult.
Liquid, spot on with
Damn,
the
big
ultimates,
ult. This is
spot on
nice.
with the kills.
This is really nice from Liquid, man. Maybe learning from the other round that they want to leave over towards C as well. Kill trip on the floor, Prowler goes over it. They try and take the space with it. Really, really smart. It's Robson. Thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 4 months.
Yet another defender's side. Lotus, a map which, when you
Robson,
go back and
thanks
look
for
at it
that,
for
mate.
Liquid in recent
Good to
times,
see you watching.
has presented quite a lot of difficulty for them. I think to the 2 times that they played it in kickoff, from strong signs early on.
The
in that
deadlock
lower
stuff, the
round
deadlock
against
stuff's been good.
Heretics, to then
I just feel like when Liquid,
Masters on the
that's
international
what I was saying.
stage,
I think honestly,
not getting any more
and
than 7
obviously everyone's going to
rounds
say I'm
against both of
biased
the
because
Americas
they are paying me,
representatives.
but I do think that
It has
Liquid
been
week
in the
by
workshop
week,
for a while, but
like,
this look
are in
seemingly
at least
from
the
player
top
to player
5 of
fits
like
their
teams that
skill set
cook
exactly.
the most. Like I think you can see week by week
obviously not happy
that
with
they, at least like the
losing
first 4 or 5 rounds, they
to
always
the
have like really
only
good
one.
stuff.
Calling a stop, looking to talk about
Highest.
And I mean, when you look
Yeah.
at their composition,
They improved the
they're
fastest.
Really
I do
with
feel
A,
like that,
And when
yeah.
you have a breach, when you have a fade, the utility that they have, you would normally expect for them to
Lohan and
thrive,
Yao have been top
being
5
able to
coaching.
fight
Yeah,
that
I've
spot.
been speaking about the
The 2
coaching
players
staff a
with the
lot.
most kill
I
impact
think it's
so far have been Atta Captain and
you can
Krax, and
visually
they both
see
had
it
a
very
fantastic
easy.
performance last week out. I think that felt like, you know, a watershed moment for me at least, with Krax coming under fire
Hashtag
a lot
ad.
over the last year for maybe
Yeah.
not living up to his 2023
Chat, you know me.
performance.
Some like
He's always a player
previous
who previously
Liquids,
you were trading
I
off
would
the
just
back
stay
of
quiet.
him, and I think that's why
This
Zeus
one,
fits
like,
so
I'm
nicely
actually impressed with
into
what
this
they've done.
FUT side with a rifle in his hands rather than an operator. But you've got to be looking at the spacing in these next few rounds, because I think of that C execute that we just saw, and the spike was, you know, well out of harm's way, and there was no one else
Okay,
following up that
Yampy.
initial push.
Yampy comes in and says, especially Liquid's assistant coach compared to last year's is incredible. Never miss an opportunity with the bacon flame. Okay, same thing for Liquid. Aggro over towards him, and then we've got the sonic sensor as well. But changing up their default a little bit, they're just staying super passive, aggro over towards B, that's it. Smoke trip, trying to get info, camera. I kind of like this as a default. The camera over towards here, this is super strong. I could see teams doing this and having stuff based off of it. Especially as you kind of like gotta commit to shoot it.
Stealth drone does look to be the catalyst for this B main fight. Engage onto Yetijay, but FUT are starting to take things elsewhere, bypassing the sound sensor. It's a quick skip and a hop from Zeus.
Okay, and there's been pressure over towards B, so they should consider that
pressure already put on,
they
and now
want to
players
split
out
B.
in grass. There is a potential for a B split here, so Serial left alone in another isolated position could very quickly come under fire if he's not supported by a liquid reaction.
Allows the cross towards Hobbit. There is a
Dude, Camo is absolutely sending it.
Oh
my god, he's absolutely sending it. Dude, the sonic sensor as well. I gotta give a lot of praise from Serial on this one. This was nice from them, dudes. They realized his pressure over towards B. He put his sonic sensor late over towards Hobbit.
So isolated as the B
and then Camo just sent it through the smoke, got 2 off the sonic sensor stun. And they did a deeper smoke to make sure he's blocked from some angles.
First in terms of agent pool stepping into this roster, and so Camo and the rest will clean up. The threat was there, but it was an empty one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that we've got towards...
That was good from Serial, really good.
Hobbit's really been poked and prodded towards. Finding out what the utility looks like towards this
going aggro A again. Sonic sensor, still no wall this time. That's the difference. Later wall.
After the first fight last time.
We actually have a double sensor here as well, so if Zeus goes for that same dash, there's a chance he could get caught in the next. Not unless Camo could open
definitely
up the
could be tempted to wall out here, yeah.
11 and 7
Same camera again, but now this guy's isolated. And they do have a smoke if Kiko wants to do it. There it is.
Will be cornered. The smoke should provide
he only took 1 bullet
for escape. So FUT back to square one.
Yeah, and at the moment Liquid have full info over towards A and they don't have to worry about it. Surely these guys have to break this wall. Are they just going to wait it out?
No, this is similar to what the last round is, so you can maybe see Team Liquid starting to worry about that. But they don't.
I like this as well, right? Patty was seen in the corner, and then he goes over towards here, so if they see him faster, they're not going to check the corner. Like the big bait in terms of the agents getting called.
Trap if needed. Cam playing Overwatch.
Camo in a good spot as well to ult if he needs to.
This one should be as safe as ever if you're Liquid. Extra utility thrown in just to confirm it. Little
they look really good.
From Kiko. But Liquid
they look really good.
Letting loose and hauling it over the line once again.
Another end zone flawless as well. We're starting to add these together. FUT looking to really struggle on their own map pick as well.
You can see how vocal Nats is becoming after every passing round, feeling as if he's playing around with FUT, toying with them. You look at this map being their pick.
And I think as well with this map in particular that they've picked into, we've seen them struggle on it before, but let's look towards the A side once again.
FUT need to try and do an aggro A at one point.
Going for a particularly quick opening here, as the utility by itself is just commanding that respect, at least for another 40 seconds.
TP across, dash across. Okay, late take of A with armor flash committed. As we can see Liquid going for some kind of punish of the ults right now. Not entirely sure why. No one's close to an orb.
Yeah, exactly. And there's going to be no escape. Usually players can try and jump out with the Whaley ultimate. You won't be able to do that. The cam for contact, everything looks perfect for Team Liquid.
Just bounce off what you said before.
Silent drone coming in to get info with the wall. This is nice though that they still. They open the door. They have sonic sensor, so even though FUT think they've created a question mark over towards A, unless there's someone silently sitting here, they might get a relatively fast retake. Camo goes for the ult. Dude, it hit a lot. The only problem is there's no smoke here. They should both get out. And they do. Dude, this is nice, man. What the hell's going on? They look incredible. So good. It's a really good pivot from FUT on this.
They do still have Kikos left here if you perhaps wanted to go check what the post-plant positions look like on B, but FUT are walking into an empty site. Liquid happy to give this one away, play with the numbers, and trade effectively. FUT need to take space if they want to give themselves any chance at recovering this.
Perhaps get one back in their favour.
You can't play on the site.
There's loads of players.
They tried to do the little bait thing for info.
Camo, though,
He dashes out, dashes back in to get question marks on the minimap to see where they are as well. Oh my goodness. This was such a nice round from them. Oh my god, I'm really impressed right now.
As I mentioned, while there are issues with the bigger picture, you look at the finer details as well. Even that situation, FUT locked in place.
And they Omen TP, so they can always get a trade off of it.
And another benefit
And then they can both get out.
FUT not having any tape on their opponent when they're a team which, you know, like their
And this guy came up on the minimap because of the dash there, dash back.
And I really love the way that Team Liquid engage and disengage as well, using the wheelie, using the
and the new GOAT coach. Definitely both of them have to be when you talk about the coaching stuff, I think you have to talk about both of them, honestly. I've seen some of the stuff that Yeltsin has. It's kind of crazy. I was okay, I was talking about Vice on Ascent. And then he sent this is gonna sound like a meme. And then he sent me like a 83-page thing that he did on Vice on Ascent. And I'm not even sure they use Vice on Ascent. He had some good stuff. Like really good stuff to be fair. Like he's a super geek.
Angles is going to make things even more worrying. 3 players seen on the drone. Well, they don't get suppressed. Liquid now know
Yeltsin,
intel.
the assistant
that's why
coach
you're
for
starting
Liquid.
to see Kiko move towards the A side of the map.
Also brings up another prior concern that FUT haven't really been
Didn't
able to
say
scale
just for
very
fun.
effectively at
Yeah,
all.
I said that honestly. If he ever like stops
Liquid
doing the
conditioning so
coaching
much of
stuff,
this
that
space, and as you can
we would
see,
honestly just
Serial
buy
has a
like some of
signature
the
backup, the grabnet in his hand.
guides for Coach Potatoes. I think
It's
like
gonna be a direct
there's a lot of it that's like
execution, which we
super
look for.
situational.
Zeus,
I would
so
say
many
probably like
times
half of it's
reliant for
situational.
FUT to
There's
come up
loads
with
of
the
stuff you
goods,
could
and
do
he'll
with
finally deliver,
comms.
but it's only one.
It's only one, and Kiko straight back in, and Team Liquid holding on to the advantage.
Did it have the location of
close
Ascent?
by,
It didn't,
Foot
so
stuck towards
obviously
the
not as
front
good.
of sight, stunned up. Kiko can't make good of his chance. Can Patty? No, he can't. Now, Serial into the mix, trying to find something.
Damn, the little bait came in as well. God, they're good, man. Fair play, dudes. They had a really rough Lotus as well, so this was one of the question marks about this team.
As well. FUT caught across the jaw, but not for the first time. That situation where they had a man advantage, but oh so quickly you overlook that position and immediately they get punished for it. Seemed like decent work to start things off. I mean, Zeus had opened up the site for them. They lacked this control, and if you didn't see it the first couple times, it's
yeah, it's a good little distraction on this due to
when the
all of them
attention is bought
looking.
by Serial. Between these two Sentinels, they've been doing everything.
Mr. Fallen and
No, I agree, Saint. But don't you find it mad that FUT aren't like doing this every single round? Like they have to do this. Like this is for sure the best chance FUT have had a round in a while, just purely because they have to go aggro.
Oh, Campbell's not done.
Just straight up swing with the drone, maybe when their pre-aim's going to be a little bit lower.
Instead, Liquid
Ooh, okay. I was going to say, not sure about this one, but
still warm.
He gets out. They did give him away back in here, but at least they double swung to give up.
It's onto Camo to do it all.
Yeah, I think they messed up here. But
this is a 2v2 though.
This is like one of those rounds where everyone's looking a little bit too confident.
And both initiators have their ultimates,
Everyone's
so if you want to
looking
respond to any
kinda
initial contact, you could. It's Nats again.
Nice recovery though. Still here. Benno,
home.
thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 4 months. And we got Amanx as well. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the gifted.
Every time, man. But it's not only that. It's the old guard from last year. Coming up,
The Jet, yeah, that is true.
Right? I mean, they've been the highest performers on average on this roster.
Something that Liquid have been thinking about a lot, those long-term ambitions. This win, of course, a big step towards the top of the group, and bad news for BBL in the process. But it's a team that we haven't seen make back-to-back internationals since Champs 2023, last year, an absentee. So now the final round of the half has 8 ultimates. I like to see the analyst dash try and break this one down. It could get chaotic.
This is the time where we get to mention
Yeah,
Kedro.
another free A control. Dude, look at Liquid heavy expecting
Although Team Liquid have went
some
and
kind of
cleared
B
out B
pressure.
main, being proactive. They've done this the past couple of rounds. We saw them get a pick in the last one.
Nice little change run
Last
from
time
them.
round,
Is this
they've
the
just
camera
poked
that's
their
like
head out,
really high up
cleared
that you
it,
can't see until you get to
scaled
these
all the way
areas?
up on A in the
Oh,
meantime.
okay. It can be a
Look at
little
the
better.
setup. It is traps
But maybe they want the
towards
early
backside,
info
so
from
Nats
going
is
in.
ready for these duels. Beyond the cage, he's dropped in and spotted.
Still
Zeus
got double
knows
kill
about
trip.
it. It's about to go down.
Boy, that tail's kind
This
of
is
nice.
really
Gives them a
nice
lot of
arcade, and
space.
it's just bot space. There's so much utility back and forward.
Voice
And
line
it's
after
bot.
voice line.
Yeah.
Spike down A.
But it's Liquid when the dust settles that pick up all the pieces. They've managed to deny all that space.
They're gonna
from
hit the
FUT.
Sonic
I mean, it was the
sensor.
Armageddon which has done the heavy lifting.
There's
and so
another
back to
Sonic
B they go.
sensor
It's
to give them
another
info if they
4v2.
actually
This
take the
time,
control of
I
here
wanna
as
see them
well. All
take some
goes
ground.
in, they
You
pick
can't
up the
sit
spike.
idle, or
There's a
Liquid
lot
will
of
make
people
this
here
11.
early. Drone
But
goes in, they
VCT's
still got a stun if they want
walking
it.
towards heaven. At the same time, Camel's walked in towards Waterfall.
Do they wait for the salvos
one
maybe?
versus one
I
in
have
that
no idea
position.
how long they've got.
Atta Captain needs to do something here to give FUT any kind of a platform. The infallible form
Yeah,
that they
salvos go
previously
in.
posted.
The
It's
main
looking
areas
like
force
a
them up to the
completely different
open.
conversation
Super
today. Atta
doable.
Captain, first of those kills. Yetijay in support, but it's Serial at the death.
Fair play, dude. It's a really
As he
good
starts
defense.
to write out
Really
FUT's
good defense
own
off.
obituary.
They had a lot of
11
nice
rounds
stuff.
in one half, taking their total in the last couple sky high.
Spike down A.
The deadlock stuff was good as well. A lot of times we see deadlock stuff, I don't think it's that great. It was double sentinel though, so you would expect to get a high score like this, but again, 11 is so much. Liquid looking good or is FUT looking bad? I think that FUT needed to take A control more at the beginning, personally. And I think they struggled a little bit against the deadlock, but other than that, I thought Liquid did a lot of good stuff. Like if you look at even just a lot of their little micro stuff they're doing, it was really cool. Why there's so many blowout maps this year, even on teams map picks, it's still just a lot of the time it's like a week is a long time, right? So say that you have a week, say that. Okay, let's just use this as an example, right? Liquid, rough map pull after Bangkok, right? They had Lotus, they had Pearl. So at one point, you know one of these maps is getting picked. So, I mean, you can ban one, but then you've got to heavy practice this one. And so, FUT then end up picking this map, which we haven't seen for a long time. Like, this is the first time they show this comp. And obviously, Liquid's been able to practice this for like, what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Maybe even longer. We don't know how long they've had this actually cooked
Second
up.
half, something that you
And
and I
then-
seem to have gotten used to.
and then
A
'cause you're
couple of
picking the
12-0s and now an
actual map,
11-1. But if you think
you end
back,
up
one of those
having
was
to
literally
play
the
on
last
attack
map that
majority of the
Liquid
time,
played.
you at
They've
least get a
won
map selection.
23 out of their
But then if
last
you wanted to do a
24
double deadlock comp like
defender-sided
this,
rounds.
it
This
becomes a
double
little bit of a
sentinel
tramp.
has been such a good look, but for
Especially
FUT,
if you have
on
good
their own
full
map
process,
pick, so
full
much
process
work to be
behind it.
done to recover this.
One thing to note was when Team Liquid moved on
Like
to the
again, I'm
attack,
a
when they
firm
played
believer
double
that
sentinel on
if
Ascent,
you
they were
have
only
a
able to
comp
win 20%
that makes a lot of
rounds, right? They
sense,
struggled on their attack.
like it doesn't have too many
And
flaws,
can they make good of that
and
this time round?
you have
Surely
good
only
theory
have to play a
behind it,
couple
like
right
really
to
good theory,
finish out the
first
map,
time you
but
show it,
get
you
the
should be
idea.
beating any team. Otherwise, in my opinion, the
Zeus
theory
will
is
have
wong.
to siphon powers from the
Or
sky
like your stuff's not
above,
good
and
enough.
It starts in the worst way possible instead.
Jesus. Oh god,
The
man.
electricity flows
Give him
through
a
his
chance.
veins,
What's going on this map?
taking all
Holy
power for
camo.
himself. It's a
Well.
4-kill opener with Serial shutting it down. The pistol over in an instant as it's an in-zone flawless.
Has it seems like Team
believe
Liquid
in
week
Navi
to week
making
are getting
playoffs after
stronger and
yesterday?
stronger, and I think
It's gonna be close.
embodied
It's
by
gonna be close.
Camo now stepping up to the plate.
They should do.
22
But it might
and
just be
6.
four.
An absolute madness in the opening round.
Okay,
FUT,
11
well,
chances.
they're gonna try and
FUT
bring out
have
a couple
to
of stingers,
force into this
heavy
one,
shields,
obviously.
something to work
Outlaw
with
comes out.
in this
3 people that can
potential last
one-shot.
round. Look at this A fight. and
Grab
the
Ned
amount
off
of
the
bodies
wall in
there.
case you want to go aggro here. Or is
No
it just
point
a floor
saving
one?
any credits. Camo
It's a
right
floor.
out the gate. Another kill added to the tally.
Jesus,
Heads
gets the
starting to
damage
roll
done as well. They know that Kiko's
as
out here.
FUT have fallen well short of the
He
mark
should
here.
have. He got fair died.
They trail in players, in rounds, in bloody everything right now. On the defense, where do you even try and go, right? Where do you even try and find something
Nats
back
is
in
waiting in spawn
conversation?
with an outlaw.
Looks like it might be into the outlaw. Mr. Fallen, at the very least, has the cam towards
This is a
C,
patch I
and
guarantee.
also the
Nah, I
trap
went for
wire
Liquid
to
on
play
this.
off. So there is information towards the other side of the map. If you have any
I'll go
hope
for Liquid a
of
fair
FUT
amount of
fighting
times, I
this one,
think.
it is
They
coming
have
from a hero
they're really good
play,
in the
and
like in the week.
Mr. Fallen gets his fault
in the
line
week
back
prep,
up. It's
they're
a
really
full
good.
utility belt to try and challenge. Can't wait for Yetajay. Has to take matters into his own hands, the captain.
Up close and personal. Camo was already low. Disengages to get the reload off. As the players walk forward, they'll collect another. The last player remains for FUT. It's Yetajay.
Coming back from Masters, Liquid, having played more rounds than any other team in the region, only just shy of the 2 finalists from Bangkok. But as that development process continues, it seems like they found another
That was an
winner.
absolute stomp. They had some nice stuff though. They were super prepped with this.
As Liquid look to
Really
return
nice.
to form with a very
fast one,
clean
chat. 27
performance.
minutes on this.
Extremely clean, Hazard. And with that being said, though, we'll need to see if they can be as clean as we move into map number 2.
That's not fair, I don't know how you take it. Me? That was crazy. Hey, bro, these guys are not farting. Hey, Camille. Yeah?
Wait, Eamon's going bold.
He is going bold anyway. No, I'm not getting fair to this guy, bro. No, he is going bold anyway, trust me. Okay, boys.
Did Eamon say if they get? I think so. Eamon's their manager. Maybe said if he gets 30, he'll go bald or something. And then now they're just flaming him anyway. Okay. Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit, alright?
For the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grid final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my
Hello, welcome back. 13-1 the score on FUT's map pick for Team Liquid.
Yeah,
This
all I'm going to
is
say,
incredible. Yes.
Hazard and Cairo, they've casted a 12-0 half, a 12-0 half, and now a 11-1 half.
It's in the script.
I'm just saying, I'm seeing the problem.
They're the problem.
Wait, the problem?
Yeah. I want close games.
You want good games. Like, that was a good game.
Okay, listen, I was about to say, like, close doesn't necessarily mean good. That can get very muddy. I love the display of sheer and utter dominance. And that's what we saw here. I mean, this was prep work at its finest. Team Liquid came prepared. They had such a good read on everything FUT was doing.
Yeah, clearly that quote from earlier did mean,
it did mean a lot.
Even though he had less time, whatever preparation they did was incredible. And I think even just starting off with some of those retakes was something that really impressed me. Like going into like how they would utilize their ultimates. I think we saw it multiple times, like kicking things off with the Waylay ult in combination with having some of the salvos, which just means that some of the players can't move, they try and move, and they just get wrecked. Yeah. And it just gave them easy openers. The space taking from Camo was fantastic on the way back in, and even when you have a superstar as good as Zeus, sometimes that's not enough.
Yeah, it was crazy as well. Not just that, but then you've got the... Oh, my brain just went crazy. Sorry, Deadlock. Yeah, I want to say Killjoy. It's not Killjoy. The Deadlock ult, but even just the Deadlock utility that they used the whole time was just not what we expected, and it was crazy. We're going to have a look at that in a bit, but again, yeah, the ult coming through, that with everything else on these retakes has just been so solid, and it was on high impact round as well. You know, the ones that FUT needed to win, the gun rounds, the ones that could have, you know, got them a bit more confidence, got them a few more rounds on the board. Every single time, TL came ready with a game plan that they hadn't even shown yet, and FUT had nothing to do against it. And that's on FUT's map pick.
Exactly.
It's where they need to start getting these wins. We were expecting a crazy game, and it was just not in the way we expected.
This is crazy, and honestly makes me very happy. Also, Waylay Stong's all-time high now, obviously.
That was definitely the best Waylay performance
100%.
we've seen. Not even close, but what I first want to talk about is what we've seen from Serial. Because I think that what they managed to do with that Deadlock was really impressive. This looked like a direct counter to everything Zeus was doing. You run the same comp a few times in a row, but they had the early net salvos to make sure nobody could get out. Then they pushed forward. They put deep sensors onto the walls. So if he's going to try and escape out of this,
307 rating, 725 ACS on attack, mate. The 2 rounds.
Challenges them after a while, they just wall it off and leave. So it meant that there was no way they could lose that space. And this has been a part of the map which is always contested, always rotated to, and they can cut it off for a serious amount of time just because of that utility. They made it impossible for FUT to do anything. The strat that FUT were kind of doing, they had with CNED as well, where it's like, he's just going to dash in and wreck people. If he dashed in, he'd get wrecked.
Yeah, FUT is known, you know, their identity is go forward. You know, they have those flashes, they have that jet. We were saying, oh, there's no flashes on TL, it might be a little bit awkward with the Waylay. But didn't matter because they weren't allowed to go forward. The double senti was too strong, and the fact we were even asking questions about Serial, like he wasn't really showing us his best game in the last couple of weeks, but we got to show why he's here, and it's that utility. It's just
he had very good decision making as well.
Great utility player, and it allowed them to get that like the early presence on the map.
But he also he had to roll swap for this. Not only is he upgrading to tier 1, so obviously the competition is a much steeper.
What should FUT have done against this comp? Okay, they definitely had to take way more aggro in my opinion, whether it was like
a tiny little dip
10 seconds too late or just instant off the bat. And they probably had to have like multiple different aggro A's.
We know what numbers Zeus
but
can drop.
honestly, in my opinion, the thought process from Liquid was too good that they would have beaten any team in the world on this map.
These are
like
the
first time they show it.
We came into today. So
it's completely different once you have a demo, but
Zeus was
that had too much thought behind it.
Performer globally, like including all of the regions. He was top on ACS, and Camo was bottom 3 within EMEA. I'd like to switch things up in a moment. I think we're going to show a few clips of what everything that Camo was doing, but then we'll show the stats afterwards. Camo was
how happy am I that Deadlock's starting to get picked and utilized? Yeah, I'm happy. I think it's really broken at the moment. I think it's very, very strong.
He got like 9 kills in the first 3 rounds or something like that, and it
it's
just
nice
kept
to see that we're seeing it used a lot.
I
think most people most teams use it relatively poor. This is one of the better.
Into all these positions, he's on that Waylay without flashes, using the dash just to get the info, disappear, go back in on a nice little retake. There was so many moments
crazy
when he
the
crazy
grab
was
net
able to show
refreshing.
his mechanical prowess on the waylay and show us that it is a viable agent. You know, people have used it, hasn't been super successful, but as you said,
Have you seen a convincing long-term deadlock comp in the West yet? I mean, that is true.
Second half, they needed to win that pistol to close it
The
out
thing is,
quickly.
your
They
strat
did
book
that.
can be
He
so
just
deep.
looked like so much better than
Same.
everyone else there, and that is the
Jesus.
flip. Camo might
Well,
even be making it, you know, onto that
man.
global best performance, I guess, for the week.
That's an outrageous one, man.
Damage per round. He's
That's
almost
an outrageous
2
one.
kills a round. 299
This is
in
criminal.
damage.
Like, that's actually insane.
That's ridiculous. Like, that's one of the best.
I mean, Sonya, if it makes you
performances
feel
I think
better,
we've
it would
seen,
happen
but
20
also,
team, I
This is the
think.
guy we were kind of promised. Like, when you go back to Camo
I think Liquid would have
Koi,
changed their
like, we looked at
split,
that Koi
only
roster
like some
last year,
setups.
similar to this year, and when it's not
They don't
particularly
change
good,
too
but
much.
he was a shining star.
Yeah.
And the
Coming
map
into
was
Liquid,
so
he
rough
wasn't a shining
elsewhere
star.
that
Kiko
they would have
great
had to spend time on it.
You could say the same, obviously, all the time for Nat. We're waiting to see when are we going to get that Koi camo. Well, today I think we saw it.
Yeah, this was an incredible performance, obviously across the board. That's why we ended with a 13-1. So yeah, there's a bit of stats padding there. If your team is rolling the opposition like that, then naturally,
Yeah, that's
the
what I mean,
numbers are gonna
saying
look
it's-
pretty good. Now we're heading
You
into
just gotta
Team
have that
Liquid's
time to
map
focus
pick. So
on
of
it.
course, the big question is, what will we see on
Okay,
Split?
FUT go
Team
for
Liquid
the
won that
chamber.
versus M80 in week 1. We saw
They
them
got a
on,
chamber, but they got the
that's it,
Viper
you know,
to set it
after
up, so
they
aggro A, they
failed
can
to
get it
have
up and
a
just
We
pick.
got the cracks raised. Like, this is going to be a fun one. You
This
got
could be
Zeus back
interesting.
on the chamber.
I do think that the
Especially
double
starting off on
duelist
that
is
defense
incredibly
chance to really
good
get
against this
aggressive in your
comp.
opponent's face, and this is going to be a fun map because it's the opposite of what we've just seen. This is FUT trying to reinvent a composition that didn't really work for them.
It's the full
Let me
rework.
just
We
close the
talked
window
about
one sec.
Cracks and how he's the best on the KO, one of the best players on the KO that we've seen. And Split is a map where you usually bring a KO in. They're going KO list. They got the Sky there as the flashes. Cracks is going to be bringing the firepower with Zeus firepower in a different way on the Senti. And then Liquid as well. They're bringing what's worked, right? They got that win 13-6 over Gentlemates. And last time FUT played, they needed a rework. They got banged 13-4 against Vitality over in kickoff. So let's see what they've been cooking, because they have to be cooking something here.
Oh yeah, we gotta
Haven't seen
eat.
Sky.
We gotta eat in this
Dude, I haven't
one
seen
if
Sky
we're
for a long
FUT
time, yeah.
esports fans. So let's see what they bring to the table.
Sky
on
good.
Split.
Sky is
Hazard,
not
Echo.
too bad on this map.
Yeah, that's the question, man.
Especially
Like,
maybe against like
how
a Cypher, in my
much have
opinion.
FUT
I think
cooked
over
for
towards
us,
A,
you know?
getting
Are
the
we
info if
getting
they
an
crossed
early
over
dinner and
towards
a 2-0
aggro
for
A is like
Liquid?
really strong.
Or is there more left on the table? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely experimentation.
What
right?
did I have
You look
today,
towards
Yumpy?
FUT as this team that's
I had Pork.
fundamentally sound.
Pork and
A lot of the comps don't really
what
go
with it? I can't
towards
even remember.
new metas, etc. Right? But I mean, this right here, I don't even know where to go with it. Yeah, I think the difference with this map in comparison to the previous is that now FUT are the ones with the ball in their court. It might not be their pick, but it slipped through the veto for a reason. There is preparation there. We saw how good the anti was from Gentlemates against Liquid. They weren't able to get the full value
Okay,
from
we
it,
got
though.
FUT on
Lost both
defense,
pistol
we got
rounds,
Liquid
costly
on attack.
conversions.
And again, I do
Anyone
think the
on
Liquid
Nat's
comp
watch,
is very
it's
good
just
against
2
the FUT
kills, so
comp.
this could be the round.
Like, I like a lot of the stuff about this comp,
Milestone
but
for him to reach, but
I think it works better against like a
this map, we look
Cypher.
towards mid for the first round.
And okay, are
FUT
they going to be
taking early
playing
steps
Sky over
mid,
towards
hiding
B? This will be
behind the
interesting.
smoke, but Team Liquid patient.
They could go for the passive pressure of the wall, and obviously the TP back over towards B, super strong. And I like this from Liquid. They want to prove that they can go middle, and then
Just
maybe in the
placing
buy
a
runs
TP,
they'll start
there
to
is an
straight
aggressive
sight hitting.
crossfire held here as he'll be the first player to go through. Double clear of the smoke, no footsteps heard, and a few more prepared. Here is the fake out. Crossfire as well to work with, but running straight back into the nade at a captain.
A lot from the nade here.
Loads of damage there.
Okay, they know for sure that they got pressure over towards middle.
You have to wonder, are FUT going to re-clear mid later into the round? Because we've hit the 1 minute mark. You do still have Mr. Fallen operating in this area. And you look
Okay, so pressure create over towards middle. As soon as Liquid know that they've done that, they then
would have been heard
rotate
by on the way
out over towards A to hit A, and obviously we've got the
Fact that
passive
FUT
pressure
have
now from the
re-cleared
question mark.
that question mark in mid. Now they can start to lean heavier towards one of the sides. It's going to be A. Well, Cracks
Oh
is
my goodness.
standing the test.
A wild
that
shot.
Team Liquid
Kind of
put
comes down to
forward.
this
An
side duel,
advantage
no?
was spiked down on the ground. How did Team Liquid try and rescue this from the grasp of FUT? It seems like it should be Kiko to do it. Spike on the ground picked up. It's only going to go for a tap, trying to bait FUT back in. They don't have any extra utility to challenge him with here, but he does have a nade for a little more space.
Missed the window a little bit. Might have to nade plant.
Get a chance to use it. It looks like it's going to come down to the gunfight. Both players looking to swing.
Yeah, we get to nade, try plant there. All right, nicely done from FUT.
FUT's first pistol
that is the
round
first
in this
pistol.
series. Liquid finding both in what was a Lotus to forget. And immediately on this defender's side as well, it becomes such a priority when you want to build up your empire. Expand the economy. This looks like such an isolated round when you watch it back on the replay. It's players going 1 for 1, but it's a confidence builder more than anything if you're FUT.
And you can see the interactions in mid as well, which I think was really important for that initial round, with the fact that Team Liquid trying to create that question mark, but FUT holding on to utility to clear that out. Very aggressive start from Team Liquid.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage done there.
Camel being caught by a boom bot.
Liquid just going for the direct
Does take the
approach.
TP. No way, he almost got him as reloading.
It's Camo's TP, which crosses the line, but FUT all ready to have bodies rotated here. Mr. Fallen uses Sky Flash and Garage right at the start of the round. You've got a trademark placed in middle as well, so there is
good news for Liquid is they're at least going to find this trip over
Liquid
towards middle.
to explore other avenues.
I mean, this is something we've seen from a few teams, like just give up heaven, play towards the site. Trademark being destroyed. So it's another question mark created by Team Liquid here.
Trailblazer invested, absent from the pistol round, but now available to be used. It's time of the essence if you're Liquid. That's the only player left towards the tower. Head to head on Yetajay's Viper.
He has a spike.
Does have the spike, needs to win this
spike
duel.
down.
That would have been the landmark kill if he could have picked it up.
Dude, Hasu's alive on this one. He'll actually saved him there for sure.
Liquid on this round and putting history behind them as they look forward.
Okay, they're going to have a bonus
flawless.
Big round to double up in the fashion in which they did, right? Now this bonus round looks so much better. And Team Liquid need to be careful about the angles which FUT can try and push themselves onto. You're looking at Zeus with a Marshall, for instance.
Let's go!
In terms of Liquid's composition and how they want to try and play this coming into the gun round, we haven't really seen the
They should be
synergy
fine, but
Kiko and Camo
let's see how much damage FUT can get done.
The one
Same trip, insta-dog.
The double dive
And then
as it
two
has been
pass
put
and fighting
before.
over towards A.
Bit of variation with the Yoru, of course. It again explored, and as the fake out isn't broken, that is the trademark dispensed of.
FUT need to be more active, holding on to these angles, and well, Team Liquid looking to send it in.
Oh, I don't know about that decision. Kind of missed their timing with the smoke here.
And post this one home, but instead picks up a
Gets a
rifle.
freebie. Look at the confidence, man.
Kiko walks straight into his arms. 2 entry kills for FUT.
It's constant layering of control utility in mid as well, which is keeping Liquid
Okay,
at
the
arm's
problem
length
for
as Nats
Liquid
just
now is as soon as they call a timeout, it's so obvious that they're just going to sight hit.
here.
It's the awareness that
Their comp's made for sight hits.
by, right? Like not noticing positions
And they've been
that
struggling at
FUT
middle.
could have potentially crossed to.
They tried to
caught off
prove
guard
early
by
in the
off
game plan that they
angles.
could go to middle, then they were going to late
That's
go into
exactly
sight
what
hits while they
you're
were
looking
trying to
try
hold
and
middle,
bring
but
to the bonus round. Some
they're in trouble a
direction,
little
something
bit.
which we complimented Liquid on before.
They need to make the
in terms of
adjustment without calling a timeout, in
strategy.
my opinion. But
how both Lohan and Yeltsin are heavily involved in terms of the setup.
Yeah.
Nats as well. I think you're talking about a player here who is a very vocal lurker in this sense, because it's not often that your IGL is going to be pulling the strings from the other side of the map. And I think that is beneficial in some senses when you have someone like Serial on the Astra again, when you have that conversation about his micro and his utility. Not as much management when you're in that position. You get a wider look at things, but not finding the value from that so far. So FUT will convert the bonus and keep all
and
of
they got
the
a
rifles
lot of
that come with
upgrades
it.
as well, so their money's incredible.
Team Liquid,
Like
though,
FUT are
keeping
kind of
on
set up
the
for a
hands-on
9-3,
too,
but
try
you look
and
at the comps and
make
it's
this
probably
round
more likely to be like a
half by little bit more
7-5.
dangerous.
And honestly, 5 with
They're
double
looking at this
duelist on
economy state,
attack
it's a
is
bit
pretty rough.
Tumultuous, especially for Team Liquid.
'Cause this
being on
money's
the
so
attack.
crazy.
They haven't got the spike down at all, right? So that's another issue that's going to hinder their economy and moving forward into the rounds.
Vandal in the hands of Patitek here. Both him and Serial have
The
taken
game after
the
this,
hit.
Heretics Vitality.
They are the A players.
Dude,
but the
another
spike drop
insta
just
dog
outside
over
it, they're
towards
kinda
B.
hoping, look, if we can win a duel, then maybe there's half a chance. Placement of the smoke means that the trademark isn't broken, so Kiko invests a blast pack, and with that knowledge in mind, FUT know that mid is overloaded yet again. Constant cycling of the utility. As soon as the poison cloud goes down, it's the dark cover that comes back up from Attacaptain.
Not all the way up by the wall, and Patitech, one of the few rifles, has managed to find cracks.
Oh, the time's
YTG,
nuts.
though, fills back in the space, using their own wall to try and get onto the angle, which they'll be able to use. Now Nats moves in. YTG
No way, he got Nats there. Dude, Kiko kills the guy over towards B main as well. This is a weird round.
Such a big round
Big
to
duel.
turn the odds in their favor.
They find out where he is though, so
Costly conversion.
shot,
If they're
man.
able
Camo
to
hit
do
2
it,
bangers.
Camo will add to that. Attacaptain scurrying through ramp. Those steps should have been heard, and so Serial will ferry precious cargo over previously troubled waters, now cleared up, and Camo recollecting a rifle as well. Everyone supported, and the orb picked up just to min-max things a little further.
Audibles have been held, that's why Camel repositioned. Kiko holding the crossfire. Worried about CT, where Attacaptain could have went, and well,
Okay,
Kiko
very, very
will
nice.
send this one
Hopefully you
home.
could see the camo
The
shots.
Sheriff's doing the
Very
work,
nice.
the rifles chipping in.
Map
Team
1 worth
Liquid
watching.
getting their first.
I mean, it was a stomp.
Liquid reading this macro
If you're a
fairly
Liquid,
well.
if you're a Liquid
on
fan,
this
then
round.
shot.
That toxic screen that
You should
goes
watch
up
it.
just allows them to pinch the players through vents. It was a nice catch they were able to find onto YTG. Just more individual heroics, right? I think Kiko and Camo are only seeing headshots right now. Kiko, the highest percentage.
Dude,
of
everyone's
that
money's great.
statistically.
Like only Patty really can't
Of
buy
any
maybe
player
Nuts as
other
well, but
Attacaptain, I believe it is.
Heavier towards the B side, creating.
okay, we've got
Pressure
TP
of
back
which
at B.
team- FUT need to
Does
try
Mr. Fulham
respond
decide to
to.
shoot it or does he chill? Okay.
Still not fully committed
They have
just
info that
yet.
someone's
Having
at the
to use
back
snake
now.
bite to get some delay.
They get the orb, they got Kiko's ult.
Now this creates a question mark as Team Liquid move away.
Players in a dangerous position here to explode on the site. It's a slight correction. Kiko second to Sugetsu, as notorious as he has been. You're talking about a young duelist here who's already proven his worth on the role in this team, as he was last year.
FUT are doing really well to use the sky to go and clear out any space that they're worried about players to be in. Straight into the site, Kiko gets the first.
With
Good
the
luck to
showstopper
Ada.
as well, so counts for nothing there as Nat crosses the
Oh my
threshold.
god, that was
It's
nice from
Attacaptain
him
with
though.
2
He's
back.
giving him a
A
chance.
3 versus 2 situation.
That was great for him to get
Favours
2.
Liquid for now.
That spike plan and the position it is in default. I mean, Team Liquid have to play on the site.
Looking to try and fight towards Garden as well. It's Kiko first contact, and Patitech falling back to the pillar.
Yeah, Kiko's a nade, but doesn't want to give away his position.
Flank coming in. Kiko
Okay,
locking
lovely
things
little
down,
double
and
swing
Nats
on this one as well.
getting himself yet another.
Okay, money's
That'll
still
make
great
it
for FUT though. Like the first 3 rounds
Took
were
him a
so
few
clean
rounds, but he
that
got there in the end.
Liquid kind of have to win a couple more.
Milestone to reach, it's crazy considering how long Nats has been around, the fact he's hitting something like that. You're starting to see Liquid are really getting an idea for how FUT want to play around the map. Nice entries on towards B, cutting off rotates as well. Nats doing excellently.
I imagine he himself won't be aware of the statistic, but congratulations to
1,500
Nats.
kills.
Plenty of Liquid fans in the house to celebrate that, but it's cut short, of course. There's a game at hand and already into Garage. FUT will go. Cracks in the corner. He has a way to get out.
No way, they had the
Zeus
trip
does as
and they
well.
just ignored
It's
it.
a little easier. Kiko
Dude,
with
Camo,
punish. Camo
that was kind of
behind.
nice though. Camo, as he
Liquid
realized they were
arriving
going
on the B
aggro,
side.
took the
There's still
TP
Wadies
back
here,
aside.
but they're just the next ones on the chopping
Dude,
block.
Camo's a bit of a
YTJ
monster at the
holds,
moment.
but not for long enough. So the party is back on. Liquid in the house.
They can still buy,
Nats is
really.
trying to see if they can go and hunt
2-9 on
this
top of
last
this,
remaining
especially
rifle.
if they save the gun, but no matter what, you could get ult
has
and
well
then
and truly
drop.
been bolstered. Mr. Fallen needs to be careful not to give away his rifle.
Zeus? No, they didn't break the TP. But it was nice from him, right? Because he realized they were both playing close.
It's a strong start to
You
the
just
map
go
from
for
FUT.
it.
You convert the bonus, but then you lose that thrifty round, the eco, the half buy, whichever way you want to call it. It's a backbreaker mentally. especially
Chamber on this map, it's not great. Most of the other Sentinels are better. In the current map pool, it's probably might even be the worst
for me, talking about
map to do it at the moment.
Kind of game plan. Yeah,
even
exactly.
Maybe. Well,
I mean, thinking back to the Gentlemates game, right, and the way that that happened, I personally felt as if
Fruit, thank you so much for your good to see you, bro. Thank you, appreciate the tier 1, thank you for the 33 months. Ascent, yeah, Ascent and Split are pretty much the bottom 2.
And when those individuals don't turn up, what has FUT got to rely upon to fall back on? And I feel as if right now, it's the same thing, right? Team Liquid are starting to outclass FUT in the strategic department, and the individuals aren't there to back it up.
That's the concerning part, and it's been a long-term talking point with this FUT team. You talk about it being a roster which have aspirations for being a top team both domestically and internationally, but it's not the latter without the former. They've never made a VCT EMEA Grand Final.
FUT could get 9-3 and then they won 250s. I said it would most likely be 7-5 because they're double duelists.
Always another team which we see
but
at
considering
that
the start against
the
normal
comp,
they would
have
have
it up to
9-3.
the top 3 teams. So it's
Or
not
should
exactly
have.
like they're
No,
far
50
off the
did change
pace,
a lot though.
but even when you consider last year and then making their
Put some
deepest
respect
run
on
in
the
Shanghai, you
Haven
then go
chamber.
to champs and it's your
I mean,
lowest ever
it's not in the
placement
bottom 2
at an
at least.
international event, and that comes back to the strategic conversation when you look at some of these other squads.
100% agree, and I think for me, like,
it just
FUT
sucks a
are
little bit
always
on
trying
attack.
to evolve, but they're not completely changing what the team looks like. It's
kind of nice
bit
for
by
taking
bit,
garage,
piece by piece, brick by brick, and the problem is though, is we're not seeing the improvement in the server.
At its core, it's a team that won VRL finals in 2020.
Okay, what is the change up? I'm surprised we don't see the trip over towards middle because I thought that might be what would happen here.
Both Gaius and Sway saying their piece from the coach slot during the timeout, both with contract extensions last year. It goes back to what we're saying, that constant evolution of this FUT team.
Okay, money's crazy now for Liquid.
Take a couple steps
Instant
forward,
all over towards B. Prowler to clear close. Okay, they still haven't spotted the Omen yet. Okay, there we go, there's everyone. Big flash. Another flash to send it. Double swing off of it.
Backfill the space that was created.
Big Hammer's kind of in trouble.
To fight back. An advantage in which
4 people here.
Down from Team Liquid making their way on and doing well, or so you thought. FUT straight
yeah, FUT did good, man. I mean, everyone was in front of this. Everyone was here. They kind of messed up their double swing, right? They were going to flash double swing, but I don't know if it was a misstep from Kiko or if we got util dumped.
Well, Sky as an agent, you know, some of that utility can be a bit telegraphed.
Yeah, Eureka, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 14 months.
That we see come
thank you.
You know, the strat book, the Valor plant, whatever you want to call it, getting camo in backside. There wasn't a second layer. It's a very straightforward response from the defenders, but an effective one.
Look towards A. This looks like a set piece here.
Dude, we got a lot of ults on this.
Drop, paranoia. Being held.
Okay, aggro trip. If the trip gets hit, then you Omen flash and then you send it.
They decided to cancel it. No, straight in. I mean, it looks like FUT are just going to miss their opportunity
okay,
here.
but they did get the kill over towards Heaven. I mean, the original idea is kind of nice, to be honest.
Actually able to just hold on to this space himself, someone that we so often
trip,
see on
Omen
an
flash,
initiator.
send revolt.
Now free roam on the duel list.
In reaction, Liquid take over towards middle. Once they lose over towards middle, you see FUT for a flash over towards B main, so they're kind of confident that B main's clear right now.
Locked in with Liquid, or FUT's the one that's locked in, and it looks like it's going to be FUT that's caught.
Oh boy.
Liquid now looking to continue forward. The Viper's pit deep in.
Oh boy.
Just tries to go and catch a player off guard, which does not work out. Cracks now.
So many low HPs.
Up a 1 versus 3.
You're looking for Nats here if you can find him. I mean, players are low. The nade would have been nice. There's a star on the spike, and you're out of options if your name is Cracks.
Yeah, I mean,
how is he still alive?
I don't know. The fact he's decayed all the way down.
Oh boy,
it should be so
that's
easy
a really
to
rough one for FUT here.
Team Liquid making sure to keep things even.
Liquid, I mean, honestly, everyone kind of had nice reactions here. Liquid did a good reaction over towards mid, took Heaven control, and then I think FUT did a good reaction over towards B.
At 4-4. And
honestly, they just kind of missed shots. I don't know how the guy back of B died.
I'm looking at that tour de force in the hands of Zeus, and I have to say, this chamber so far has been very quiet. Last time we saw it played was back against Fnatic. I think it was at kickoff. And so, it's not something he has loads of reps on, but when you talk about him as a player and that player profile, He's not
the
like
money's
a CNET.
finally
He
gone.
does like the rifle in his
They
hands.
lose
We don't
this
see him
2-4,
on all too often.
and they would have to
We're
eco.
going to see it this round. Tour de force being used to hold that line of sight from heaven. Same time though, look at Team Liquid. They're so passive in this round.
You are divided.
Astra ult B fake.
Dog is
We
doing
had
God's
Star,
work at just
Star, another
clearing
Star
out middle.
committed
This is
as
why
well.
you pick the
Prowler,
Sky, you
Prowler.
want the info. Yetajay gets
Yeah,
it
the
for a
trade's kind of
face
nice. They
check.
just send it through the molly. Yeah,
It's
they
a
do.
rough procedure that he goes through.
Ooh, and they get
Scarred as he
info.
drops back.
Okay, it's kind of
Zeus
nice. So they might
holding
just
on
fast flood. They
to
know they're
heaven.
so far away.
And that's where FUT hold on to hope. I mean, look at how late this attacking rotation is through middle.
Looking to maybe have an
If
ace
they
up
don't
the
go
sleeve
fast,
later into
FUT
the
might have
round,
messed
but
up here.
some other Team
We'll
Liquid
see. The trip's
can
going to
actually
give them
hold
so
on
much
to the site
info.
in the meantime.
Yeah, FUT just haven't read the situation, so they're slow
felt
to
odd. They didn't
re-engage
push through
themselves.
spawn
This
to
double
be
pronged
dueling
backstab
here.
prepared, hovering above their
Okay,
shoulder
they should be
blades, whether
fine
they
now.
know it or not. Atacounting getting another kill in the time being, and so now the penny drops, and as Zeus swivels his head, he drops to the ground as he's filled with lead. Patitech one back, and
It's a
now there's
really
really
late
a
Astra
chance
suck.
for the defuse coming in. Serial buying time, smoke to deny visual.
I
It's
think
a
Liquid
hit
kind of
and
messes
hope,
one
and
up,
those
to be
shots
honest.
in the dark simply won't land. FUT restoring their lead in the rifle
It was like they
buy.
weren't expecting him to go so slow.
Team Liquid, they build the round, right? But they're building it with a house of cards. They're trying to have it multi-layered, but it just falls flat on
Another
their
Astra
face.
suck. I think they messed up heavily
What
before the
they're
Astra
trying to do,
suck.
it's clearly
Like
obvious,
to
right?
do
But
that
as FUT take the sight away from
when
Liquid,
there wasn't a
they
push
just do not have
through
what it
spawn
takes
onto
to
the
hold
site
on
made
to
no
that
sense.
spike.
They should have tucked in the whole time.
And from there, yeah,
And it should have
like,
been like
it's one of those
reaction
things,
of them
right,
going up
bring
once
it
they
to
lose
like a
there.
Haven comparison. You never play from long if smokes are up.
Okay,
Don't
now
play
we
from
finally
far
get a
away
round where
if you
both
know
teams
that
have to eco
FUT
if they
can get
lose it.
smoke onto the spike.
Dude, we haven't had one of these since round 3, really.
Another purchase for both
Not
teams.
even. This might be
one
the
a big
first in the
swing
game.
round, not too much money left on both, but Cracks can add to the coffers a couple extra coins. And more importantly, the early advantage in this round. The information circling back to Mr. Fallen.
This is a nice reaction again with the flash.
Onto heaven and keep
Wait, there wasn't even a flash over towards B. They just straight up took the control.
Well, Liquid have got the space, yes, you've lost Kiko. It's what a FUT's response right now. Going to clear out towards the A main side and take deep space. You should know that Liquid are still hanging around, and Cracks definitely can confirm that.
It's a scary realization, but still Liquid yet to be posted that eviction notice. The final little flashes coming out from Mr. Fallen, clearing towards Garage. FUT, as much as
Yeah,
they
if they
have an
can dodge this
affiliation with the
boombot,
Fade,
they're in a good position.
less tools
Because
to
they
work
just
with now,
dodged the
as there
flash
is
here,
the Sky
dodged the
in the comp,
boombot
but
in
they've not got
heaven.
the info.
You would
Team
think that they're
Liquid
going over
running
towards
out
A.
of
It's
time.
just the fact they
They
got
need to
info.
commit to something, and it looks like it's the B side. A player in towards Rafters.
It looks like
found
Mr.
down,
Fallen
Serial
could just
gets
own this
that
round
pick.
though.
Still though,
Mr. Fallen might have like 3, really?
He could get the perfect timing right
One.
now, and Liquid haven't thought about it. Activated at the right time.
Ooh.
Still
There's a
though,
couple of rounds
they
where I
keep
feel like he
ahead,
should be getting more than
even
he's getting.
3-3 right now.
Seeker's coming out, but no capitalization. Only Mr. Fallen there. Zeus finally following it up, but a 2-on-2 situation, and the rotation only coming in now.
You look at where Patitech's going. He's escaped in towards CT. Something to work with. As FUT come into the site, a 2 versus 1 where Camo needs to stand tall and does so. Yetajay
Oh
still
my god,
holding on
nice
to
shots
heaven,
from Camo
but
on this one.
Patitech comes
Okay,
in.
the big rounds.
Camo
Would have to go
clears
down to an
it
eco.
out.
Dude, they're losing quite a
Neck
few
and
rounds
neck.
where they have number advantages
But
over
all the
towards
while,
B,
we hit
right?
the status quo.
5v3,
This advantage
5v4.
is with Liquid. It's favoring them as the rounds go on. I mean, you look at the timeline. That's now 5 from the last 7 which they found, and it's
Every
another
time
round
it's over
where
towards B.
Camo is
3-person
just
holds,
laser
it's not getting
accurate
enough each
with
time.
this Vandal in his hands. I mean, look at that one tap onto Zeus. I know
Ooh.
Zeus's Twitter app has one tap in it, but I think Camo's actually just asked him to take it out.
Yeah, mate, 100%. Well, look at this buy that's coming through from FUT right now. It's not looking good.
What?
It's not looking good in the round either.
Yeah, this one is over before it really gets started at all. Rotations being heard by Patty, and so, I mean, Liquid are presented with options here.
Yeah,
you can
incredible
rotate
info.
back towards B. You know
Could
that
definitely
the
try
site
to
is
get
free.
Kiko the spike
Instead,
here.
they're just allowing
Yeah,
Patty
Kiko the
to
spike.
take his timing, be the Joker, the backstab in play. But can threaten the site control with this utility though, and
Ooh,
already
Mr.
that
Fallon
begins
can
through
pick up a
Mr.
gun
Fallen.
here.
through and towards elbow. Patek now coming in, but
not a great plan.
Has put this round on his back. And he only needs to go up against 2.
Big Prowler. Honestly, it was a pretty good attempt.
And while Patek was ready to swing off Nats's contact, that will be 6 as a...
It's like a one-way mirror, that spike plant, because you have this slight feeling that, okay, maybe I could stick for half here, maybe I have a little bit more security because there's no Liquid players watching, but they could be right around the corner, and that's the scary part. I mean, it's great damage from FUT on this round.
Just walked up.
They had all angles held, as Serial says. The backstep from Patek was brilliant
stack on
as
A
well.
with the trip.
Now FUT doubling down on this
Razor,
they have 3 players here ready to fight.
Nightmare.
They've got 5 and they're ready to
Do
send
they spot back of screens? Hasn't checked back of screens. Tunnel vision, heavy.
VIT playing in the corner and Camo so deep. To think about elbow. Well, they do it now. After the players walk in.
FUT had the good reads against the Euro ults, by the way. They won 2 times on the Euro ults. 6-6. I feel like Liquid would take that considering the start for sure.
From the situation for Liquid, but is that going to be enough? We'll have to find out in the second half.
Yeah, this is a big tunnel vision. No timeouts for Liquid also. Yeah, and I think that was a good thing because it was nice that they kind of realized that their mid was getting shut down heavy and that they had to sight hit. And then obviously if you're doing a timeout, it's really obvious that you're going to be doing that. So it was nice. Nice they realized that they should be doing it on their own. Hello, Teatsme. How you doing? Liquid's comp is attack sided? Yes, it is. But you've also got to remember that FUT's comp lacks a little bit with the chamber on attack. Majority of the time you're just going to see chamber working over towards A. I'm interested to see if FUT like use the... I actually think the chamber's pretty good for defaulting mid against the double smoke stuff that people do. But we'll see if we see it. But most teams will just use the Viper stuff over towards A, get them an op and just try to get picks on A. But I do think that, again, the chamber, if you like save the trip, can be really strong at like defaulting middle. The chamber with the Viper, yeah, it should get a lot of space over towards A if they want to play it like traditional.
Liquid's map pick tied at the half, and while they found both of the pistol rounds on Lotus to kick things off, FUT have their first, and if they find their second, it's going to be the second time consecutively on Split that Liquid won't have picked up a single.
Yeah, that is worrying. For me, how does FUT look like on the attack, right? How do they implement this chamber in towards this map? Is that going to be the lock, or is Yetiji on the Viper going to be locking round? Need to see, as it looks like the chamber is going straight to mid. Viper all alone on A side.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Also, they do the Viper wall to block this and they save the Viper smoke, or no? Okay.
Effect.
And just have the ghost.
Headhunter into the pistol is always a valuable addition, worth its weight in gold or credits.
4 bullets for Zeusons.
Liquid on their defender's side against Gentlemates last time, they really struggled to get proactive and clear together. Group up in the latter stages of the round, and with 30 seconds gone, it's still looking all too individual.
Oh boy.
Kiko, what can you do?
Looking to play anti-flash. The flash comes through, the players don't look. Kiko with a perfect
Okay, 2 for 2 though.
Goes even all across the board.
The reason why we maybe don't see the Sky too
that.
often is so easily countered. Kiko, well read, and Camo following through.
Mr. Valen's having a rough time with Jules today. Like 3 maybe?
Thinking about another peak.
The flash double swing.
Comes out, the players both come through.
Boy, nicely done. It's a good idea on this one. 1-1 on the map for pistols, 3-1 altogether though.
Improvement series to series. And I think it's an important point to raise that first series that you see from him is never going to be the be-all and end-all. It's the second and then the third. Are you eager enough to make those developments? And in terms of the team performance here as well, I think it's so key to note that Liquid want to re-aggress mid later in the round. And they're doing it
heavy
together
investment.
rather than by themselves.
Zeus, armor, one bullet. One bullet, armor, and a dream.
It's not every day you can say that.
Well, yeah, he heard that he was on for what? 1,500 kills, and jokes aside, someone who's qualified to 5 international events up against an IGL who's qualified to 4.
Wait, this is weird.
He himself, an
This is really
X-Masters
weird.
winner, Nats. So
Next to him.
those are the levels to this game that we're talking about.
Ships in the night.
They have no idea he's got over towards heaven.
Right next to each other, but as the players explode into
But this guy in vents can.
And when I talk about that experience,
What gun
you
does
translate it to the round itself. Nats
Patty
was
have?
prepared
Bulldog?
to turn his head and play anti there. Rinse and repeat from FUT, and all too readable, while Yetajay is going to manage to wrap around vents. This area of the map is still constricted by Liquid control.
But they're responding to this pressure.
Yeah, they pick up a Bulldog
know that
though.
the players for Team Liquid are still in mid. Sorry, for
Liquid
still in
double
mid,
up,
so
they
the
clear
quality can be
B.
made.
Then what's the reaction
They're
after?
staying active, and that's exactly what we asked of them coming
Dude,
into
Nats
this
is 36
map.
HP. This
The
one's
longer
not too
the
bad
FUT
for
lie
FUT.
around in middle, the quicker this can become
30
a
seconds
very impactful flank rather
Yeah,
than
they pick up
just
2 guns. They're gonna
reconnaissance
potentially
mission.
have double smokes and flash.
I think for me as well, where does Cameron go here? How does he link up with the remaining players that are now in mid for Team Liquid?
It's a secure plant, safe towards the pillar.
Yetajay clears
That's where
B
FUT will
control
go.
where they
A
just
rifle
cleared as
recovered in
well.
the
They might
hands
think
of
they're double on
Yetajay.
site.
Liquid with 3 of those coming into the retake.
Patty
Deep
gets into a
positioning
good
Yetajay.
pause.
That's a captain trying to push the envelope though.
All 3 players for Liquid in heaven. Looks like Hattie Captain tries to escape, finds something in which he can work with, but instead it's Liquid that are working with the dead
It's
body
the low
of Hattie
HP.
Captain Yetajay, who's been
Damn,
so
he got the
good in this
low
round.
HP.
Can't
That's definitely
quite
did
get it
really good
before.
damage though,
And
considering the
Team
buy.
Liquid will convert the
They got 2 guns
Well, it's not the
and
most
what,
comfortable
2
of rounds
rifles
from
and
Liquid,
a
despite the fact they had a
Vector.
killer set up in mid yet again. They do still hold on to a couple of rifles into the bonus, so at the very least you've hit that baseline.
back-to-back rounds of playing this corner.
This is what I'm talking about.
This
The
is
cast time
what
on the
I
Sky
was
Flash
saying,
is
that
one
I
of the
think the
reasons
chamber
why
is
we
really
saw it,
underrated for
you know,
taking
her
middle.
fallout
Like, you
favour
save
when
the
we
trip,
had
you put it
double
in the
wall
mid
meta
here.
back in 2023
Like, putting a chamber
with the
trip
Harbour.
here is crazy underrated.
When that smokes
Like,
up,
especially if you
you're gonna
smoke
wanna
off
try and
here.
flash out, right? So Kiko playing the anti-flash
Like, it
is so
clears
good.
everything. And then even if you
That's
stay
the
still,
same,
it gets
sorry,
you.
yeah.
Both of them.
I think it's so good against the smoker mid. You don't really see it.
How many times
Okay, this is
gonna
a
fall
really...
position?
There's not much into this low buy. It's a great shot.
It's mid-fight early, Zeus and Camo locking horns. Zeus getting the better of him, but rifle back to Nats, so no harm, no foul as far as he's concerned. A chance to add a couple kills more to the tally. He'll do it, signing off on the death waiver of Mr. Fallen. As Liquid have leverage in this area of the map right now.
I mean, Kiko hit an absolute shot.
But now, as they start to head towards a Liquid, I mean, both players, both side anchors towards this side, are playing more passive towards the back. They realistically won't get a first engagement.
And that's where we saw a masterclass from Na'Vi on their defender side yesterday.
Yes.
In these situations, playing super passive, just inviting the space, playing for that retake as the defenders as a group. And something else, just getting the elbow crossed. That's what Serial's going to do. Boxed in with the gravity well, but he can't capitalize. And so Patty's only got a ghost. His work's cut out for him. What are you going to do? Just fall to the ground.
4v5.
Very bodied in the backside.
Sorry, 2v4 even.
And now FUT have the advantage.
Advantage of time. Liquid, they don't have the advantage of weaponry though.
I just don't think they're gonna believe this guy's in heaven in
the
the
rifle in
smoke.
hand.
Like I feel like no matter what happens, yesterday
Chance for him to
wins the
close
round.
the gap, and if the captain can capitalize, then that's your way back through. This avenue currently guarded by just one, but it's Ada Captain that stands as the gatekeeper. FUT
Okay, very nice from FUT in this one. They took a little bit of a risk going through the smoke, but didn't get punished. Liquid should be happy with the damage done, but at the same time, they probably feel like they should have won it. I don't know how this happened at middle.
Win this out. The re-engagement really nice from Team Liquid.
This
that's a
is another
shot.
4 versus 2 as well, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it does feel like a slight individual error from Serial. This is a conversation
Yeah,
which
I wanted
mentioned before.
I wanted Serial to like show me some confidence if he's going to peak that, or if he wants to play passive, play with his teammate. It's Nick. Thank you so much for the 11 months, bro. I appreciate the tier 1.
Right? You're so focused on all these different things, and yeah, it's only his 3rd official playing the agent. a lot on his plate. And then, you know, just swinging out solo mid-site against the last two players probably not going to help. But
I think that comes down to inexperience, right, and being disciplined. Back to mid, FUT go. Look at Liquid, they've got plenty of bodies here.
Another rifle round as well, and Liquid are on their last few pennies, so this one has to stick. Nats doesn't need the rest of his team. Zeus, again, a player who just goes straight in and fights on his lonesome. With a TP, he'd feel safe, but no rendezvous required.
First buy round, like, it's a big buy round for FUT.
Up by two players. They couldn't convert from this position last time. Can they do it here?
Not great, is it?
Sure, Nats will be telling the boys to be playing together.
God, it's so desperate.
He would have heard this, and he knows spot on. Really go. The last two remaining for FUT go in towards heaven.
And now it's a 5-on-2, and those weapons are hot if you're Liquid.
Ready and raring to go. That Seize doesn't quite catch
Wait, how did
Mr.
they not hit
Fallen,
him?
although thought he was well within the circumference.
Sure what utility Patitech
Yeah,
had,
great
but
little
was
setup
able to
from
fall
them.
back on it
God,
instead.
it's
The
a
support of
really
the side
rough
players is all that he
buy round
needs.
from FUT here, to be
9
honest.
for Liquid. Just 4 away from securing a 2-0 and a 2-1 record in this group, which is really heating up.
Yeah, it completely opens up the group as well if Team Liquid are able to win this. We essentially go into what could be a three-way tie if FUT were to win it.
As the timeout comes through, I think it's important that we hold that conversation for a little bit
and I think they
longer,
just have
because
enough money to buy
while Koi being
maybe some
defeated
light armors,
yesterday
maybe some
means
Bulldogs,
that
depends how they want to go with it.
lock their position in playoffs just yet. It's that race for the top spot, which is that much more important. When you look at the way the stage is formatted, having 4 teams from either group now as we move to a 12-team league,
There was line of sight and who's
you only need
behind.
to win
Oh,
one
okay.
best of 3 as the top seed to get to
Red
Toronto.
card, Omenor.
That's it, right? Like,
I see. I would prefer obviously
starting
to do
get
stuff
to
together,
crunch time
but I
in the
do
group stage right now.
like his thought processes. If
And
we
with
can
this being such an
remember, they
important
just won a
game, like
2v4
the
as well.
top
His
seeds
process
starting
is
to
like,
play
if we can win this, they have to eco.
There's so much importance.
It's more just like
and
I don't think it's
You think of the
card
pecking order
worthy
as well
unless
within the
they.
region
Well, to
right
be honest,
now. Your
I would
Heretics,
love
your
it into this round,
Vitalities
so maybe
of the
like yellow
world
card
near
at
the
max.
top end. Liquid taking that
The
final
card
spot
should have
at
been
Bangkok,
over
but
towards
then
middle
proving
and
to us that
over
it
towards
wasn't a
A
fluke, that they
main,
can
really.
respond when they have a little bit more time to prepare. That's the kind of spot that FUT wanted to find themselves in, and now we're seeing that be usurped from them.
And I mean, you've got to remember, back towards kickoff, this was a match that in the playoffs was so important, and Liquid came out on top when it mattered. Right now, this could matter a whole bunch for qualification and towards the next Masters and for the whole group. FUT looking to be a little more direct towards the A side as lots of utilities sent forward.
Okay, but honestly, they kind of
No
cleared
real
this.
follow-up from it, and so
No,
they're still
yeah.
on square
Oh
one
my
in terms
goodness,
of
I say kind of
space.
cleared this.
That's where
They
Liquid
got
wanna
the
re-engage back towards
they got the
Sheriffs
out of
and the
Kiko.
showstopper, the perfect counter. Patitech guarding
Jesus.
the smoke with his life as they jump into the crosshair. It's only 1 kill. Kiko,
Yeah,
a couple
Kiko's
back
just
though.
owned them. He uses all, got nothing really for it other than good space, and then gets too
So
closer.
long as Yetajay doesn't have anything
But they
to
call a
steal the
timeout
show.
decide to eco when they maybe could have forced, like considering that Sheriff's armor, but
At the same time, though, as it isn't equal, right? FUT didn't have a great buy coming into this one. Maybe you would imagine the coaching staff of FUT would be talking about the next round. That's where the real challenge comes in for FUT.
You think about the composition that they're playing here as well, bringing new ideas since the last time that we saw them here. Liquid, it being home territory for them with it
yeah,
being the map
I don't
pick as
mind
well.
the FUT
The
comp,
same way
but
that you
I do
considered,
think
oh,
it
what have they brought
struggles
to Lotus?
probably the
You're
most
running
against
double
this comp out of
controller.
any
You have
comp.
the Sky for the info
Like
gathering.
if you do a
mid-round, the
head-to-head,
Seekers
I
have
feel
now
like this
come up as
completely
well.
wrecks this.
Zeus can maybe
But like
you
this
get him
against
on
like a
deep line early
Cypher
on,
or
then you
something
have really strong
instead of the
control. I
Viper
think
could be
for
pretty
B,
nice.
for example, if Liquid aren't challenging it, which they haven't, as the round crosses the line, and that is number 10. They're going for so many direct hits, and I think we saw exactly yesterday when GX were attempting a lot of the same, how that could be so well countered when the defense is as reactive as Liquid have been.
I think as well, when you think towards last week and FUT going up against Gentlemates, FUT came out the better, right? They won out the matchup. But I think generally, in terms of the feeling towards FUT,
Okay, well the timeout was
FUT.
FUT.
Stocks coming out of that game.
Interesting. I was going to say that the timeout was for this.
Like Liquid have improved.
Like for this round from FUT.
Talking about the
and then Liquid call their own timeout.
It's a non-issue when you win the round,
with what's going
still
on.
something that Lohan may be looking to address here, or it seems as if it's the players in the
server. Yeah, they might honestly just have an idea of what they want to do on this one. And they could have a setup with the Viper ult, like insta-Viper ult. Maybe Nuts has done his Viper ult too many times in Vents, and they're worried they would have an anti. I'm not even sure they'd be able to do anything with this comp.
Be realised into a greater problem for them,
Maybe
right,
the
coming into this
Seekers.
game. We already spoke about how important this match is for the wider.
They could heavy retake a side if they wanted to as well.
I mean, with the KO buff
Not that
coming
they
in,
need
we've
to.
not
This
seen
comp
what
kind
the
of struggles at getting into
implementation
spikes
is
anyway.
for FUT and stuff like that. And this is the team that we expected to bring it forward.
Could go aggro, get some kind of combo down.
You see him play Ray. They were running double duelist in the
Let's see what they got planned. I'm excited for both of the teams here, to be honest. Both teams kind of call the timeout for this round.
Yeah, it's a different look, and right now the story seemingly that they just can't break through that glass ceiling.
So FUT change up their Viper wall over towards B to create pressure, and then they're going to do the smoke in the middle, you would imagine.
Round, where both teams have ults, that would make it 5 out of 6 on the defender's side.
Liquid do their all-in vents, knowing that there isn't anything to punish this, like we said. Yeah, and then the Viper smoke over towards A. Dude, they just straight send it over towards site.
Straightforward, direct.
They duel over towards B though, so they can get the Astra.
You would have been going 3 on 3 in any previous round.
They wanted to, in reaction to losing over towards A, get the Astra ult to make sure that they can fast retake this. And then FUT looked like they were on top of it, had a punish for it, but they managed to plant the spike so the orb disappeared before they actually got it. Now they only have one ult to retake.
Dimensional Drift has revealed Mr. Fallen is caught. It's heaven that you've got to be concerned of if you're FUT right now.
No way, how'd you win that?
Numbers lie and may well go dead and buried. Kiko Camo, 1-2 punch.
No vision block on this one other than the wall itself. Dude, Patty can just fool this, no?
Just a man, but that's very quickly settled as Nats has found himself up in the bird's nest, securing.
It wasn't that bad from FUT, the idea.
Well, Zeus will walk away with a kill.
But then they left site heavy, so one guy just got isolated from the Yoru ult.
They hold on to as well, so
and then they wanted to trade Heaven, but then they lost all the jewels in Heaven, and what the hell is that shot?
Next round is going to be a massive swing round. Huge. And with it being 7-11, Team
Liquid did a really good job of holding over towards Heaven when they took site.
This is going to be a very tense affair.
Oh, nothing, I'm not killing him. Great.
That's given a freebie there.
Yeah, and last go at it for FUT before they have to do a weird force buy if they lose this. If they win the round still, there is an eco.
Definitely don't, and we've seen him come up before. Needs to come up with a good here.
God, it's so unlucky. He was like looking for it as well.
And it goes completely
instant reaction to losing the kill over towards middle.
Liquid do make concessions.
Nats, you're an absolute madman.
Gives himself up in the situation as Cranks lands the showstopper. Both players flying by their own.
Everyone's crazy. What am I watching?
Liquid don't get bounced back until Patitek hits the scene.
Dude, 1v1.
It's Serial to take the next step.
Looks like someone made the call that he was in Heaven.
Yeah,
that definitely looked like someone made the call that he was in Heaven there. Not even like a proper swing over towards B. Dude, this was weird because Nat sends it and everyone else is chilling. So he called for the fast flood because there was 3 in Heaven. But maybe he forgot that there was a Razor or something.
The thing is though, coming into this next round, after FUT winning the swing round and upsetting Liquid's economy, it's the ultimates as well that'll be the other point to think about, right? Nightfall, Cosmic Divide for Liquid, that are a little bit more concrete.
Actually seeing a nice
yeah, like we said, force them down to eco.
Being thrown.
Get the smoke over towards mid to create pressure, try counter the mid smoke.
Middle, and that's exactly where it will go. Trying to
2
counter
hero
what Liquid
guns.
were doing, but they're taking the fight into their own hands.
Yeah, they are. They've completely taken the space for themselves as FUT get the initial fight and win out on B. Had a captain though, he's under fire. No way to really escape. Just there to bail him out. And
yeah, this might get pretty close, for sure, because FUT get a lot of money here.
Liquid lowered to lesser weapons after the previous defender economy, frail as ever. So Patitek coming back into this one with a Bucky, but it's such a big round to win if you're FUT. Just to keep themselves moving forwards, 1 step at a time. The gap reduced to 2. And you can see smiles back on the faces of those players. I mean, Zeus nonchalant as ever.
Yeah, I think getting through that round without using any of their ultimates as well. I mean,
Did they both
like,
dodge
you can
the
see
flash?
Team Liquid are trying to bring it down to gunfights, make it a little bit more scrappy. I mean, FUT have the better weaponry, right? So that's always going to be in their ballpark.
I don't think FUT are ever a team that you want to go blow for blow with in terms of firepower.
Kiko one away.
We are seeing this utility repeated
It's
yet
not the
again.
best
It will
ults for
land
FUT.
in mid and stop Liquid from contesting this one early.
They're going to be forced to respect it, although Zeus noted the main paranoia line up to send him all the way up.
This is the tour de force.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is what we thought they were going to be doing all the time.
already
Wait,
nestled himself in
how is
quite nicely
Serial?
behind the toxic screen.
I mean,
is where
I guess there's a little gap
captain
on the
was looking
smoke.
to
I
go.
felt like you saw feet.
But that trip's cut short. So it will be for the rest of FUT because they've not managed to break the neck of the site and get past that initial setup.
Still weird round at the moment. FUT have so much map control.
So being patient, and FUT are now starting to head over towards this side of the map.
And it's at this point in the round when you enter that second phase where Liquid now need to be searching for some information a little bit more proactively because the setup does have gaps. Patatech is aware of the walk that Zeus is taking towards spawn.
Oh no. I mean, Patatech
The info's nice though. He's got fade ult to enable camo.
To be looking at camo here.
Big fade ult.
Stand the test that FUT's about to push
1, 2,
forwards.
3.
FUT now calling the cavalry over. The A onslaught begins with camo caught at the back of sight.
Kiko gets a kill, gets his ult.
It's a layup
Really
for the
nice from Camo,
Slam
by the way.
as Camo
He's super,
has found
super patient.
himself Another triple kill.
Okay, 3 chances for Liquid. Honestly, they look good though.
For Team Liquid.
I'm impressed about the plan.
19 and 14, top fragged Lotus as well.
Chaotic parts of the round where
kept the round before
FUT
kind
show us a lapse in concentration. It's not the first time where that first point of contact is hit, and then there's a player lurking in the shadows that just steps through the veil and sends FUT the opposite way like Sirius Black.
Yeah.
Oh, their ults are too good, I think.
Still, Team Liquid
I don't know how you would.
Spacing of ultimates. So much
I mean, they have to get picks,
to
basically.
send this one home. You look towards FUT and what they have, Seekers and Viper's Pit, they can be very situational.
Seekers go in early, they don't get too much space.
The Phantom.
Big duel over towards B. Serial might do a little jump spot, but I think he saw him.
That's it, right? Now you're trying to hope to get into a post plan to have a Viper's Pit.
Yeah. It's another solo fake that FUT are trying to play through Mr. Fallen as they group up towards Garage. Serial on an off angle, a deep angle, but he goes back in.
The timing's insane. No joke, Zeus is watching this the whole time. Keep an eye on the luck over towards A Heaven, Kiko,
Liquid will then look for that set retake. I mean, right now I've got to be focusing on that.
Serial
he
have
sits
all.
right in the middle of a couple of FUT players, whether they know it or not. It's Mr. Fallen that will go down, and now warning signs for them as they'll look to set up.
Yeah, they gotta go look in. It's good off angle.
It looks like Team Liquid are in position to send this one home.
Yeah, you're all into the Razor.
Standing there, Yetaji looking to play upset as the ultimates come in. Ata Captain can't stand the test. Now a 1 versus 4, which he'll have to
Oh my god, look at the util. Dude, they look really good, man. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. They look good. This is real nice tune off from them.
The floodgates open, and while that second map from Liquid a little more laboured, this 2-0 win makes the group a lot more hotly contested. Everyone now with at least one loss. And while it's bad news for BBL, 3 teams.
Yeah, the comps are a little odd all the time, but I do think their comps okay here. But again, I think like if you do a direct comp comparison, they get wrecked here. But against like a Cypher solo duelist maybe, like the Breach Teo stuff, maybe it's okay.
Matches to be played, 2 more weeks of games, and still this one isn't finished, right?
Liquid given their hero's moment in front of the fans, which have come out in their numbers to support. The only quiet moments were when rounds weren't going their way, but not a story which lasts for long. After a struggled first week, we're seeing strong signs from them as group play continues. We're going to be heading to a short break, but when we return, we'll have the second match of the day up for you. It's Vitality versus Heretics.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if, well, the next one should be closer at least. Good, no, I think they played really well, to be honest with you. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. For interview, they'll probably have someone on the desk while talking about the next game.
Feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Tom and Mac, and you're having a good time, are you?
Yeah, it was a good game. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Sick. Love that for us.
That was the most mundane celebration I've heard.
Yeah.
What? Nothing's new. This is just a look that I'm going for. You didn't need to point it out.
Well, I just wanted to tell you
this was a subtle change to my look.
Yeah, and I was about to tell you that this is not a good look for you.
I think it's great. Hey, that's mean. He looks great.
I'm talking to HR.
You're slaying.
I'm just a guest on the show. I think you're running into a wall here, mate.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Go flying back to the US.
I may have said to the person giving out this wonderful merchandise that I would use the clapper, I would take the sticker home.
And the audio engineer was like, please don't.
Yeah, and then I said, if they win, I'll put on the headband. And
how long do you have to keep it on now? Until they lose?
No. No. Luckily, I didn't promise anything of that sort, because I can technically take off whenever I like at this stage.
Okay, I love that for you. Moving on to our next match. Very insightful. No, but this was obviously a fantastic showing for Team Liquid. And with that victory, they also just like turned the standings upside down. Yeah. At this point, I feel like they got something in there, because they're making it weird by losing to mates, and now they're making it weird by winning against FUT. What are we doing?
Yeah, I think especially if you look back at some of the clips, Patatech definitely wanted to win versus mates more. Yeah. But at the same time, beating FUT, I'd say a much higher chance of topping the group. You have that head-to-head, so yeah, they're in a great spot right now, and I think that considering they made a change and had to sort of edit things on the fly, they looked really well prepared coming into today.
Yeah, it also just goes back to, you know, the strength of schedule we were looking at. There's all these teams that were 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. Yeah. And TL, we were like, look, they're going to look good. Some days they didn't look too good, but now with the head-to-head against FUT, there could be a world after beating them that they're going to end up being in a situation where head-to-head will potentially matter going into the next 2 weeks, and that can put them into a much better position moving into playoffs. That's huge. Could
be one game to Toronto. Could make back-to-back Masters.
That's it.
Quick math. that's what we're all about here. Let's talk about this next series, because there are, of course, high stakes in this one as well. Let's talk about the teams. Beautifully done.
Damn, that didn't go as far as I hoped.
With the grace of a gazelle. It really didn't. That was a
I'll
bit of a
look
letdown, I'm not going to lie. I hope the two teams we're about to see are not going to be a letdown for us. Let's talk about what we saw from them recently. Starting here, of course, with Vitality. They're coming off of a very tough loss against Fnatic. Up until that point, they were undefeated in EMEA, at least. Masters Bangkok didn't quite go their way. Yeah, but
I need to work on that one.
this one was a toughie. What do you take away from this?
Yeah, so look, for Vitality, I think they got played. And what we want to focus on here is Boaster last week, especially on Lotus, especially on Haven, was calling the most crazy mid-rounds. And you're thinking crazy. Look, from the shadows straight into spawn, you're thinking, all right, what's an IGL going to be doing from there? But he's just going to be able to fully read the rotations. After getting dinked, he's on 10 HP, running for his life. That's on the map, which you can see up the top left there. And he's going to find a little hidey hole here at stairs. But what he's going to do is hear Durka chasing him down. As soon as he knows that, he's going to take a bit of a gamble, say, okay, pretty sure C's free, guys. You can see them start to go for that rotation through sand, and if we roll the clip from here, he goes down. That confirms his thoughts. In the meantime, there's also, you know, that the Nightfall and stuff used over towards the B site, which denies any hearing, denies any audio cues, and that just gives them so much time to get into C for free and establish incredible post plants, not just on the site, but aggressively towards, you know, the CT area, and then also over towards Waterfall as well.
Yeah, I think the big picture throughout the entirety of this series, especially the last two maps, was that Vitality got out-called. You're not going to go into any match and go, individually, this team looks bad. Like, oh, this player's not there, this player's... It's more focused on, okay, we're playing retake every single round. And it didn't necessarily seem like the plan was to play retake every single round. It was, okay, we're going to gamble that they're going this way. We want to take the space. We want to get back in. And then they go, okay, now we're forced to play retake. And they're not ready for it. You saw how aggressive Fnatic were being. You're seeing how much ground they were taking in those post plants. And it seemed like a game where Vitality, as I said, just got out-called.
Absolutely, yeah. Boaster was shooting on the server, but also just calling on an absolute other level. Like, that's a Fnatic we wanted to see, and Vitality was on the receiving end of that. I had an opportunity to talk to Les prior to their match today and talk about what went down last week and how they recovered. I now have the one and only Les joining me for a quick chat ahead of your game. But before we're diving into today's game, I want to talk a little bit about last week. You guys were undefeated in the EMEA region. So this was your first loss on the hands of Fnatic. How did the team take the loss? What the preparation looked like heading into this week?
To be honest, for me, I felt that was my first loss too, because I only lost to MEA teams in the kickoffs final. So I felt some bad things too, but how our team reacts was not bad, to be honest, because like
even Icebox
we are a new team and we have a new player. I know that we beat Giants in the first week, but we have the same mentality, like we want to improve.
Well, at least we get to see two new maps.
Things and not like have this pressure that we want to be like the unstoppable team, you know. So when we lost, we had a conversation about it and we fixed a lot of things. And I hope that this helps us today.
Yeah, now if we're looking at that match from last week on Haven, you guys did some role swapping as well.
Heretics.
Sligo playing ISO for the very
how's
first
their Icebox
time.
looking? I can't remember their Icebox.
Yeah,
oh no, the Icebox looks good.
Were those changes
Wait, Heretics might have got their three best maps.
Was it spontaneous? Can you walk us through the thought process?
When Sligo joined the team, we had the idea to change Sei's role. Like he was the controller with Tejo before. Now we want to put him only in initiators, Tejo, Sova, Fade. So this was the idea. And Zaivu played with duelists before in tier 2, tier 3. He was a duelist, so we thought, it was perfect to be in the team.
I mean, you guys were in kickoff undefeated, so you probably feel confident like making changes like that?
Yeah, our team is really flex. So like we don't have like this that we are afraid to change roles or these things. Like always, everyone is open-minded to change.
That's awesome to hear. And now you just talked about Saivo obviously being added for stage 1. What does he bring to the team that we don't see, like outside of the server?
It's always good to have young kids with us. Like he's not so young, he's 20, the same than me. But like he's new, you know, like it's his first time in VCT. So it's always good to a team has this a guy with new experience, like to have, you know, like we teach him, we are like all on the same page to like teach him to how being this tier 1. So like this is always good for the team.
Yeah, the team dynamic looks great on camera. It looks great on the server. Now, for you personally, this is your first year in VCT EMEA. How has the transition been like for you coming from Americas? Are you all settled in? Are you happy here?
Cyber, yeah. He looks pretty good, though.
It's a good question. Americas is, of course, a really good region, right? Americas is amazing. So in the start, I was not understanding some things that works here that is different in Americas, but always my team is like talking to me like how work the things, and I understand. I think the big changes is like the temperature here, because it's so cold. Like always they are talking to me like, no, because in 1 month it's gonna be warm, but I don't see this 1 month like they spoke this 3 months ago. So I'm waiting for this summer, to be honest.
That's relatable stuff. Les, I hope you guys going to heat it up on the server today too. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your match. Back to you guys. Thank you, me, and of course Les for sharing the insight. Yeah, I have bad news for him though.
What is the TLDR for Liquid FUT? I think they just outclassed them a little bit, you see.
Yeah, from England.
It's when the sun.
They brought out a new comp on Lotus, started on defense double Sentinel, so they wrecked him there. And then Split was a little bit close. Double pistol helps. Actually, no, it wasn't even double pistol, it was 1-1. Yeah, they just outclassed him.
Put zinc on your head.
I need a bath of it.
All right,
then I might survive.
We'll get into that in just a little bit, but first let's take a look at the standings, because if Vitality lose here, they will find themselves in a 1 and 2, which honestly will be quite shocking for this team.
Yeah, top 4 at Masters, a team that basically went straight in.
We ignore this.
Didn't lose when they
this
were
is
over
really
in
close.
kickoff. So yeah, I think they've finally tasted defeat, but it was by such a narrow margin that I think even though they're going to come in today with a point to prove, I think because Heretics have sort of faced against the 2 bottom feeders of the group, I still put Vitality as the favorites here.
Yeah,
how many champs points does Liquid have?
Though, right? Like Vitality.
Wait, how many did they give kickoff?
Valorant last week, and the compositions were all meta. Everything they were doing was generally meta. It was just some like even on Split, right? That first game.
None for
you know, there's moments where it looked like Fnatic were just
honestly, I think Liquipedia is the site that actually keeps on top of it. Liquipedia might have it,
moments
for
where
sure.
They were whiffing out of the pressure, and I feel like there's going to be less pressure on especially some individuals on Vitality this week going up against Heretics.
Yeah,
they got 2 for kickoff,
right?
so they're 4 then, right?
His former team. Alpha said in the post-game interview for Fnatic that he just didn't feel like Durka was on.
Yeah, well, there was a round where he basically sprayed 100 bullets.
Well, he was on that one. That particular one, he was feeling himself.
Opponent's body, but yeah, it was definitely a bit of a rougher performance for Durka than what we expect. That's the thing. The level of expectation on Durka
do confirmed have 4.
Basically best
yeah, they're in a good
world.
spot.
So that's where we're looking at this guy, and honestly, yeah, this is the round where you know that this was basically him wanting to beat out his former team. He wanted to prove that although he left a squad that has multiple trophies, he can go on and do that without them. And I think maybe the occasion, because for his standards, these are incredibly bad stats.
Yeah, look, this week I think there's going to be numbers a little higher than that. You know, I feel like he's going to have a bit of a redemption arc coming through into today's game, so keep your eyes on him. And you know, in that interview with Les as well, they were saying that they do love to swap up the roles depending on the map as well. And they're a team with that much experience that they are able to make it work. It's just a matter of
get into playoffs at Bangkok to get points. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they got none on it. Like I was pretty sure.
Footage to go off going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have the stats, the numbers, the history on their side, because they are, in fact, up 7-0 against Team Heretics. So Vitality just on that metric should have the upper hand here.
But it's a weird one to look back at statistically, because last
teams,
year, well, not even that. Last year, Heretics were a team that made it to a Masters final and a Champions final, but they couldn't beat Vitality, which is a metric seems really weird considering
matches after this. I mean, this is we got Vitality, Heretics, and then tomorrow's the stack day. Tomorrow's Americas and EMEA.
And one I'm sure that Heretics will want to break. But this is the time where I think it's most likely to go in Vitality's favor because of the caliber of players they have and because I don't think we've seen the best of this squad yet. They're not at the level of last year. They're shown glimpses.
He's about to go
There's
in, guys.
something in the water this week, though. We were talking about how FUT are like, you know, the best or one of the best teams in that group, and then Liquid just came out and completely blasted them. So who knows? Maybe it's just that I'm here, so everything's upside down. You know,
Liquid, the team that got to the last Masters, is surprising, right?
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, some teams are also just, they got to ride the momentum. And now if we're looking at Team Heretics, like they got frustrated in their match last week. Like visibly frustrated.
Yeah, well, it was kind of like the battle of the chokes. I think that Vitality obviously had the first one, but yeah, this was them 11-4, now 11-5 in the lead.
I drank that
the
slam
reaction.
highly though. That was a good slam. I bet that was super satisfying.
Yeah, but you're 11-5 up. Are you that salty a gamer that even when you're winning your
Me
match?
personally, yes. Thanks for asking.
I was about to say, I could. The fact that you were like, "That's a great slam," made me think.
Next game
there's
started
been some
soon.
anger
I
at
mean,
home.
in theory, we get walkouts in 2 minutes.
Same age, we have that youthful energy.
Yeah, yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could be my son. But
Don't
that's
say
beside the point. No,
That's
but,
true, Yumpy.
yeah,
You've had
the
3
frustration
games on a
was
Wednesday, right?
display
With no
there,
crowds.
and,
That's kind of
Boo
messed
also
up.
made a tweet just last week. If do we get a quote? There it is.
There it is.
Bam. As someone on broadcast said, split attack was a generational joke. But let me say this. We choked like that versus G2 in Shanghai. And next map, we were non-existent. This time, reset and keep playing that together with the first 1.5 maps is a sign that we are getting back to where we're supposed to be.
I like the full process here.
That's such a lovely positive take.
I'm thinking back, like, did I say it was possible? It could have been me, it could have been Mitch, or it could have been one of the casters.
He sounds like you. Like
it does sound like me, doesn't it? Boo, you're not supposed to watch the broadcast, man. Like, I'm allowed to say what I want because you don't watch.
What can he say?
He did get me
and you're a bold Boo.
Yeah,
so
he got me the jersey.
It's family. You gotta support family.
Yeah, and you gotta criticize family sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. The ones who love you the most criticize you.
Exactly.
Hey, it got him to give us the nice bit of insight on how they reset.
Yes, that's
so
right.
I think it was an overall good, chaotic good.
Overall chaotic good. Is that the alignment for Team Heretics? Chaotic good?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
They do love to thrive in the chaos.
Vitality in the alignment chart.
Does Valorant as an esports have the largest amount of bald people?
Yeah, I think
with
at
players,
times, I think
players
like
and broadcast
the team
combined.
that is happy to sort of like.
I mean, I've not really put much thought into it. Maybe.
Like if Fnatic is like the team that all the fans are like,
you can go out there and do the stats. We probably do, yeah.
No, but everyone needs a villain, and they are. I don't think they're. I'm not saying they're bad people, but they play.
Really asking the real questions, I am.
Low-key implied, but that's alright.
It's strangely true.
Safe is definitely one of the villains of EMEA, but in the best possible way.
Yeah, they're just theoretically evil.
That's a question for Black Chat.
Yes,
not
exactly.
The members' question is pretty good.
Which is great to know.
Okay, they're doing it for the bit. You know what? We love the commitment. They are going up against each other in our second match of the day. Team Heretics facing off against Team Vitality.
Chicken video. Hello, Reese. Thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate that. And thank you for the whole year, mate. Hope you're doing well, dude. Is it normal for the winning team not to have an interview after the match? Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Do they just have like less staff today or something? Ah, Nilzinho, he's back. Slow walk on. The injured Nilzinho.
Alright, the villains facing... I can't believe you called them villains, actually. I shouldn't run with this narrative. I'm against it.
But look, the other one have fluffy bear beanies on, so...
Okay, okay, I see what you're doing here.
Oh, and then you got like Fnatic doing TikTok dances, so it's like it's a low bar for villains. That's what I'm not saying they're pure evil. I just mean like
Okay.
Hold up.
I love this though. I love what we're seeing.
Haven is the
Dude,
first
Vitality
so,
picked
Vitality
Icebox.
did get schooled on it last week,
I would actually say the.
When they were rocking the Yoru was
I don't know, man. Am I the only one that thinks the Heretics maybe have the best Icebox I've seen so far? Is that too bold? I like their Icebox.
This map when he played for Fnatic, a different roster, different team, but I think he's gonna absolutely cook on that one. And then they go back to their long haul decider. The Heretics happy to go back to Split after.
Split if we get there.
Someone said was a generational choke. No idea who that was. But I'm excited for Haven because the composition that's being.
Well, I guess we'll see when we go there.
Heretics was sort of mastered by the side of Vitality, and they've now moved away from it. So whether they want to go toe to toe.
I think Heretics should be really happy with the map pool.
Somewhat stole from Fnatic when he was there, but they looked so good on it when they played KC and Heretics back at kickoff. I almost want them to bring it back.
T1, don't say T1 has a good Icebox.
But what about
T1 does not have a good
Icebox.
Icebox.
Run the same thing back from last week. Like, is Syvo gonna go back onto that ISO? Like, was that a good look for them? Did you like it?
I still think that Dirk is safe. I think Dirk is safe for me is that duo on those two agents. So I think that it definitely
100% win rate? I don't think they have a 100% win rate. Didn't they lose last week?
Star in that map when they kicked off with such aggressive pacing that eventually led to them choking out of the map. I think that if you get some of those other aspects that we've seen,
they lost the team secret.
Online, I'm actually not that worried for them going into Haven, and I don't know if there's something that's been spotted by Heretics that they believe they can beat them on it, because I think smashing GX doesn't really tell you very much.
Okay, we got the old mirror match going through, so they are both going to be running Yoru, ISO, and it will just be an execution battle. It looks like Vitality on the attack are going to get to do their thing
we got the ISO,
Heretics on the defense. It's interesting. You know, we didn't get to see a huge amount of their defense last week against GX. They were mostly on the attack and adapting to that aggressive defense that GX was throwing at them. So, yeah, it's just a battle of execution.
I mean, that's true, Joe, bro. You're telling me...
Yeah, I think also...
Trevor, where did you have him rated? Don't be giving me that.
Sivo versus Miniboo will probably decide how this game is going to go, so slow starts, not acceptable here.
I do like that Team Vitality has that faith in this composition and also into those.
Okay, bit of an ISO.
I'm always gonna believe that Safe can take.
You had a mate as well, okay?
When you get rid of Trex, you don't have that default Sober anymore. So Safe has taken the role. We'll see if they can make it work.
We'll see indeed in just a few seconds. Team Heretics going up against Team Vitality. Let's send it over to the one and only Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you very much, Zoe and the Desk of Force. We've turned up in uniform because this is a very important matchup between these two.
Turned up in uniform.
Slow starts are not acceptable in this sort of series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, we have carbon copy compositions here, which makes it pretty easy to then identify really who's able to stretch their legs better within this setup. I do want to come back to that point. Well, the safe re-ends is actually the matchup or the head-to-head that you almost look towards.
How often do I play?
With the double duelist on both sides.
Yes.
Actually,
2 months of the year.
Kind of
I'll probably get about
so definitely what I got my eye on.
20 hours in a year, I would say.
Lights out.
Not too bad.
Look, he's
nah,
still
we get more
than
20 hours, right, Jack?
He kind of fit the role for me that Leo somewhat held, but he's not quite, not to the same caliber, but he's certainly
maybe.
can walk
Play
the
more
same path.
50?
So
you reckon 50 hours?
These two, 'cause we've seen,
I don't think we reached 50 hours.
Heretics sitting in a good position. They've got the wins they need to, but then you look at the teams they're winning against.
Yeah, I guess if you don't scratch the surface. But again, it's 2-1 victories, right?
Yes.
So coming out
Play more
maybe
TFT than Valorant this year for sure, yeah.
Whether or not the map differential is going to make a
difference. We'll do 5-stack again with
Heretics potentially
coaches.
going to a 3-0 and effectively locking their position or sealing the deal on that. So yeah, not necessarily an awful situation to be in, but definitely something to keep your eye on in terms of making things a little cleaner. Like I said, without getting into the nitty-gritty of the context there, a little cleaner would be the objective overall.
Yeah, and you can hear it behind us. It looks like we're gearing up to get into games.
Have I played Deadlock? Yeah, I kind of like Deadlock. It was fun for a lot of it. It was fun until it wasn't that fun.
Of two of the bigger teams
a little bit
here,
repetitive.
Right the
okay, Heretics on defense, Vitality on attack. John Scott with a tier 1. Thank you, the 9 months. Let's come with Coach Potatoes. Still the Ascent comp. I need to get time to do it. The Vice Deadlock.
I wonder if we'll echo on here. Into this though, Vitality of course on the attack, Heretics on the defending side.
Good reaction to losing A probably is the garage push.
Rewarded or even get a confirmation really on the other side of that. Elsewhere now, Vitality's presence will be noted somewhat.
Okay, I kind of liked it. They wanted to have the deep pass and set up and then swing off the contact. It's kind of cool. Who shoots this?
Got that one. Doesn't give away away the game here. It is going to be double stacked, though. Durka trying to pry that out. You saw Safe trying to set him up for it, but it's Woot to be rewarded. Takes away Durka, and that's blood drawn.
I have the spike. Quick pivot towards A as well. Cebu already conceding a lot of the space. Will allow entry at least. Kicks actually drifting up here, and perfect timing.
Yeah, it's good timing on this one. Gets the info the Omen's over
like
towards
a
it.
game of preparation, right? That exploratory mission towards Garage being actually swung in the favor of Heretics, but noted by Vitality, and then that timing on the heads-up work, but a slow creep towards B. But there's a
Diamond, how low elo we talking?
Benji around less would need to alleviate this pressure. Trying to work in the shadows in the dark. There are going to be now threats aboard. It's less. And it's not clean
Played nearly
enough.
300 hours of Valorant last year, but saying, does that include custom servers?
It's safe. Less finally started to
No
fire.
way they win the
Vitality
3v5.
cleared through him. It looks like pivoting towards C.
Korean's nearly catching the backside of that with the Sheriff, but Les will put down a contingency.
That's only
here with
comp.
the
Damn, that's loads, man. I didn't realize I played anywhere near that.
Plant does come through. Moment here for Heretics to consider their approach.
Silver peak, mate. I could get silver with a controller
Does he
in
gamble
this
it
game.
right, guess it right, looking to maybe clear close? I don't know.
Don't even test me.
Not ideal here. Les would still have an opportunity on it. You can hear the Sheriff rattling off shots. They want to try and bring him in, but Les stands tall, stands ground. Boo, nice, but not nice enough. Vitality, I thought they were on the ropes, but that late look towards B was wondrous.
A beautiful recovery after losing both duelists in this setup, which honestly, it becomes, well, pivotal in the pistol round as well. Not just that. Again, making really great decisions. Oh, well, okay, didn't catch that one off camera, but safe finding kills like that. But yeah, Les plays this perfectly as well. He's not too eager to come in here and find an opportunity. Allows that pressure to build, and I think actually the paranoia landing perfectly towards backside really just keeps both players in check.
That's a great feeling as well.
The Marshal on defense. We got the 4-person stack over towards C with a camera to give early info.
Highly impressive. Now, for Heretics this round, it looks like they want to
do
try
they want to give it away? Wait, do they really just prod over towards C on every eco?
And the first couple of fights go down. Vitality cleanly
Looks like they do.
Things up. No sweat about that, but spotting Boo and Woot, you're thinking, that's probably a stack.
I have the spike.
Certainly indicative here, but Vitality don't want to take any risks. Stacked up now as 5.
Value, yeah, Les is so good to watch, man.
Potential here for
Stood in for any Liquid Academy screams? Nah, only the one game that we did. That was ages ago.
But window quickly closes now.
Looking for the minor victories here. Oh, a nice attempt by Rienz there. Love the little control, but this is clean from Vitality. Methodically working out the map, and again, they've been one of the teams who've really become a bit of a beacon on this map, one to look at, taking on that Fnatic-esque comp and making it look even stronger. But now, Benji, nice. He's got more of those, though, and couldn't quite turn.
Okay, nicely done from Durka as well. Gets his ult into the fast big buy rounds.
Nice from Durka. Already got the ultimate online
yeah,
as well, which
he's
is
in a really good spot.
tool to bring into round 3. Potential here. Set Vitality up for further success early on here. Again, great read from Heretics. Again, they wanted to try and get ahead of this to maybe do some financial damage.
One more. Nice.
Yeah, just calling out one more for the ultimate as well. Potential here to build around that, whether or not Durka's going to...
What is the set strat with the ult?
Just wait for some confirmation.
Normally they go for some kind of C split.
Again, in terms of, well, as good as a full purchase here.
Okay, so A pressure. Oops. A pressure.
Want to make any
info.
Rash decisions.
Throwing over towards mid. They know they create pressure here, pressure here, and middle, so now they're ready for the C split. So they still go for the same set strat that they want to do, but this time they have to create pressure over towards A. They did clear it pretty early, Heretics.
Get out of garage for now, Durka. Spotting out the rest of Heretics. And it looks like a time for a commit here.
Big flash.
Already going to be supported by the rest of the flood going through garage and up C long, but it's going to be a battle of this site. They're not willing to give it up completely.
Ooh.
And it looks like Vitality disengaged.
This is weird.
They've actually peeled away.
Now what?
Yeah, a little strange considering it seemed fairly comfortable to commit behind
Fake
Durka's
TP over
ultimate,
towards B when they don't have any info here.
They
cut sound and then they just re-exec over towards C. They don't have too much. They kind of just got a flash aim duel. The pressure over towards B was nice though, 20 seconds. Dude, they gotta go. As we can see on the minimap, they kind of owned it, but...
An exploration towards B, Lauren.
And I guess this is standard protocol, right? Re-clear some of the areas.
Wait for the recon.
I like this re-hit from Vitality. It's showing some fantastic composure.
Yeah, it was good. Problem is they don't have any map control here. They got the trip over towards Garage, which I want to say Miniboo had.
Everyone else kind of looking in other directions here. That
oh, is it now?
Be a little bit of a tell now, but they may not note the two players who are on that lower side.
Actually, yeah, lacking.
They don't have that much for the retake.
Look at the utility available.
They got walk to get out of Garage if they want it.
Might have to brute force their way in here.
Vitality looking exceptionally controlled in this. The smoke goes down, and speaking of control, that's a great shot. Vitality
nicely
on
done.
this double pump, looking
so
so
they're insanely calm from Vitality, to be honest with you.
1v4 feels compulsory at best. And we can
Be
hear
hit,
it in the time.
see the double cages, get fully out of there. A little bit of fake pressure in terms of the TP over towards B.
Of a foothold on that seaside to go for the fight, but actually opted for the more composed
yeah, that's impressive
approach.
from Vitality.
Another example where we were almost seeing like cutting sound, waiting, anticipating that rotation or the over rotation on the side of Heretics. This time around, not as drastic as previous, but still they come in here. The second wave or the second hit onto C site, like you said, absolute absence on the side of Heretics. The thing is, actually, in that chaotic exchange, a lot of utility burnt up. Heretics didn't really have the inventory to do much in the retake there.
Because the snowball, yeah, but normally when these teams kind of play on when these comms kind of play, you're looking at like this. Like it is attack sided. But yeah, they have a chance to get a crazy score.
Maybe we're not catching something there, or
yeah.
Said ahead of the third member, I believe, joining that.
Yeah, they hit quite a few going aggro over towards A.
A chance to get behind the ultimate.
Prodding out over towards C, maybe trying to get the ISO ult early.
Hints of proactivity.
Safe, one away from his ult.
Just wisps, really.
Just wisps. The sewer walk up. Now coming through.
Yeah,
I do think if Heretics want to try and clear
I do like the Vitality are doing a really good job of defoing at the moment.
It's that balancing act.
They've been creating a lot of pressure around the map.
And once again, right place, but heads up work from Vitality. Prying out Boo. This is beautiful work from them. This is probably some of the most clinical, concise attacking sides I've seen in a long time.
No, it really is. Yeah, it's been good.
They can keep this anti-eco in the green, right? Can they keep this looking clean and well considered so far? Yes. Rienz will want to try and stick around, maybe play a mini boo, but they're not falling for it.
Really nice from them. They look good. Really good.
The amount of teams
so who wants to get the plant? Because Safe gets an ult with the plant. And then could just let the new guy hunt. Yeah, dude, you can go for it, man. Maybe drop the gun or something.
Just Benji left now, Sheriff in hand. An opportunity to, like I said, and the Constellation will actually find one, but
it's so worth. As long as they can hold on to the gun, it's so worth. Yeah, so this is why I would have dropped the gun, because then now it kind of snowballs into like a lot more damage. But
especially on Haven, you're shooting everything.
Yeah, you are. Anything that moves. Anything that moves.
But yeah, now we get another buy round for Heretics, and they're up against Sova ult and an ISO ult. So this drone just becomes insanely deadly.
Everybody's still shift walking out onto A long. It's like I said, composure is what I'm taking.
The Heretics probably time out, and then the problem is they're just going to go aggro, and it's really obvious. They might go like lay aggro or something.
Aggression here is, I mean, walk through Sue with one rifle and a Sheriff, but they're looking very, very calm in comms as well.
And it's timeout time for Heretics, and it's funny, I was, you know, doing my deep dive on TikTok, as you do, right?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Doom scrolling. There's this great...
What did you find?
Well, no, it's actually semi-related to my job, very lightly, very loosely, as these two have a talk through the options here. There was an interview with players talking about Thierry Henry back in the day.
Okay.
Don't watch much football, maybe you do, maybe you don't.
That era, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, from my youth, which is going back some time. But it was the idea of he was one of the players that you just didn't want to be made to look silly against. It wasn't that he was going to beat you in any way, shape, or form in that regard. It's the fact he'd make you look silly. And it feels like that. And I talk about Durka on this sort of map as well.
Do you think the ISO Euro comp has become Haven meta? It's close.
So locked in on this guy because he's slippery. He's up to all sorts
a lot of people are using it at the moment. I wouldn't say it's there yet, but definitely when people have like two good duelists or like two strong aimers, they go for it. But does it seem every roster, no matter how good, will make it work for 1 year and then fall off? It's just different metas. Like, it's literally just different metas, different map pool. That's it. Stuff changes in the game. like every team, if you look at them, they were always good at this meta. Like they were good at their set meta. Yeah, teams that were like relatively consistent as well, but there was never like a team that dominated through multiple metas. Just hasn't happened in the game. Like teams just have really good reads on set metas. That's basically as far as you get.
A lot of posturing, right? A lot of, take early space towards either A main, C long, and they're willing to pivot off the back. They don't overcommit towards it.
Fnatic 2023 is the closest. There's no meta change there. G2, sure, but they still haven't like won anything big. But I agree with you. Like last year they looked good. This year they're looking good. Like they're close to it.
Another situation where, yeah, there's Sua's presence. Safe, seemingly aware of the possibility.
So yeah, it's very hard to stay consistent. EDG, I mean they're just bashing teams that are behind at the moment. EDG did good last year, and they did okay this year. I don't know. They just won games where they had new stuff. Oh, he got the clone during this as well. It's nice positioning from Heretics on this one.
Unfortunate for him here, but now into a 5v3, starting to actually see Vitality being handled.
Yeah, this is nice, and they're going to get their own ult into it as well. Okay, very nice from Heretics.
Trying to exploit them again.
What's going on here?
Initially, looked as if Vitality were toying with the idea of a pace change, maybe to catch Heretics off guard, but this time around, no over-rotation, not scrambling to re-clear too deep, just a visual check into Garage.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing? It's probably a good thing. Makes it more interesting.
Back in their favor, but wouldn't want to find 3 on the round. Heretics find their first. A little more energetic now as well from Benji. Almost a sigh of relief just to break the momentum slightly. See if Vitality have a response to that. Early paranoia sent through here.
Oh my goodness, nice shots. Omen takes the hit.
Kid on the squad looking sharp as hell, but Woot trying to get back to business.
Close.
Safe to come away from. No chance.
Okay, all good.
Pressure, but it's Dirk to get the
Smoke's still there for a little bit as well.
As that springboard in.
Second ult by round 6 for Dirk up. This time does actually have Safe.
You think EMEA is going to win an international this year? I'm leaning towards no, to be honest, but we'll see. I think Vitality at the moment, for what we've seen, is still our best chance, but...
Testing the nerve of Heretics, right? You're down a player. The temptation is always to re-clear, but it's
this is awkward though. Yeah, he's going to be caught off guard.
Do you fight forward or do you fall back? He tries to fall away, but I don't think it's the right call at this point.
Good luck, Woot.
Trying to bail him out, and now Woot all alone. Oh, he's in his head.
Dude, Yori is such a nightmare to play against. It was a good shot. Just
trying to hold the rest of the map. He's not really got much more to say. There is nothing to be done about this. Again, you've got to almost feel in a way.
They win one, they lose the next. We get the 1-9 loss bonus. Obviously, we can see that they can actually buy next, apart from like Woot.
Outcome, really, the second they walk down long.
Yeah, Vitality is looking so good in terms of the mid-round. Something that Fnatic obviously ran away with.
When you say Fnatic is better than Vitality at the moment, no, I would still side with Vitality, really. Even though I think Fnatic played great, I would still say it's just a little bit too early.
And you're obviously going to hold on to this rifle here. Although there's going to be a response to, like I said, because outside of these reclearances we're seeing, we're not seeing any early proactivity from Heretics, but they haven't really had the funds to back that up. We're looking a little better financially now, sure, but...
Why do people only use ISO on Haven? It is good on this map because you can force for a lot of areas. You can also like farm orbs well. But honestly, I think the genuine answer is that teams don't really like to come up with their own stuff. A lot of people just steal stuff.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. Can you call me a baby?
And this was used for like a fair amount before this year.
Production.
We need the second half of comms there, man. Yeah, you can't leave us on a cliffhanger like that.
We do have a couple ults spinning around.
Yeah, important round for Heretics.
We've got Mini Boo with theirs. Waiting to see if that can be combined with anything. But as it stands, kind of a similar beginning here. This default start with the exploration.
ISO on Lotus, yeah, ISO on Lotus is nice. They just recon onto the clone.
Get away scot-free.
Yeah, ISO on Lotus is good. Again, I just think it's like people need to people don't think for themselves too much. So like this is the comp that had good success early on, and then people had like time to implement it.
More boot. Kind of dipping his toes towards long, but no commitment just yet. Be careful with that jump peak though. Will be noted, and actually curious. Actually looking at the minimap, I didn't know if did he see.
Yeah, I still think like Vitality are doing so good. They're so good at creating pressure everywhere. Like Boo is in trouble.
Boo absolutely knows it's time to run away. Just can't hold that sight.
Keep an eye on the retake. How are they going to do this? 2-pass and pushing behind. Mini Boo has his ult. Safe has his ult as he pushes over towards short. And they give up on the push behind. They don't break the trip.
As well as
still got the paranoia from Boo as well. There's some tools.
So
to get this moving. I like this actually. Reading it perfectly, but no
sure, he maybe delayed it a little bit.
But Dirk is going to get his anyway. Minibu and Rien's going to try and bridge that gap, dive into sight. They forced him away initially. Maybe that early burn on that ult could be a
lovely timing off the tap here.
Punishing the spam on the spike.
Yeah, I mean they can't even see it.
He's got it.
And this is a nice hander from Heretics, to be honest. This was kind of cool. The recon flash as well at the same time was good.
Oh, on a knife's edge there to try and rely on that in the post plant. It's Minibu to really find one on the way in, and then
didn't even
really
have to use
nice
the Euro. Yeah.
Towards long as well.
The flash into the recon was lovely, and they played so heavy off-site. I think this was like one of those rounds where it's like they pressured them. They pressured them so much with the Euro ult that they decided to play like further off-site.
Vitality just on the back foot. Here we go though. Woo.
Dude, I'm looking at Vitality, not even considering this one.
Vitality's early round.
Didn't even consider it.
Wasn't close.
Can I get a smoke and get out, please? He does have help here, but Woot's
hanging around.
It was time to get away from this, but now I didn't like any of that. I believe the official term is squeaky bum time.
He is under control all the time.
On to the good now.
Drone to clear middle as well to see if anyone's trying to take a timing. This means that they can 3-pass and stack A for a little bit. Got the info trip.
Okay.
All good, all good, all good! Oh my god, and the ult coming in as well.
Hey, the oh no. I was going to say the double damage and the ult, but the shield saved him. And they got the second one.
To lack in bodies to play. You got
this is lovely from Heretics.
You look at
they can get 5 here, they've done great.
Lord. Feels like that's a window closing, but they've got to step in towards B now.
Might get the plant out of this, actually.
30 seconds left.
I was going to say, there's nobody towards A-Link. But Vitality anticipating that there is. Might be greeted on the way in here.
Lovely little jump out.
Trade me, trade me.
Very nice on this.
Selfless play from Boo.
And I'm not sure if, again, if we get a chance to look at maybe the player count to see if Dirk is relaying some information or if that's a mini-map moment, because you see Boo at the top of the ramp here and completely caught off guard by that. And with Sivo being just behind Dirk as well, you'd almost imagine there was one person holding each side of the top of the ramp. I mean, he's not tucked. It's an unorthodox position. Yeah, just here. He only reacts on maybe the third. Yeah, the third shoulder.
It's like
unlike Dirk,
moment,
yeah,
right? That's.
It's unlike Dirk though not to be dialed in that situation when he's kind of
let's go, baby.
Kind of leading the way for Vitality.
Well, it was enough of something not feeling right for Vitality to slow down, right?
Now they get their own timeout out.
Hit the pause button because the
I think
momentum
ISO
has
Euro
shifted
be played on Sunset.
Nah,
not really. You'll see more Teo.
We've seen a real change of things.
Teo should be really good. You honestly might see a good amount of Deadlock. I think Deadlock's very strong on Sunset.
Between the coach, but I want to see if it's safe mostly having a chat then. Yeah, absolutely is leading that discussion.
We'll see how teams want to play it. Life is obviously very nice on that.
Being said here, what he's seen and what he thinks will be
Vice,
that
yeah, I think people might try experiment with a double Sentinel.
His was obviously burnt not too long ago, but Dirk is relatively close by, as is Sivo. So you've got a little bit to work with there, but we can see it. Operator is in the hands of Mini Boo, so that is now in play. New element to be added.
Right to mention the ultimates as well at this point. Tools available for both teams.
All right.
Heretics kept this first half
one away for an orb, or are we just doing a straight up punish?
Competitive, considering how it started.
Very nice on this.
Here immediately with that investment. Boo to double down on it as well.
Whoa.
Almost
Almost, yeah.
with the rifle sticking out.
Nicely done. No way.
The battle of the barrels, pretty much.
It's actually less to find it. That's beautiful.
Okay, but you got a 2v4. Now it is Les and Durka, right? If it was only a couple other players, I might not be so locked in, but I'm gonna sit up for this one. Let's try to get the read of things here. Now we know what this map looks like, right? It is heavily towards this side. They have the spike. They also have 4 players waiting here. Still have util on the other side of the map that covers off basically every avenue. It would show, obviously once the camera gets checked, if they decided to pivot towards A. The only thing to get past that would be Durka's utility.
I was going to say, actually, once Les deals with this trip, you can see the TP's left over towards B.
Miniboo's
Mini Boo's. I guess smelling blood in the water.
This
is.
Oh my god, he's going to see.
So he can get ahead of the trip as well.
He's going to get the orb as well.
Really nice.
TP's nice. They get the plant.
Okay,
I mean, maybe.
Now Les is going to have to do a lot here, though. That TP's annoying.
TP's
still
great
have a camera
for them.
Here, but they're swinging. Oh,
it's unlucky.
It's risky. But this TP might be the end of them. The slow death, the creeping death, a valiant attempt being made. But Durka needs to go nuclear, and it's looking unlikely. They put Durka in the corner. Who fancies it? Yeah, you got to take it serious on that one. But Boo with the trade.
Dude,
really
4, that's nice.
Try. Love it. They're using
Looking
the
good.
kit there.
Look at the vitality money. They're
Heretics take another step.
kind of just looking.
Touching distance now, just 1 round separating. So Mini Boo and Boo, a solid C-site hold at the start here. He's catching. Just a glimpse there of the flash, actually. Catching on to Durka.
Yeah, your ult ISO
Really
ult.
well considered from Heretics.
1 away from the ISO
Even
ult as well, which
Vitality's
creates
quite
pressure
calm
over
there.
towards here. So if they did just want to straight up
Not
send it
discourage
towards
things.
A, they could. Looks like they want to create the pressure like they're going for it.
Try and sell something
Might even smoke.
towards.
No, okay. Just did the trip. Sorry, just did the shock for the
Maybe
normal
you can
trip.
just send some,
Dude, I like this from Heretics though. They're pushing aggro over towards
maybe
C.
shock dart to deal with the trip, but
Clearing all of this.
he's on the walkabout.
Oh, that's lovely.
This will, yeah. Which bit?
That's lovely. I don't know what's wrong with me today.
But this will enable a heavy rotation for Heretics. Actually, potentially enabling a stack elsewhere. See it just yet. Still conscious of progress towards Garage, which Vitality have been pretty keen to establish early on.
This is such an information game, isn't it? You've got the Aldrome finding nothing, and obviously nothing being seen by
This is
many
what they're
players.
waiting
they
for.
have so little idea of where this is ending until probably about now. This is starting to feel
Tunnel vision.
like,
I see the
okay,
smoke
no,
over
it is
towards
coming
short.
towards A here.
Okay,
Now, I don't
Boo.
think that they've actually seen Boo.
Okay, they just randomly
so
shot
that
it.
point's nullified. Instantly caught
Definitely
by
the comms
Kicks
are
and
good there. I
Rian
think he
to
said that he
ground.
might be in the smoke.
I don't know if I'd be here, but he's fancying a go of it. Yeah,
Oh, they're going fast.
Big work from Woot, but Kicks with an instant reply. Massive impact. But now down to the 3v2. Less Kicks and safe. Still alive.
Durka saw him? Oh, okay.
Below, but Bogdan's Law ever proficient, but Kicks ahead of the curve. Takes away Mini Boo, and the precious cargo needs to be kept safe.
It locked
Orange, thanks for
side
selling
here.
it.
A beautiful execute from Vitality. Once again finding value over on this
Okay.
side.
I still think,
which has
again,
been
we normally
the
expect
focal
like an
point
8 or
of
a
this
7, so
opposition.
it looks like we're probably going to hit one of those.
Most attack in general, to be
Just
honest with you.
depends where Heretics can get to.
It's another round, like you said, the information
Save the
game
op, everyone can buy
absolutely
after.
key in terms of the outcome of some of these. Yeah, I'm guessing Boo was spotted at some point from Durka and just the spam into the smoke. Didn't actually catch how it happened the first time around, but Vitality now all
The
respond.
ISO ult for ISO ult. Everyone kind of has the counter with this.
Going to be fairly comfortable in terms of their purchase. A couple of gaps over on the side of Heretics, potentially in the next, but even here actually. Woot's Ultimate's the only one to work with, and yeah.
Feels like it'd be nullified by Sivos almost.
Yeah, exactly.
game of the Cam.
Cam got shot, right? Recon got shot as well, so everyone knows there's a lot of pressure over towards it. Any Boo's gonna go for it. Smoke just faded.
Seems to be the response from Heretics has kind of been trying to put this operator in a forward position. So I think now, I mean, the latter rounds for sure, a better idea of what Vitality have been doing to set themselves up. No, it didn't.
Whoa, he's really going searching.
Curiosity, you heard what happened to the cat. Oh, Mini Boo's down. Patience.
Yeah, that's a bit too much for me.
Couldn't last long enough.
But especially when there's like not too much pressure over towards mid, they had
It's such a slow push up behind this as well, which will allow Heretics to put
it's a good little bait,
the
but
positions they want to. Less potential here.
Does he consider that? Oh.
Oh, hey, he's done with a shield.
Ah, it's unlucky.
Nice try.
K-Rians?
was still in such a great position. He was still down.
K-Rians?
Oh, it's magic from
Did pretty good.
Save brings it down to the 1v1. Here we go. Woot, he's trying
Shield
to
diff.
shoulder it. Shield still on.
Such a shield diff.
Taking another step back here.
Great response. We'll be able to recover the operator as well, the top of sewers.
5 on defense. That's real nice.
From Miniboot that allows an opening for Vitality. And this time around, you could criticize maybe not moving fast enough to get ahead of the rotation. Previously crediting them for that approach, but like I said, I think now maybe the penny's dropped in a couple of these rounds prior here.
30 seconds left.
See, a lot of freedom on the way in here. That's crazy.
Just feels poetic, doesn't it? Him dying to a shock dart.
Yeah, it's Woot really leading the charge here for Heretics to bring this back to a 6-5 scoreline.
Looking like Niels has recovered from his injury as well. It was plaguing him before.
Well, I mean, he was still on crutches. Now.
Yeah, definitely has.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, thoughts and prayers. I hope he's all right. We're starting to get the real lay of the land. Durka trying to do what he does best, and he'd been getting away with that for a lot of these rounds. This, however, was an adjustment. We was doing this in, I think, either the previous or the round before, playing very attentively towards that garage side push. Now they're trying to put bodies behind this, but down a man early.
The change of the double damage takes away the drone. They don't really get too much info over towards garage.
I think previously it was less
the press change.
by Woot and the walk out on B.
Heretics have been doing a good job of actually holding on to garage like past 3 rounds. Drone goes to clear it. They might even get an extra bit of info that they're not over towards middle with this also.
This time. Hey, to go a bit. Does he stand?
What does Boo want to do?
Does he run? He sticks around.
It's a really good omen flash.
He's feeling emboldened now. Maybe he's got a little window to work with. You've got to use your utility early, boys. You've got to, of course, you know, push
Still kind of baited a lot of
Now
people
look
in
how many
here.
bodies
I mean,
Heretics
yeah,
on
they
the
got
side
4
ahead
people
of
on
the hit
site.
coming through.
He's
As long as
done
Boo
once,
doesn't
he has
over.
landed a shot. Gets a
Whoa.
tag, not a frag, but
That was
he's
nice.
bought
Good, nice little
time.
pre-fire.
Time's the name of the game. We're at 30 seconds. They got to make a commitment
30
soon.
seconds left.
Because look at the control that Benji has
Yeah,
elsewhere.
they're doing that finger
Heretics
cut
can
sounds, but as
absolutely
we
sit
can
in the
see, Benji went over towards garage when they cleared it with the drone and put the trip deep.
And this is how Vitality will win
They
that round
literally got
early
info.
Hunter's Fury will come through. Will it pave the way?
Rien's still
15
here.
seconds.
Boo's still here. 13 seconds. He's waiting to strike. Still in the spot.
Ooh.
Oh, it's Woot all day long.
Really nice. Really, really nice from Woot. 6 on defense with this comp. That's lovely. And they lost pistol.
To an even scoreline at 6-6.
Beautiful comeback from them. Again, finally it felt they were picking up on some of the things that Vitality employed early on and able to find crucial kills. And what a finish from Woot.
Sorry, Boomer. Kind of tanked one. The guy at the back, yeah, he got a little bit unlucky. No, they did awesome, man. Heretics had a really rough start as well. Like, if they won pistol here, they got so many rounds. Let's quickly mute this before we get wrecked. ISO, yeah, dude, ISO just looks so strong. I'm surprised we don't see it on more maps more commonly, but I do think it'll all go up and up as the year goes on. The defense, I mean, this comp's relatively hard to do on defense. Does feel like, again, they got kind of nice maps on this, even though they had a rough start. What happened with Liquid FUT? I mean, Liquid just kind of ran over them a little bit.
Point from round 5, round 6.
They came in super prepped, in my opinion.
Having a fantastic read on the game was exceptional. We said you can't really have a slow start. Well, it wasn't perfect for Heretics from the word go.
They almost mirror this first half in terms of the end of it.
The map where ISO could be viable as solo duelist, not massively. You can do it on certain maps, but I think you have to have a Teo to allow you. Like if you wanted to do it without comps, you could probably run it on like a, probably run on like an Icebox Sunset. But
having massive impact. I've got to say, Heretics
anything else is going to be pretty hard to work. Unless you do like what Boom do on Ascent, where they're kind of using Teo to clear a lot of angles to get through choke points. It might be a little bit more viable than I think, just purely because of the shield right click being kind of strong, but it's just not worth running. It wouldn't be good after like a demo.
But it's going to be an instantaneous trade. He's going to try and make up the matter from back of sight, fighting out on his own, but he can't do it all alone. Benji's taking him down, and they have the foot in the door by B. It's certainly not secure, though. Could be kicked in anytime. Safe here.
The great flash. Oh my goodness. Guys, instant.
That paranoia coming in from downtown, it looked like, and Wu just hitting it out of the park. Durka, you got a miracle up the sleeve somewhere here. Gotta say, Woot's been hitting, looking good. On the spike, trying to draw a reaction.
Really, really nice. Okay, 1-1 for the Pistols. Should be able to just run away with this for sure.
Ridiculous from Woot.
Looked unreal. It was so fast. I mean, the Omen Flash was great.
Together, but lands perfectly.
Lovely replay. Oh my.
It's one of those semi-accidental.
Yeah, it is. It ends up being a just insane pre-fire.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What?
He was waiting the whole round to react.
He's at 20
That's
kills
so
now.
funny.
Nobody else has broken double digits. For Heretics.
The reason there's so much Polish talent in Valorant,
I
think it's very similar to what happened from like UK talent as well, where maybe there's a lot of tier 2 in CS and they didn't really capitalize on their chances or didn't maybe commit hard enough. So there was enough people that switched over that kind of committed. It seems very similar to what happened to
I really hope you just look at me with a judgmental glance.
The vertical stream can still see us.
Shout out to you 3 viewers. The dedicated few.
British talent in Valorant. I mean, it's definitely not as much now, but if you look at the beginning of the game, I mean, at least in the EMEA, it was dominated by UK.
Don't even really fancy the odds here of coming through and feeding ult charges, but Vitality are gonna just give this one up. I think, yeah, with the ping on the staircase, maybe they're considering.
It does snowball. You know, you don't want to, as you said, give away those ult points. Should be something that Heretics would love to have.
I mean, yeah, potentially send Minibu or Benji forwards at least. That paranoia lands on the stairs.
Okay, Benji's gonna hunt at one point, maybe? Not even.
Really gonna chance it.
Alright.
Rightfully so. To cue the question marks in chat. Vitality will give it that.
Vintage call.
Yep.
That's a vintage call. Wow.
Do you remember how many Lothar threads we had early on, explaining how the economy worked?
Do you reckon he
and Reddit still didn't get it.
Those are the days. I'm still online at that point.
All right.
Still in like COVID jail.
Yeah, relax yourselves.
No.
That was
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to anyone who got timed out in probably Sliggy.
Did you guys see the NA Challengers game where the paint guy dropped 30 and everyone had less than one like 10 kills?
It's the same shit, bro.
Damn, dude.
My ears.
Even he's getting the shout out.
Oh, that was a godly shot as well, straight away. Seabot down to 14. You're not peeking that again, are you?
That's moving the head of the snake. Woot will fall outside garage. 4v5 now. Well, call it a 4v4 is close too.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. Might just be about damage now. We'll see.
Yeah, no springboard on the back of that on either side. Reclearance now towards A-Long. But time and space for Heretics to make a decision here. Only real pressure point probably towards Kicks, but certainly doesn't feel comfortable. Speaking of uncomfortable, 14
Yeah,
HP
a little bit
still.
rough in terms of timing as well.
On the pixel angle here, and Seavo's has actually been well handled so far here on Haven.
Late. 5 seconds. 3 players to clear on A.
Yeah,
This
the double
is
damage shock was actually pretty nice though.
30 seconds
stay
left.
uphill, a bit of an understatement, really.
Time to jump.
Goer here. 20 seconds now. Paranoia's crossing paths.
No way. No way.
What is that? That is cool. Actually, you can take
That's so funny.
Miniboo will just backhand 2 players who are meant to hold this, and now they're a man to the good.
Time to perfection on the back of the Paranoia as well. Miniboo going to stay posted up here.
Oh my goodness, nice shots though.
Wait,
what?
But less is heating up now. Rienz though.
So many nice shots from Vitality at the end here. Heretics will for sure be happy with the damage again. Should feel like they should be winning it, but
stay in this one.
Only
great
one
damage.
Rifle maintained though for Vitality.
That's,
feels
I mean,
like
yeah.
as good of a bad situation
Crazy
as
aim.
possible. So the timing here must have been big. I didn't even catch actually. I'm not even sure actually looking at the assist counter on the kill feed there. Which makes it even more insane that Miniboo still gets the second in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened was he wanted to TP in front of the site, but then the recon would have owned him, so then he waited for the recon, and then he just went for it. Not entirely sure.
Off the back of this now. Got to get that investment going. 8-7. Heretics still.
Okay, shock from far back.
Very early walk up from Woot, but again, it feels like it's just Woot here. He's oh god, it feels like a battle there.
Didn't even hit him.
A couple of pings from the long-range dart from Safe as well.
This is nice though, and they create so much pressure on the map.
Again, you look at actually, I wouldn't say broken purchase, but obviously there were gaps in terms of the utility.
Okay, wanting to get info, Vitality drone over towards mid and re-clear the question mark in garage. So, and honestly, yours kind of peeking over towards here. So, Vitality feel like they clear all of this. And as soon as this pressure goes over towards A, you would imagine with the re-clear that they just did, they would heavy rotate.
This time is going to be.
Oh my!
Sight stunner from Durka. That's Woot gone. But how do they read that? Do they still feel it?
Yeah, no, I think with that as well, you kind of think that they were most likely going to try and pivot back over towards C. Nice, so luck.
Take a look at the minimap.
Still a bit pretty heavy, over rotate.
Over towards C, this is all a fake towards A.
I don't know, I think they read into that a little bit wrong. I probably would have. Heavy stacked on C. Dude, Les wins so many rounds of just his aim.
Big impact kills. That positioning from Benji could have been everything. It's not now. Looking to try and make that back up elsewhere. Rienz is going for a little bit of an aggressive fight. Spots out 2. He's done damage towards 1. And now there's a third joining the party. This is
He's shown some mad confidence. Oh my goodness.
Brilliant from Miniboo. But still, look at the numbers. Rienz and Boo up against 3. Not easy. Not with
nicely handled
Durka, wanting their sight back.
Durka to push down and win that aim draw. He was so confident that someone was lurking in there. I wonder if that was like a little bit of anti that they did.
It's a crucial kill, and there's.
They like to insert one over towards Cubby. Look at it, he looks so confident that someone's in there.
Be it in window or in mid.
I was watching the minimap as well, and we never like overextended.
Clearance or just in rotation.
And I like this initiative, though, coming back in from Heretics to try and take the fight towards CT, but Vitality very aware, very on top of that. 8-8 now.
Big rounds money-wise.
Noise in the studio now.
Yeah, someone else was trying to do that like last
We've
week.
got a 5 and 3. People that can't buy next.
Vitality, please don't do it. You know
Double
what I
kill
mean?
trips on C, and they are kill trips. They're like a little bit further back than you would normally do.
So you need the URE. Right, direct
Well, they got the kill
approach.
trips.
Okay.
And that's kind of the rounds.
Well, and it was Leicester fully anchor C site here.
Do they give Woot the spike to plant?
Hunter's Fury will be posted as well.
Can you find anyone else? Got the C site, that's going to be put into place.
But honestly, with the 2 ults in there, no, okay, did they?
That
No,
was
they.
a very direct approach. Lester's been doing
I would have been
some
so
really
fine for them to
dangerous
get the
work
ISO
later
ult and
into
ISO ult here as well.
Remove him early. But we got ult here with
Vitality
Durga.
realized how important this round is, so ult goes in as well.
Does he get? He gets pretty much all of it. Wu trying to do the dodge, trying to get around it. Still takes down Siva.
Durga.
Now straight out on it. Durga taking the back of the site for himself. Leaving Boo in a
Boo's
1v2.
really far away.
He's got to get there quick. There's problems aplenty. He's ignoring one to take the fight on the other, and Hunt's not achieved. Boo is still in with a chance on this. Oh my word! Boo, can you do the unthinkable? Kicks ain't on it. Kicks ain't on it. He had to refresh the smoke here. And Boo gonna try and get closer. Oh, the shot!
Oh, I don't know about that one from Kicks, man. There was multiple chances where he could have stuck this.
But it's Boo to seal the deal.
Panicked a little bit.
Les just caught in no man's land from this early push from Woot. We've seen him do this a couple of times. Almost bulldoze his way up C long. Durka to find 2 crucial kills on the way back in, but Heretics steady the ship.
Felt weird because it felt like he just had a lot of indecision, really.
Nasty of you. Now Sheriff's Mike. Is this a Shiko?
Looked incredibly indecisive.
Benji, how's the aim training?
One enemy remaining.
Good enough. Good enough.
Honestly, I think they just kind of... I think that is the round that everyone will go back to.
Have you not heard the story?
Not today.
He couldn't fully stick. Yeah, but... So let's think. There was a Cypher ult going, so he didn't want to stick, and then he traded across, and then he could have half... And then, well, I mean, then he got half. Then he could have stuck with the fast spam. Decided not to. Then didn't go for the aim jaw. I don't know. It was a little bit rough. The reason he didn't stick it earlier was because the Cypher ult, and obviously he thought he was down towards long. So you can't be too mad at that. It's like the second stick.
Really, if Miniboo can come forward and find it.
Stick on the first tap. I mean, he was Cypher forward. He couldn't.
Already got his ultimate, so
Like no one had info on Boo. Like we could see that he was here, but he should probably have been it.
Yeah. Obviously, Vitality going to come back on the purchase. It's for them actually. Yeah, I mean, Kicks and Ness have their ults, but necessarily round winners.
Bro, they whipped so bad at me, but I also whipped.
A humble king.
Yes, he's a humble king right there.
Okay, let's see what they got.
How do you feel about his mullet work?
Wow, that is a loaded question.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you can rock a mullet, absolutely.
Well, I'm not talking the abstract. I'm talking about Benji. Do you like the mullet?
Yeah.
Would you ever get a mullet?
Why are you
no,
looking like that?
I love his mullet.
Okay.
Would,
Steady. Chill.
I can't imagine you with a mullet though.
I don't think I ever did have one, to be fair.
They got a good amount of ults to work with.
Never went through.
I had really bad curtains at one point.
Don't look at me like that. You're really making eye contact as you say that. Please get the pictures.
Anyway, 10-8. This will be the one to make things a little uncomfortable for Vitality. Yeah, actually, Heretics almost have a purchase in hand here. Like I said, on the brink of both duelist ultimates.
Okay, ISO ult for attack to potentially make things easy.
Now you want to see an adjustment.
Do they go aggro over towards A to get the ult?
Here towards C site, you do see some
Does
support
look like it.
in the form of Kicks. I doubt we'll see less caught off guard again in a similar circumstance. To look elsewhere, they're almost equipped for some aggression towards A. You do have the TP.
Hey, looking pretty free though. Looks like they might get the ISO.
To get a quick rotation.
Yeah, orb taken. Defense ISO. Got a info trip with a kill trip. If they try and go over towards this, everyone's playing behind the Euro ult for the behind the Euro clone for the ult.
Too far off.
Do they fight for it? Is that the response that Vitality opt for? Heretics
Recon over towards A, clears, creates the question mark.
Identify a little bit caught less.
Knowing they for sure create the question mark over towards long, they group up towards C.
Maybe sensing some of that paranoia on the side of Vitality.
A good drone though. A really nice drone from Vitality on a good timing. Droned all of this, cleared here.
In terms of the trips.
One pass and hold over towards A. Smoke does come up though, but they're already on a heavy lean. Vitality might actually be in position for this. Blind ult. Does Saivo ult now? He probably should.
Both ISOs did have their ult, so...
Damn, the double kill trips are going crazy.
So nasty. Such a valuable little player, but the issue in my mind is this Spike being its current position. How are you ever meant to get it back or deal with it at 10 seconds? You got to go, and there's double stack towards the back of the site. Heretics elected a little too late in the day. Oh! Maybe I need to shoot.
Damn, bro, this got close though. Saivo ended up doing the ISO ult but lost. And then got incredibly close.
Falls this time in the hands of Vitality.
Almost looks as if Rians is just
he was on for it.
Yeah, not expecting the third to be
this
as close as he was.
Yeah, they got double kill trips. Oh, it was cross-map recon, right? Wait, that's an insane cross-map recon. Because that's the solo A holder.
Hey, good shit, guys.
But again, Durka did look a little defeated in that before the spray came out from safe there. You know, and maybe it's just focus. You know, that's just blind assumption. But still, this is a very close affair between these two.
Yeah, I mean, and
that's 9 now.
Yeah, the concern being it's only safe to hold on to a rifle coming out of that, and we're going to see a broken purchase on the back of that. I was going to say a lifeline found in terms of the round victory, but everybody said Heretics.
The garage inserts? No, they're so fine.
Now have Mini Boo's ultimate to work with.
As long as you're ready for a reaction elsewhere, I feel like.
So still options to make something work. Well, that's what we're seeing discussed now in this Heretics timeout.
Damn, this is a big round though. Damn, look at this. This round's crazy. No one has any money.
I mean, we could talk about Rians, but that's just like mullet.
There's not enough diversity to get on the stage.
Easy.
Well, I'm obviously well represented.
I can't believe you joined the bald buff gang.
Still not over it, huh? I've got it back.
Okay, now as much as we will see, it feels like a little bit of posturing at the start. I pause because there's rarely
trying to potentially get the combo, but it'd have to be a lot on this to get that.
Rewrite how they want to approach this round.
I mean, safe in a pretty deep position here. Probably unlikely to see him.
Safe needs to make sure he doesn't go down with his Euro as well.
This first wave of contact, but to say that actually, now hitting the rotate.
Oops.
After not spotting anything with the drone, just going to leave one player posted up in the form of Sevo towards A long.
I'll handle this.
Going to have his hands full once again.
Dude, I really thought Safe might just go for an ult there. Following up the Euro ult. He might still do on. Okay, no. Goes over towards site.
He's got help.
Dude, they might even get 4 on site. Yoru took the TP, double damage came in, hit 2, Omen Flash, maybe hit the clone, that's about it. 4 people on site.
We're trying to lead the way, he's still got the shield there. You're going to see the clone go through, you're going to see Safe tucked towards Graffiti. 4 players, Durka takes the corner, takes the life of 2. It's now down to Benji.
Okay, nicely done from Vitality. And they heavy committed on this. Heavy committed.
Round for Durka. He said maybe looking a little muted on the player cams.
Well, that was the important round that we said. We got Heretics down to an eco now.
Matchup versus Fnatic, particularly on this map. Not so much of an issue here in the home stretch of map 1. Actually, the pendulum swing right back in Vitality's favor now.
Yeah, I was about to say they don't have any money, right?
Heretics,
and they might even be able to save their ult combo for the last rounds. Well, for the big buy rounds.
It actually would.
Yeah.
Like, unreal.
Along with the tech pause.
Don't talk to me about that. I've been theory crafting for years, but we haven't had a tech
Production
pause.
just shouted at me. Alberto's just got straight on the mic.
I really want to introduce the audience to Alberto at some point. It's like Evan. Yeah, no, he loves a tricast.
He does love a tricast.
And he just went, yes, please, on talkback. That's crazy. Because like Evan's too like mild-mannered and calm.
Innocent.
Alberto, nah, opposite. We do this because there's nothing going on.
Not much happening.
Not much happening. Alberto
Yeah, there isn't really anything happening.
Yeah.
Heretics just wanted to see if anyone makes a mistake.
Brilliant, thanks, mate.
Nice shot, gun down. Yeah, it gets kind of weird now.
Guys, just clip from this point on.
Safe, holding onto the gun.
No more is gonna happen.
Yeah, there's not a second here.
Yeah, you don't hit those.
They're policing the weapon. They don't want any threat.
Smart. That's what you say about safe. Smart player.
Oh my goodness.
Nobody's shooting the darts, so a ton of information on the back of that. We'll get the upgrade as well. This mini boot to pick it up.
All good, all good. Oh my god, it's not good. It's
Yeah,
not good.
hold
It's
up.
not good. It's bad. This is bad. This is going bad.
Hold up.
It's going terribly wrong. Oh dear, I'm so glad we restarted the clip darker. Can you save us? Save me. Oh dear, he's still got flash. He's trying to just get in front of all this util being just spam.
Oh boy, what a rough one from Vitality. They got a couple of really rough ones in there.
Of course they do that.
Nice shots from Boo, especially the fast one.
That's really rough. Yampy's in the building. But yeah, Heretics. I mean, this is. How did he even find this open?
I don't.
Again, Sivo just it kind of overstays his welcome a little bit there.
Not too risky.
Not respecting the Shiko for sure. As you're taking a drink. We need a Shiko sponsor.
Yo, maybe we should just do nothing. Like we did.
Play safe card.
Maybe we should just do nothing.
Human, but
Damn, forcing down to an eco as well to get the outlaw out.
Guys!
Guy changed so much that round. It's so devastating for Vitality. Those two really standout rounds, right? Obviously the kicks, 1v2.
What was the plan?
Or I guess it was
just safe and less now.
The Boo 1v2.
Not a great financial position behind it either. Rien's got his ultimate. Mini-Boo actually just 2 away as well, potentially, for the next round. That could feel like the map just completely rescinded back towards Heretics.
Was it Benji who said
Vitality?
maybe we should
Yeah,
just
they
do
reacted
nothing?
really
Well,
weird to the...
No, not less. Oh, I've forgotten about less. It's
No
all
shot.
good. Mini-Boo's here. He's on the case. Safe did really well before saving a round for that position.
They reacted really weird to the gun being down because they decided to smoke short instead of like smoking this.
I can't believe that works out.
You had to hold it better.
I wasn't expecting that to come out, especially after the previous. Again, they're just looking to catch 1 or 2
And if they had smoked up, they could have got the thing away. And then with the recon, no one pathed over towards default.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, the flash is ridiculous onto X.
My ult's ready.
But yeah, it's 3 separate engagements.
Pull into the round as well. Oh man.
Guys, let's go! Derka Vandal, and I shit on Derka.
Okay, 2 chances and they have the killer combo. Both teams. Wait, they what happened?
It looks like shit.
Did they force into last round?
I'll get fined, don't worry.
Why is this so bad?
I can't swear for the rest of the day now.
Oh no, you've got one contractually.
They forced
Stingers.
at 11-10.
Durka to be the one to watch
Why?
it. Yeah, we do still have the Guardian as well with Les and a Sheriff with Sivo, but that's kind of where we're sitting. And I've got to say, EMEA's gone slowly but surely better with Stingers. We're not NA yet, but Yampy made it look good. I'm really over-exaggerating.
Yeah, we got like a couple of
Yampy made
people
it
to
look
make
good.
it look alright.
I mean, Sivo's still shouldering long here. Call it dancing with death. As Mini-Boo.
I mean, they can ult off of it, off the info. Here we go.
On the backside of that as well, Rien's will connect.
See if
Oh, whoa, that was kind of smart. What the hell was that from Kicks? Realized the Euro was going to check him. He Omen ulted and then cancelled it, so they don't realize he's on short. Oh, it was a nice idea, though. I liked it.
Drive-by! Gonna take away Kicks. Safe desperate to get something back here. Takes away Woot. Durka pops the ult there. Back in. 20 seconds and Spike was loose. Back into hand now. Re-ends with a sharp shot. Takes away Safe. Durka trying to do everything, but it's on less than a 1v3. Love a better gun, but he may not get the chance to get the upgrade. One tucked towards Graffiti. Heard the
Yeah, I mean, this is just contact double swing.
This crossfire. Oh, it's not.
Okay, nicely done from Heretics, especially Boo. Boo won them a lot of rounds. He won them that big eco. He won them that 1v2. Very, very nice. Obviously, Wu was the main guy in terms of all that, the fragging over the whole map.
To suffer this loss, and a brilliant course correction from Heretics. We'll have to
it's a rough loss for Vitality. I feel like you would feel, if you were in Vitality, you would feel like you lost the map instead of Heretics winning.
On the wing, and he just one man being him. No, me on the wing, and he got one man. I'm just being him. He very Gucci, so the Gucci. No, talk on the wing. Yes, I am rude, mother.
That's good. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. To get the VOD uploaded. Again, for people that are new here, we've got a VOD channel as well. Remember, we've spoken about that for a while. Where if you want to check out a map, check out something that went down, you can find it easy.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Team Heretics win the mirror match on Haven, back and forth series, but in the end they got the dub on their map pick. But we have to talk about how they got it done. There were so many pop-up moments on both of these sides, and quite frankly, Vitality were off to a good start.
Yeah, they were. They won the pistol, won the follow-up, and then dominated on the bonus round as well, and everything was going so well for them. It was just when Team Heretics decided to start to turn up, started to figure out what was going on throughout that middle of the first half, where everything really turned around.
No, I think that we just saw, it was what we sort of said, those duelists. It was the battle of who was going to pop off the most. We had a strong start from Safe as well, which it's good to see that individually he was able to get back into things after a slightly tougher series versus Fnatic, but ultimately we saw Heretics in good form, and that's exciting for me.
I love the storylines you're bringing to this one. We're setting this one up. You talking about last week, like who choked harder, and now it's who popped up harder.
Yeah, it's just one of those things.
Who wants it more?
Look,
right?
Who popped off harder at the start, at least, was Durka, and I've got a clip that we can have a quick look at as well. It is, of course, round 3. It's how they won the bonus round, and what we want to focus on is it's going to be a double pump, and it's incredibly successful. But what it starts with is a round 3-dimensional drift, because Durka went so hard at the start of the game. He's going to get all of this information. If we pause here, you'll see very shortly that all of the C site is going to be pretty much mopped up. So we zoom in on the map for a second, up here, and then you'll see that, look, this camera is going to be there. There's going to be a cyber cage here that's triggered, as well as one here. So if we keep rolling the clip, he spots all that out, you know, sees everyone on site, tries to force them on towards that back part of the site, which is successful. There it is. Gets out of the dimensional drift. There go the cages. And now, what do? If we pause, look where everyone is. Look where everyone is. All 5 of Vitality are there on the site. So, of course, you know, Heretics are going to think, all right, this is A-OK. Let's just rotate over. They disappear, you know. Teleport out from Durka. The others, 2 more go in towards Garage. You're going to see him drop a telly over towards the B site, which is going to be crucial. It goes towards the back. He triggers it. It's a fake out. And just like that, you're going to see a full rotation from all of the Team Heretics members. We're going to pause here for a moment. As you can see again, everyone's left C. They're like, oh, they're going somewhere else. They've even dark covered over towards the A site. They have no idea where Vitality are heading. And if we roll it forward from here, it's that second pump. C site's completely free. There's none of that Cypher utility that was there. And then from here, they win the round. Vitality playing this one perfectly. And hope you guys at home can put this in your own pugs.
Okay.
Totally. It's simple. It's simple.
Yeah, you did that in solo queue. It's so easy.
Hey, look, I have high standards, all right?
Okay, listen, maybe you don't have an entire team to back you up on these kind of execution. Maybe you just are the individual, you know? Maybe you just need to channel your inner wood.
Exactly.
Because that I feel like you can maybe emulate to some degree,
Probably not, but
lower
like,
degree.
not like this, but maybe your opponents are worse, and then you can make it look like you're playing like this. Yeah. Woot had, I want to say, at least 5 or 6 rounds where he just looked completely unstoppable. Like, you talk about this aggressive pressure that was put in. Like, you mentioned that they were able to push into a site and fake out. It was because of the space that they kept onto. Well, Woot decided, you're going to have no space for the rest of the game.
Space.
I'm going to get up in your face. I'm going to make sure that a lot of the time you're not even going to get towards that site. And what started as an incredibly good start ended up dwindling to an even scoreline. A lot of because what this guy was doing. And realistically, he even maybe cooled off a little bit.
Yeah.
But they have another duelist, a Lithuanian duelist, who did just as well.
That's interesting that you have to mention that he's Lithuanian. I'm sure it has absolutely nothing to do with a hot take that someone made on this desk prior to this. That's a coincidence entirely.
Hey, Lithuanian esports stonks, they are up, mate. I'm just telling you.
All-time high.
Boo, Mini Boo, Bold Boo, like all of them have been doing fantastically throughout this series.
Mini Boo's reactionary cams to Wood popping off. Like at one point, you just couldn't even believe it, and he himself had a great game as well.
Yeah, he's a fan of his own teammates. That's as good as it gets, really.
You want to have people around you that pump you up. If you have people that are negative on the team, it drags you down. You don't want to play good Valorant. And so that's exactly what we've seen here.
Well, it's funny as well because his brother is so calm.
Yeah.
Like, anything happens.
That's how siblings work, right?
Yeah, and Boo's emotions do not change. And Mini Boo is the polar opposite. We saw earlier, 11-4 up, death slams when he doesn't get a kill. And then in this game, like, even when it might not have been going the best for him, he's so hyped for his teammates playing well that you see it bring himself back into the game. And that was one of the main reasons they were able to take this over the line.
Yeah, it was one of those situations as well where it was an eco that ended up swinging the tides right at the end and ended up getting Heretics across the line on that attacking side. It broke the economy of Vitality. They had to force for the last 2 rounds, and yeah, things just went wrong. But I say eco, look, Sheriffs, they are deadly, and they can make things go crazy, so we got a little bit of that.
I'm excited to see what we have in store
Darker
on
Jet.
Icebox. All
Yes.
right, so we have not seen Team Vitality at all on this map thus far.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. You go back to old school Icebox where Fnatic were dominant, and one of the main reasons for that is Durka was the best Jet in the world on this map. It was his map. He's the king of Icebox. So I think they're going for this more traditional composition, one that, okay, it doesn't quite have the Sage, but it basically has everything else that you would be running a couple of years ago, up against what is a new school comp, running that Neon, running the Vice, even after some slight nerfs in combination with the Tejo. These are two very different looks to the map.
And the thing for me as well is, you know,
Vitality
Kicks,
decided
all these guys
to
on Vitality are
pick.
going to flex a little bit, but with ISO
And I thought Heretics looked pretty good.
You've seen him just play control, and now he's onto that initiator.
And this is
and he
really
was having a pretty
standard.
good game there for Vitality, so if he can keep that up, if he can, you know, stand at the back, trade everyone else that's running, then even if Durka isn't able to get the entries, he is going to have that flash to help him out. He's going to have, you know, the double initiator with the Sova. There's so much going for Vitality here. It's just a matter of what have they been doing with their practice, because they need to bring
what can
something out here, or
they
it's
dissect from that one demo that's out there? And how different do Heretics decide to play it for like the beginning of the half? Wait, who starts on attack? I was sure looked at
this. Let's see if both teams did their homework as we're heading into map number 2. And for all the action, I'm going to send it back over to you ever so
Vitality comp. The thing is, you got Darker, so you kind of want him to be on Jet.
Must have never met us, Zoe.
He
Don't
does
know if love
dominate
in the word,
this map.
but thank you very much. And yes, it is map 2 time. Vitality's choice. This has to look better than map 1. Yes, it was a close map 1, but it felt like the energy was just being drained from that Vitality side.
Yeah, even in some of the round wins, we were talking about, well, credit it when it's going well, right, composure, but they look a little muted.
Yes.
Versus, well, I don't want to say what you would expect coming out of them, but just out of sorts almost in some regards. But
we have
again, this should be
Vitality
a
on
very exciting
defense,
map 2.
Heretics on attack, and Heretics looked a lot better on defense, I feel like, but they also had some pretty cool rounds on attack.
Probably going to be the pivotal point, really.
They were the ones that had that weird, like, Neon all round, right? Where they split over towards A through here. So they definitely got some stuff.
Neon, an exciting prospect.
This really is the old against new, isn't it?
Flash for the bottom of tube. Can't see it from the top, and then you late flash. Would get anyone pushed here as well.
Where do you sit on this old
Yeah, flash to see if anyone's pushing through tubes, kind of nice.
Bang on.
I think they wait until the smoke went down as well, I'm not entirely sure. Dude, oh boy, Benji.
As
long as he doesn't overstep here. Wait. Oh god, this is weird. Well, 2-person hold into the 5-person push.
Benji gets punished, but do they expect
Knife's
to swing?
incredible.
Now that knife's going to be fantastic, but they still have to try and suffer through the fight. Woot clears kicks, but by then, Les has already taken down Boo. He's buying time. He's buying so much time, but it is a 3v3. The rotation's not in on the site, however.
So with Durka, Sheriff in hand, almost gets
Problem is,
an opportunity to
problem
put
is
it to
that
good use here.
they got no map control.
But time, space. Yes. As Heretics will find their way back towards A site, which was completely open at the start. Was there no confirmation of presence on the other side? Seemingly Vitality
Salvo close corners on top site.
Tested here in very different situations.
Man, they felt behind the curve this whole way, though. Every site they've tried to test, it feels like Vitality have beat them to the punch. Safe just going to play a bit of a secure game from the back of the site. Just need to overextend. Shouldn't give isolated 1v1s here. 10 seconds now. A 1v2 is a lot to ask, but it is Mini Boot. And in these moments, he's going to at least get the time on his side. Spacing, he's seen both. Gets a reload, backs away.
He actually gave himself a lot of chance onto that one.
Just clearing it within the end.
2-1 in the pistols.
And they get the defuse.
Something to maybe look back on here. Les doing a ton of damage at the start here. Actually, the first threading the needle onto Benji.
Oh, that kill is
the second
wild.
looking
A good stun from
very
Minibu.
tasty onto Boo as well. Unfortunately here, because I think Minibu didn't actually see on the HP, but I think he caught the initial headshot.
Oh boy, here we go.
Just clipping
4 people he can one-shot? Maybe. A lot of potential for this.
I hope this is a good game. There's so many cool aspects of these two teams meeting here on Icebox. I really hope it's nice and competitive. I don't want like a blowout for either side. Now Miniboo investing into this. Well, Woot really kind of setting him up. Only down to 200 credits for Woot. So
Did he see the barrel?
Of course, on the other side, you're looking at how many light shields there are.
Don't think so.
Barring Sivos, everyone else is vulnerable.
I want to say that Les might have seen the barrel.
Can he find a man though? Can he find a clean fight? Easier said than done. Yellow still has a player behind it.
Yeah.
And they should be on red alert as well, because if they've noted that Outlaw's in play, they also have to be very careful here. They've gone for a very light investment.
Don't want anybody swinging onto a solo engagement now. Just farming up the orb. Again, a moment for...
This is nice. They're going to recon behind here with the wall up to just double check that they've actually created the question mark and there's no one towards yellow. Oh, there goes the recon. Well,
start there.
Yeah, it's meant to go back here so no one on site can shoot it, but...
EVS, thank you. See, they're just using Miniboo like the tip of the spear, right? But Dirk's position, it's a big adjust.
Yeah.
You don't pre-aim this sort of angle, so Dirk...
Nah, it's kind of strong from Dirk, though, and he might spot the outlaw early.
There it is, that should it. Yeah, it's gone now. Dirk should... I'm surprised he's sticking around here. It does stay around a little bit later than I expected.
This shot could be everything.
To take a challenge and take a bit of a risk, but a great fight towards middle opens up a chance. Can't get the gun in time. Sivo quick to police it. Now look what remains, Benji.
I'm putting it to good use now.
Giving it to the Fortnite kid. It's always a little bit risky there. Sivo, though, keeps it secure. Rien's
Dirk has 1 HP.
Dirk has got 1 as well.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, I thought that was a shock dart for a second. Christ. There it is.
My goodness, Dirk going across the rope with 1 HP is crazy scary. Yeah, good damage.
Handled, but a threat made out of very little.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you've got to call it as much as a victory as possible here to get the plant down and find 3 kills on the top of that.
Thank you, EBS.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and the following.
And the cinematic.
That's for you guys at home to use. You're welcome. But this is kind of where you felt that was done for, right? But again, they made mountains out of molehills.
They did, yeah. Unfortunately, Miniboo. Yeah, you got the 50-50 going left or right here. Maybe would have found Durka. Yeah, feisty would be the word with that purchase coming in.
So they take the hit of...
There's Woot to bring in...
It's not too bad. Wall and the Stinger's all they miss out on.
So anticipating it's a lesser purchase side of Vitality.
Recon deep into the swing. And honestly, you might not think that he's facing this just purely because most people would be facing after like their KO flash if you were gonna go aggro. So didn't mind the idea from Vitality on the bonus here.
Over towards this position with Woot.
Drone goes late as well, like no one's close and he's trying to just get info. Yeah, they double baited this, kind of nice.
Second confirmation, Miniboo's still there.
You got to roll your minds back.
Woot's giving up the angle.
Drone goes in. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, I liked it though. I liked it from Vitality. It was cool to bait this in.
I think Boo copped a bit as well. Yeah, down to 40. But that could have been a disaster in the making. And it should be a stark reminder of what someone like Durka has notoriously and historically done on this map. Heretics need to recheck that box, go through it. The aggressive jet on Icebox. Iconic. Flash primed with kicks there. Is that over? Hard to follow. And it is going to reveal a lot of the intention
recon
now,
to get
especially
info.
coupling with Les's deeper
Okay,
positioning.
util goes in, dude safe than good though. Took down the low HP. Nice shot.
Fancy room, but a fancier shot from kicks. Miniboo has to gap close, try and get a partner there. She's done it. Does he get away? He does. Good from
Look
Miniboo,
at
but
Les
dangerous nonetheless. And speaking of,
flank here.
Oh, did he?
I think spotted, but now will be
Leslie thinks he did.
Confirmed here by the audio cue.
Steve's just got to play his life for a second. Keep cool, keep calm for a moment. Les! A moment dropped there of concentration. Now leaving
Miniboo had an absolute round, so they do win it.
Especially with just the ghost. And a man haunting them right now is Miniboo. Ah, this is not looking good. Another bullet, but give it a chance. Time is ticking. He's got to get a move on. Oh my god, Sivo, this would be absolutely mythical if he could do it with Miniboo. Breaking ankles and breaking hearts. Beautifully handled.
Yeah, Miniboo had an absolute round because it was looking rough. Vitality should be super happy with the damage done because
Just the one rifle.
That's everyone dying and an armory by here as well.
The hands of Minibu. Again, yeah, a moment here where, against Durka going forwards with the Bulldog with 2 other members only on pistols, so almost a little concern to give one away with such a huge gap.
2 bullets.
The dash up.
I liked it though, you can see the Benji didn't want to peek without his teammate.
Maybe anticipating.
Wait, don't go, don't go! Tommy, you screamed so much, I shit my pants. I'm not gonna lie.
Luca with the 32 months, thank you so much for the prime, appreciate that. Okay, we get a giant round where pretty much everyone can't buy next apart from these. Sure, we'll include Daka.
Now, okay, Minibu's got ult, Rien's 2 away. I'm checking down. Woot's 1 off his 2. On the other side, Durka 2 off, Sivov 1 away. Unless aggression being the name of the game, it looks like for him.
To be least present to greet the drone. Does still have
Okay,
kicks.
once they lose over towards B control and reaction insta drone, reinforce it with 1. But this gets really weird. Because obviously, you can't really hold both of these with 1. So even though Durka's watching this, he might feel like he gets timed at one point. No way Durka goes for this. What's going on? Why?
Use the passive to get across up onto the side, just outside nest, and punished for it. Not the problem being, yeah, look towards the mid.
Because his teammate left him, I guess.
Safe in a position to catch off this rotation. Heretics. Oh, this could be awful for
my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh boy, it's a disaster for Vitality on this one.
Now they're gonna know what's happening though. Safe was clearly calling that out, right? Maybe hearing the steps up by those pipes.
Did it just save?
It's either a cancel
it's an incredible round for Heretics money-wise, as long as they plant.
This might be cooked at this point. This would be a post-plant with Rien's ult, potentially Woot's.
And then Woot manages to get his ult for the next round as well. Yeah, I would start riding up the 3Ks. So it got really weird, right? Oh. Hey, Vitality will take that.
Throw out into the wind.
And I kind of want to roll back to the start of this as well.
Yeah, just trying to secure that it's a
Durka being punished on the push-up
clean round.
Belt, pretty much, right? Like I was saying it in just the previous.
See, it was a little bit weird from Durka, right? Just as I was talking about him being here, the fact that he has to cover both of these. Normally, you have to have someone else like watching your heaven. Safe leaves him, goes for an early rotate. Then Durka doesn't feel comfortable. He watches the floor. No one goes to him, and then he goes on the rope and then jumps across or like hovers across. And then Boo's close, hears it, pings it out, and then just wins the duel. Just because, I mean, I think Safe has to stay there if they're doing this.
Here it is.
See here, yeah, I mean, even the ping came across.
Lovely. Really nice, and this feels just gutting.
It was still really early. Him to push, yeah. But it's like, I don't know, it just wasn't good. I think Safe has to stay there in my opinion. Like no matter what, even if he pushes, like timing could happen. It just feels like I don't know, he's going too much to try win the round in my opinion. Okay, incredible.
Oh my god!
Oh god!
Durka is being absolutely
oh boy, the little body block as well, and the Safe got tagged as well. Drones cleared everything. And if Vitality lose this, they got to eco, and their good start's kind of just in the bin.
Actually not got that building yet. The site will be there. There's no easy way to force them off from this.
Molly goes in, stun to make sure that no one follows it up. They get the good plant. How many get off site here? Everyone gets off site apart from Minibu.
I believe, yeah, it has been. Minibu really wants to stick around. They've got deeper post-plant positions. They're going to have Woot's utility. They're going to have the others in line. They let Minibu go forward. Woot in unison as well. Les now down low. It's all on Les.
I mean, it was a nice molly from Les to actually like
those missiles back up, those
get these two, but
to buy those precious seconds on the
so much damage has been done. Drone to confirm he's not on it.
30 HP, yeah.
He knows it. That's wrapped up. That one's done. He's going to walk away from this.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Heretics again.
They can get 2 extra guns with this, though.
Understanding some of the fundamental things in this Vitality squad that would have made them great once upon a time here.
You've got to wonder now if Durka tries to dig his heels in, or maybe an extra body across to put that in motion. Maybe.
Oh, they have jet knives. Yeah, you're right.
The missing piece to
they
this
should get a pretty good buy.
And look, roll your mind back. There was never.
I mean, to be fair, though,
whoa! He's here so fast.
It's outstanding. The guy is one of a kind on this. You know, he made Neon
do that. The deep recon with the Neon sending like that is really cool.
Beautiful from him. Yeah, fantastic entry. Well said, Benji.
I like that as well. No one plays close anymore as well because most people commonly use the drone like this. So doing that, you kind of know the mid's clear anyway, or like close is clear anyway, just because of the pressure. Really, really cool. People far back shoot the turrets. They don't think that you're close. Knife goes in, doesn't spot anyone here. What did they actually do? Oh, I thought they were going to force more into this.
On the back of the turret being dealt with.
So priority on Durka getting an op is what their win condition is, they feel like.
Drones will cross paths here outside A. Again, yeah, conscious that there's early progress with Durka unnoted as of yet. Does he go walkabouts here?
Yeah, Kara flash this time. Here comes the flash.
That temptation. He's going to go for the swing. Only a flash in. It was decent to set him up for one, but that's not enough to change the outcome of this round. And then it falls on the likes of Les, who's got the Vandal still. It falls on the likes of Sivo, who's got the Guardian. Sheriffs and Ghosts beyond that.
Neutral dump comes through.
Treat to watch.
Oh my god, he's 9 HP. He gets it. Chill.
Miniboo going to carry on applying pressure.
Barrel.
Yeah, I think he's just got to stay alive there and be the pressure, but...
This is still doable, and
I'm so nervous for them.
Go of things.
Considering the lockdown here? Yeah, they are. Going to invest it.
Feels vulnerable enough, feels real enough, feels
it's a good plant,
like it could be
but they just use their molly.
Gotta look at the util we have here. Nothing to really dissuade the defuse.
And the plant's open though.
Yeah, Les has a wall to block this.
Wanting to be the one.
Well, Les had a wall to block this.
And the counter ult may be unnecessary, but why not throw it in down to the classic? Nice try.
No way, 6 HP. Hey, nicely done.
Heretics now find themselves 2 up early on here in Icebox. You see the operator coming out. Durka in the next. Again, nice flash, just not fully connecting on the second, so only one for Durka. The back of the knives.
Great shot.
Again, Miniboo just continuing.
Nice! Let's go, boys!
To open some of these rounds up for Heretics. Oh, yeah. Will force a fairly early timeout from Vitality.
It is 4 in a row, Mike. You're starting to feel that because some of that core DNA of these players is not combining well enough. We're seeing some of those gaps really being exploited and prepared for. It's yeah, this is top level.
Desk, you can't time it out for that, surely.
Conversation from Safe, more kind of on that server side of things.
I mean, the operator, again, to note, it could be an indicator of slowing things down.
That's just a factual thing.
Exploring as deep, but again, you could argue Durka, again, a situation he has excelled on previously.
You want to see my Neon? Dude, my Neon, the first time I ever played Neon, I played it in ranked first ever time. And somehow, I don't know how, I queued against Link. And it was the worst thing ever, man. I felt like I was playing a different game to Valorant. I felt like it was a completely new game. I think I had 2 kills on attack or something.
Ahead of where you're expecting him. We do see Benji on the other side.
Young Benjamin. Let's see what we got. That's a curious one. There we go. Okay, so one going to be facing towards Tube, maybe expecting aggression. You're going to know this operator's coming out. Even using the salvos like this,
dude, they love this. They love this recon into fast play. You go into a position to shoot the recon, and then you just have a Neon sliding on you. Oh boy, there goes your big buy rounds, and there goes the op that you've been saving for.
Playbook left open on the desk. Not only did they tailor make that to deal with someone maybe walking Tube with the op or what have you, it was absolutely across the board.
Look at the timing on that as well from Benji. It's incredible.
This is gorgeous.
And again, it's the round after the timeout, the adaptation being to send Durka across with the operator. With kicks as well, like I said, he's the second kind of layer to that. Saw it previously with the knives, but Miniboo once again. See, well, got to back away from this to concede the plant. Again, a 2v5, don't really fancy your odds.
Yeah, another save.
The best at times, but certainly not.
I mean, I guess the money's already gone.
Here on Icebox.
And this becomes, in my mind, such a challenge now for Safe and the coaching
Heretics
staff.
2-0. I mean, they look very
Vitality
good on
to find a
defense on
cure
this
for
map
their
as
woes.
well.
Because by preparation's sake, by overall kind of ethos sake, Heretics seemed so equipped. So equipped. They seemed completely aware the operator would be the next layer to this. It would be something they'd like to look towards. And it was dealt with by all facets of the approach of the round. So this becomes now a really cerebral game. As much as, yeah, it'd be great if Les or Durka or one of these players just has like a mad round. But you need to see this overall change-up of how they
No
want to see
way,
us
they
go.
don't even keep the guns. Surely this one. Okay.
It looks like he wants to try and stay alive here. Can he keep? Oh my good god, everything's paper.
50.
We're fine.
Alright, gotta rebuy an armor, that's it. They're worth.
Operator not actually... did it get retrieved? Yeah, I can't see anybody who's bought another one, but yeah, mini boot. Like I said, it's actually, I didn't even catch, actually, they got caught on the backside of the stun there.
And the compounding thing I look at now for Heretics is, you feel...
Ding, 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 ding. Inshallah.
Inshallah. It's a banger. But again, in my mind, the compounding factor is that for Vitality they feel red, and then for Heretics they feel like they've got that perfect read, right? We have been absolutely
Another KO flash into Ascend.
like another rinse and repeat.
We just got Palmer anti-flash though. I've seen someone in this corner every single time.
To catch some of these closer players that are tucked. Again, not in an anti-flash, but well, Woot actually is. They're almost reading into the fact that Kicks now is actually going to be positioned alongside Durka in these sorts of scenarios, which almost deems the flash useless.
Go now.
The drop down as well, went to the court to do it.
You know he's chomping
Okay, wait, they
well,
moved
right?
away with
Aggressive
the
play
flash.
like
So he has no flash anymore for this.
Cleared by the owl drone. Fight forward or fall back. It's full back time. Has to respect
4
it, but
people
there's
here
players
though.
this time,
Tail, oh, similar to what we saw? No, to clear the site.
Vitality.
Do they try fast flood?
Nothing going to be found from the ultimate.
They have a lot of people here.
Sight at least, but will pave the way for further progress.
Hunter's Fury.
They got a lot to stop the plan at the moment.
Yeah, Rien's the one isolated on the site. He's going to cop
Dude, he gets one here still.
Nearly gets the second as well.
Yeah, I was going to lose my mind if he got the second.
Wild. They've done really
Still
well
looks
to
good for
stall this out.
Vitality
Now
though.
Vitality
20
can retake the
seconds.
site
They
there.
got to
18
still get
seconds
over
in,
towards the
running low on
site.
time.
15
Make this
seconds.
count, and I don't think they got much to say. They can't back away. That's been
Just
kept
waiting
in by
for the
Les here.
salvos and the smoke
If
of
you wanna
the
make it go, 10 seconds, go
Viper.
now.
Oh no,
Make
the
it
smoke's
count while
middle.
you can. Mini Boo does well, gets down safe. He wants more.
Yeah,
breaking
he's
out
done
of
great to
Silly
protect the
Gel, but
spike
back in by
though.
Durka. The plant's in. 3v3, it ain't over yet. They left it late, but this is still Durka's territory. Finding the space,
Yeah,
finding
Les
the
should
timing,
disown
and
this.
the Vice closing in. Les taking away space, step by step. Wu
Okay,
tries to
very
get
nicely
ahead,
done,
but
especially
not
from
to be.
Durka here.
Vitality find
Okay,
an
they got to
answer.
chip away at this money though. This money's crazy.
3 from Durka to find Vitality's third here in map 2.
That was nice though. They had so much delay on
Opportunity
site.
again to pause for some of the cooldowns to come back into play.
Pulled over mullet. Wow.
Controversial, but
That is a hot take.
very hot take. Saw that should have been on the death segment earlier.
Oh, shot.
Damn, look at these.
Yeah, but I mean, Benji's caught completely off guard here because he's tucked into that corner with the operator. I think he actually rescopes onto the position below. Durka teed up to find his third.
Now, as much as we're kind of keeping track of Durka's performance, he is still top of the board for
Was this
Vitality.
shock lineup?
Right? As much as it seems like
Recon lineup.
He's
still
going,
finding,
Oh,
you know,
to
more
jump
than some.
one tap goes behind this.
How do they approach it now? Operator is here, but a little
Kinda
bit
cool.
deeper, playing off the back of Gen.
Yeah, every single time Heretics again, just trying to make sure they have someone here for the anti-flash KO stuff.
Heavily into.
Obviously, Durka picked up the
Maybe that
op, so
pressure being
we're not going to be
applied
seeing it in this one.
Anticipating Durka, not getting desperate, but kind of continuing to explore. Knife was destroyed, so won't be any confirmation on the back of that, but...
Oops. Wait, surely you...
Mini Boo's crouch peaks. Mini Boo's crouch peaks are insane, by the way.
I mean, it's a nice peak, but like, surely...
Yeah, just diffed.
Surely you pre-aim
Side by
that.
side, please. Pretty please, EVS. I'm sorry to put you to work. You know, kill.
You've got some time whilst we walk over to
Yeah. I bet
You think someone's going to jump up and it's like a bait?
Talking again Ult going to be used here on the B side of the map, but
30 seconds left.
I also want to question why Dirk wasn't pre-aiming that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Not here nor there now.
Sivo, yeah. Does spot on the back
God,
side.
there's a lot of ult use from Vitality.
They're so close on this. Just about backing away, but the plant's in. They can't leave it too far.
Molly deep for back of yellow. Everyone's here. Molly's going to hit 4 of them.
Where's the fragment going to land? Yeah.
Oh, scatter! Oh, they're still going to kill!
Oh my goodness, Woot. Woot dodges a Molly and wins 3 Angels.
So many targets, beautiful on the first, but a 1v2. Dart still there is going to make it difficult. He doesn't know about that second player, it feels like he's not sure. He was still checking. And they're giving him nothing.
And Benji swung it to see.
Making him sweat. Making him
Benji
work
again.
for his dinner.
Ooh.
Lovely from Les.
Oh, lovely shots, but not enough time for this. Oh wait, he messed up his jump. He loses his gun as well.
Was there for Heretics.
I think he was done anyway, maybe.
Credit
But
the 1-by-1 peak there, just to run the clock down even further.
There we go.
Well, we will see it, yeah.
From Durka POV.
I don't know, bro.
And again,
it's almost like...
It was 50-50 on where he wanted to peak, but I feel like...
This was ridiculous, though. Fragment
I mean,
comes
that
through.
is absolute madness.
It's not complimentary enough.
Good job, bro.
Okay, that's good.
Wu finds 3 out of that position.
Yeah.
For a field test.
Absolute madness.
3 now.
Right, force him down to an eco again. Duckers looking like he's saving enough money to get that op. Even though I don't think they've won a round with the op yet.
The spike's going up as well.
Wall goes up, blocks vision. It's kind of cool wall.
Maybe off to that's a bit risky.
Dude, weird little split B.
Siva can do nothing about
Fawns
that.
that no one can take a timing. Viper ult, set strat.
Longest Viper
Yeah.
has been invested.
Cool.
Give them the plant in top side. Again, nobody from Vitality really in a position to contest this.
Toxins going up.
See if even on the backside of this, Durka, you've got to keep an eye on him. Over on the flank.
Dude, I
Wu
like
just shut
this.
it
They
down
just hold
very
as
early
well.
on.
Just hold, wait for people to do some mad
Being
stuff.
really well read.
Oh, nice shot.
Esto.
Yeah, okay, that's not an exit kill
The
this
taps
time.
continue.
Yeah. Go
Okay,
on, let's
now
get
they
another
full
one.
stick.
G. Playing a bit of a game here. Boo by his side, just spamming in the dark, but Les can't do too much. He's kind of stuck there almost at this point, waiting for the rest of the team to try and find a way forward, but Benji is pretty much the
This round's chaos for the Observer, man. Dude, I feel like Les has been jiggle peaked like 500 times.
Damn, that's rough. See, well, I mean, he was here at the start, and it looks like he'll be here at the end. Heretics are just looking better here. This wasn't the round financially to expect too much, but still really in control.
They're so in control, yeah. This is a cool round, though.
Yeah, completely
Really
catching
cool round.
offside. Not the round really where they're equipped to deal with such a thing anyway. Again, you're not going to be finding
Yeah, this Viper used to be common. Honestly, I feel like this maybe spreads a little bit more than some of the others we've seen, but...
Yeah, that sort of pit, making it very difficult just to find comfortable angles.
Nice, Benji. Good job, bro.
Ah, it was me. It was good job, bro. Let's go, guys.
Okay, Darker up again.
Increasing now, 7-3. I think you're absolutely right. You start
Oh,
getting
it's
a
the
little
same thing with the
now.
recon. Okay, he's hit the leg shot though. Oh god, Fawns into tail with a recon deep. What
I just
the
need
hell?
everything slowed down because
That's
my
nuts,
old
bro. They got
brain
some
can't
mad
handle
stuff.
We're waiting for the boys to come back over.
But it's drawn 3 members of Vitality now.
And again, it felt so familiar. It felt so
Yeah,
similar to
and
when
they
we saw
might
that
do the
operator
same,
play.
like,
We've seen it once
all
towards Gen,
clear.
obviously then played in off the back
Timing
of
for safe
that
looks
B-side
pretty
of
rough.
things, and Miniboo just seems so prepared, reading the economy really well. It's safe, you can't hold the site, yeah. Has to back away a little bit, play a
Iso
little bit
maybe?
safer. Miniboo is a nightmare to handle at the
And
moment, even on
then
30
late
HP. They're
tail.
going to take the space off this. Going to steal Garden as the way to facilitate
tail's
the path
planted.
forward. we're gonna get that spike down. That's all.
You're going to be able to save it for the afterplant? He is as well. And they got salvos, ult for afterplant. Okay, Vitality still need to go aggro here. Like, they still need to go relatively fast. There is so much up still.
I'm still scared. He's crouched. He's waiting. He's
Okay, let's see it. Salvos. We've got a molly as well for this. Salvos off the tap.
Time, but Boo needs to get the gun out as well. He needs help here.
There goes the molly. Here comes the ult.
Oh, now locked in. There it is.
Ooh.
Send him away a little bit. Durka
sees a little angle, and they ended up kind of blocking himself with the ult. Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe too many people from Heretics forward over towards the site. It felt like they were a little bit on a different page. It missed, yeah, like the spike was here and it started here.
I mean, the fifth will definitely make them feel more comfortable.
Dude, the fawns into the salvos.
The kill that comes on to Kicks.
Cool.
Yeah, and it's only because those
and
two
then you
kills
get
come on
the main swing positions, the fawns. Yeah, it's nice.
7-5, and my mom is gonna give us a blow.
Well, there you go. Yeah, aiming for the 7-5, I guess.
Guys, I think that one should have been muted. Because I'm gonna be real, that one. Guys, I think we cut that one. Oh, that's not gonna be in the highlight package.
Maybe it is.
Mike's never been ruined for Vitality more.
Yeah. Give me a jersey, quick. With them headbands.
There's no way. There's no way. Oh, Durka, operator's still there. I'm trying to pull it back. Oh, less from above.
Jesus Christ.
It's just Minibu on a solo mission here, though.
Well.
Won't actually give away his position just yet. 4 members of Heretics, well, 3 actually, sorry, 1 and 2. Towards the B side.
Dude, the replay guys are getting madder and madder with the stuff they're putting in.
Slight reset on the back of the Hunter's Fury being obtained. I think, yeah, that's why we're seeing now Vitality scramble for this rotation, but Benji in a position to command a lot of space.
It felt like pre-fire almost. That was wild. Rien's, oh, come on. Woot is trying to fight back here, and actually Rien's does get that further connection
salvos
towards
as well, was
but
that?
there's still Kicks on the site.
Kicks might own this.
Seconds. They're getting low on this one, and Kicks can cause a nightmare, especially with that lockdown.
Way.
What's the plan? Where's the util?
Durka's going to be here to find the backside of it as well. He's only got an operator though.
Oh,
what's going on with the plant?
I don't know. They're going to try and get the plant down. They're all going to be screwed,
Are they
right?
all
like,
hit?
Oh, did any of them make it out of there? I think
Oh god, this was an absolute melt. They like got caught it. They like got caught midway of like pushing or.
wasn't that long ago. A terrible day for
Jeez, I mean everyone messed up on this.
On the half.
Yeah, like we said, that's the recovery round we wanted to go for, and probably the scoreline, as we noted, the comps that they were aiming for. And Sevov does find the top side of that tube, but this is beautiful to catch the backside of the lockdown.
Yeah, you
I
saw
still can't.
exactly
I feel like I'm stunlocked that he said it first of all, and then I'm stunlocked the replay guys went, yeah, let's put it in.
Or Counter-Strike lot. We got Max standing by with one of the coaches.
I
Down
mean,
not too far behind us.
Look, I hope you guys, enjoy the bleachers. Everyone here having a great time in the audience. And I managed to locate Vitality's League of Legends strategic coach, Pad. Mate, how are you enjoying the Valorant, and what have you learned that you can take back to League?
I mean, it's so good watching how they fight every round, even though they get behind, and just watching less perma-clutch is like... We played football with them yesterday, and he was doing the same thing on the field.
Yeah, look, you're down, but you're not out at the moment. Do you think the boys can make this one work and come back?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to game 3, for sure.
Yeah. And in League terms, what do they need to do to turn it around in the second half?
Just steal Baron Nashor and call it a day.
Yeah. Giga Stomp bot lane? Like, is that what we're doing?
Yeah. Just flash on their faces.
Flash on their faces. Look, after that, of course, we do have a third map. What's your Valorant knowledge like overall?
It's like pretty basic. I think I'm gold.
Hey, look, that's better than half of the crowd here, right? Yeah? Yeah.
This guy's like, come on, man.
Anyway, look, we'll leave it there, Pad. Thanks for joining us here in the crowd, and I hope you keep it loud over here. This seems to be the Vitality section of Vitality making the comeback happen. Vitality! You heard it here first, Vitality fans. All right, we'll see you after the break to see if Vitality can do it.
Mike, do you agree to the league terms here? Talk to me.
Flash under tower, ignite, make sure you secure the kill at all costs. That's my league knowledge.
Michael, I know during your depression arc that you spam played League of Legends.
Your
Surely
depression
there's more to
arc.
There's no way, there's no evidence to support this.
I can find the evidence quite easily.
But to link it back, 7-5, still doable here, certainly for Vitality.
Depression arc
Like I said,
caused
that
by
was-
League
that
of
feels
Legends.
like the
That's
sigh
crazy.
of relief.
Yeah.
Well, for another actual, I mean, even looking at the timeline here, all came from retakes.
Are you surprised that Les was good at football?
No, that doesn't surprise me.
Sonya, is that League of Legends as well?
Yeah,
Of course, probably.
It's how you get the passport, the visa, you know what I mean? You got to be able to be good at football. Also, Alpha surprised me at being good at football.
Really?
Yeah, I know he's good at sports, but he was actually very good at football too.
Okay, Vitality. They're actually 2-1 for pistols and 1-0 at the moment, and they might need a second one here. Mini Boo with a Neon goes aggro. Oh, he might get incredible timing as well.
To progress there.
Turret shouldn't see heaven. Okay. Well.
Turret dealt with now and revert back to what looks a little
Pings
more
come out though,
default.
they're on top of it.
What you saying? She said, oh god.
Oh my goodness, the jump scares me. Wall over towards middle as well, so they do get info there.
Do you agree the crowd is silver? That was very rude.
Yeah, I don't know if that was supposed to be an interview or just Matt coming out.
Knife hits back a yellow, they know that no one's here as well, so...
You're only here 2 days a week now, you can't be flaming them.
When does Woot get the salvos back?
Well, yeah, it's a fair
trying.
Right now.
Right. Focus back towards the B site, and it's slow and steady here. Durka's going to be forced to
Oh, this is nice. Instead of waiting, they insta-re-clear. Kicks might get caught out, may got the spike.
Taking it away. You want to comfort towards the side of the map? No. Absolutely not. Now, they didn't get the
Saw him, right?
picture here. And now
Yeah,
there's gonna be
drone
contact
over towards A, pulls them
Yeah,
back
the
though.
drone might
I'm a little
actually
bit nervous for Vitality. Where are they going?
What's necessary here, or could actually be a
that's mad.
misread actually on the back of the drone, not finding it.
Tell me Woot doesn't get his salvos
Almost
back
mirroring
again.
each other here. Might still be able to get the plant uncontested here, because Safe's pretty deep.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Safe. That was really nice.
Way ahead of the curve. Rians was not expecting this.
No, but Miniboo's quick.
Oh,
right?
what
And
the
he's
hell?
crouching on a corner, so it's looking good. Zivov has gone down. Another spam.
What a shot.
The shock dart going to keep him at bay, but the rest are there fighting back. Les still alive, and it's only going to be Les. Left in a 1v3.
God, salvos as well.
How much can one man do?
Pull together, boys.
But handles Benji. The spacing not good enough.
Wall goes
You can't
up,
give
tap
him
of the
1v1s.
spike.
Looking to try and nutmeg this round. Woot down low. 10 HP, a strong breeze will knock him over. And halfway achieved on the defuse. He has to try and deal with it. He's actually pulled him off from the
Oh,
defuse.
this
Here.
is-
There's still a chance.
This is scary.
He's got to know. He's still
Okay,
got a
nicely
chance.
done from Woot. Ends with a 2-2.
Felt pretty dicey there for Heretics.
Dude, it felt
Woot
really
down on
close.
Just a lick of HP. Like I said, a few scenarios there where Les is almost given.
Yeah.
I don't want to say given a 1v1, but
Hey, I love this little
Give it a
reclay they did
chance.
though. Because of the FUT game, Sonya? Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a
knows
rough
the
one.
wall is going to be coming up here. It's going to be a factor.
He goes back.
Blaming a little bit, I think.
Pistol to kick off the
Okay,
second half
Durka
here
gets
for
the Outlaw and hasn't really been working with Heretics because every time we watch them so far when they lose when they win a pistol, they've had 5 people in the map before and 4 people that buy heavy armor.
Over towards yellow,
So
actually,
it's
on
only
B.
Benji that he can
Anybody on the
pop.
side of this for Vitality.
Here.
Clear some of these close angles. It's actually Rian's only with a ghost.
It's pretty tricky to clear that.
Oh my god, only a ghost?
Second. You're not meant to get a second, Rienz. I'll give you one. The second is outrageous that you got away with that. So the Outlaw, I still like seeing this Outlaw coming
Recon's
into play.
looking
To be
good.
fair, that is something I enjoyed even on the other half
Ooh.
of things. You can see the amount of light shields. They've invested in so many heavier shields in this one. So Les trying to make a go of it. He's a scary boy today.
God, look at the damage done off
Forced
that as
away.
well. The salvos are sick at the
wall
moment.
reveals it. Oh my word, Rienz. That's a third for him. Zivov. A 1v3. Now it's the ball
Okay,
locked
nicely
out
done.
to
They
play.
lost one
Fun.
gun and
It's
Mini
gonna be
Boo should be able to
12.
upgrade
Heretics
his
making it further ahead
Marshall.
now.
Found the 9th. potential double digits here if they can win Vitality's
So with the
first
safe buy
buy.
here, he had to drop the outlaw.
See what the purchase looks like.
Yeah, okay.
It's not quite on Woot's level from Haven.
Nah, but he's knocking at the door.
Woot, once again, though, top of the board for Heretics. Looking extremely comfortable. It's going to be 2 sheriffs to round things out. Obviously,
Okay, so safe takes the... Ooh. Okay. But is it too obvious with the salvos? Nope, apparently not.
Will be rewarded
Apparently it's not at all.
No. Kicks will find the trade. Removes Durka very early on.
Seeing them trying to find that thread of where they're going. Implication made towards B, but we can see.
Oh man, great chance.
Nice from Les. You can see they're still cautiously heading towards A.
So yeah, Miniboo's Bulldog unretrievable. I guess the one towards Tube being one you'd go for, but Woot kept in check, so to say, down at 57 HP.
I mean, Woot has his ult, but more for next rounds. Unless somehow Riens pops everyone. He can only one-shot one at the moment. He does take kicks down to 10 HP. They have the salvos to stop the plant.
Very careful in this situation.
Oh.
Riens off guard here by Sivov.
Okay, we're just going to send...
Fine.
Oh wait. Oh god, imagine. I was going to say, imagine. It's actually possible to do that.
I know that numbers-wise, but he got so late on time. Both connected to on the knife now. Oh, he's trained.
Toxins going up.
Now, well,
that's wild.
Nice from
hey, Vitality will take that. This is clean.
Like
one kill, 2 armors, I guess.
Yeah, the purchase not quite there for them. Awkward to find a second there for Miniboo, unfortunately. But Kicks finding it from the lower angle. If obviously the trend from the first half does continue for Miniboo, I think it was just...
Okay, important rounds. We've got the ult to separate them, that's about
I'd
it.
say though, Woot's really picking up the difference.
What is this again? Aggro again? No. They wait for the knife. And he late goes because the knife should in theory clear this. But it gets a little bit weird because 2 were hit by the knife. And they have already spammed this area because the 2 got hit.
Yeah, I mean, Kicks has got to be really careful here because he doesn't actually have the spike. So you don't want to see him being the one to swing out, but Durka...
Yeah, they're still doing good. This is twice in a row now that this has been triggered as well, so maybe Heretics change it up.
Hasn't been having the big game here. 4 kills for him.
He struggled.
It's not a fun performance. They're going in towards this. Feels petrifying. Now the out drone.
Maybe was just spotted on that.
I think he would have been just around the corner. This is 2 players now shown.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Strike!
Wait, what?
That was outrageous by Miniboo.
That's nuts, bro.
That was so clean to find the second, Lauren.
What is that?
Beautiful setup as well. Vitality just don't even
have the stun into the double salvos is great. Good positions here as well, as long as Woot doesn't overface.
The patience might pay here. Woot waiting. One
Very
spotted,
nice.
one taken, a second considered. Tag towards Kicks, who's desperately trying to force him off this. And safety found. Leaves it to the rest of the boys to pick up the slack, and it's a 10-second.
It's going to chase him.
Kicks can do nothing about it, but they are hunting. Hot on his trail.
They love the pathing from Miniboo here.
Miniboo, the one for the fight here. A couple more seconds. Do you get to keep your gun?
Very,
No,
very
you
nice.
Heretics
just 2 armory buys as well, so clean back the other way around.
Finding way more value on these early engagements than Vitality.
Yeah, this little drone into double salvo stun. That shot though it's just a straight up pre-fire.
Slow-mo too.
Oof.
That is filth. Absolute filth. Again, there's very little safety in terms of where the stun's invested from Miniboo as
No,
well.
it's stand.
The back of the salvos, beautifully done.
Well,
Vitality,
yeah,
has to be now.
It feels a little awkward now. It's that situation where
I feel like Heretics might take this as well, because they might even change up their wall now. And I could definitely see Heretics maybe going for something aggro over towards middle and putting the Vice Wall back on A. Maybe they got some Vice Wall stuff on B that we haven't seen as well.
Put together to really achieve the highest heights, you know.
Like lock someone in as they go to yellow, maybe? I don't really know.
A whole lot of money on this squad, and you saw the potential from the word go. Incredible. That recent trip against Fnatic, and now potentially a fumble against Heretics. Question marks will be raised about this team of how well they do going forward.
They did that versus mates. I think they have. I think you can have multiple versions though.
Do they have the depth and capability? This is what we question now. It's 6-10 going back in here.
Dude, Woot still has his ult as well.
One away from Miniboo, one away from Rienz, and on the
they
other
could
side,
definitely go aggro and get this. This is weird because like you call a timeout, but you have to first of all stop this guy from getting the orb. And then we see the wall more passive. Wall goes off, they flash, fawn, swing. But yeah, I do think the Heretics take this though. Vitality can kind of tell they're looking for something aggro. But it's going to get weird. Probably going to smoke up, realize that there's no wall here. And then they're going to work out where the wall is.
It's going to be kick scene. They saw Durka there as well. Standard start though, really, just defaulting the way forward, trying to get any sort of information causing those rotations, but Miniboo is just about everywhere.
Steve off the one to try and find first contact here and maybe draw a rotation.
Okay, so one over towards yellow.
Yet, but positioned over towards the A side. There's Boo on the other side towards Snowman. He's not going to be...
Is he calling him over? Yes, he is. Might actually get to see the wall in play here. Let's see.
Which is going to basically be the...
No way. Good damage done through this.
30 seconds left.
They have quite a lot of delay over towards B. I'm looking at Boo. Still has his Molly here as well. Molly, Fawns.
Boo here, gonna need to call in the cavalry, call in the help because they are pushing CT. They want to.
Oh my god, that's the spike.
No way! That's a spike gun! Had to be picked up here. There was a chance for
Tail.
more damage to be done, but now they're taking
not in
fights.
time. Stun doesn't hit anyone.
Safe trying to hold the push.
Shot.
Dealt with, done, dead. Pops the ult. Miniboo wants
they ult to clear sight.
Ult to clear sight. Does he spot anyone? Pre-fire there, spots nothing. They've cleared sight. It's on towards yellow. It's on towards B.
No way, a little double on this as well. This wraps round, not a good plant for him.
Diffuse coming in. It's 11.
I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but I think Durka throws a smoke through that blocks the flash from kicks. And it makes that engagement towards Snowman really awkward.
Yeah, it's true. He right-clicked the smoke. He right-clicked the flash and it went in the smoke.
Just a split second. Because then they would have had a 3v1 basically with the flash through the wall.
Yeah.
I'm not saying again they get that kill cleanly.
See, here it is.
Yeah, I think the flash is just behind this. And there's kicks then that... I'm not saying this is a round-changing moment, but whether or not that's a miscom and Durka just misplaced the smoke or it's supposed to go
Also the plant and then lurking here isn't great as well. And then now, after they find the wall somewhere else, they put the wall back over towards middle. And it's looking like they won't default it as well, so they can kind of heavier focus on the sides. Drone spots 1-2. Oh, they go fast on this.
Looking thrown together now for Vitality. Durka trying to forge a way forward. Rien's going to backfill the space. Take the smoke away for a second. Wood's there to pick up the pieces.
Dude, the Fawns with the wall here is so strong. I was looking at the minimap thinking they look a little bit wrecked, but as soon as that Fawns goes up, it's just so fine.
They want the fight and they lose it. Save.
Is it fine?
Finding two for himself. There is such talent in these two teams. Individuals can shine at any moment, but now the plant is in and they're a man to the good.
You have the Hunter's Fury as well to fall back
Who's
on.
still here, so we can put the wall up.
Almost that
they could double wall it, I guess. What mollies do they have? Nothing. Safe has ult.
Very comfortably.
They at least want to get the safe ult out.
The X-ray don't think it connect.
Doesn't matter. Okay, he's got a railgun. We're playing Quake. I'm sorry. I forgot which game we're in. They do still need to deal with this
up.
defuse though. And
No way, let's miss this as well.
I don't know where safe is.
No way, they win this. How's he done that? How?
And he gets it with a full second
He's
to spare
absolutely
as well.
sent it with an outlaw.
It's just watching a montage.
And the neon slides.
It's
The
just
brothers.
ridiculous. This after save again.
God.
Makes this doable for Vitality.
Jesus.
It's just outrageous from Miniboo.
Oh. And he does this as well. Just spins around on the dime.
The problem being is safe. I mean, he has to reset. He has to take a deeper position for the Hunter's Fury. But it's only a second to decide that.
You're the greatest player of all time, bro.
I'm kind of with him.
Okay, 6 chances. Oh, the stun is disgusting, bro. Oh, dear God.
And safe as well. This is Miniboo at his most brutal. Just eviscerating Vitality. Kicks, Les and Sumo are going to have to put together the pieces.
Dude, they got 2
This
nailed.
feels nearly done.
Are they going to struggle in their group? Where are they?
A very early 5v3 created. So
Go
Kicks
1,
not
2.
had the best of map 2s here, sorry.
Yep.
Really struggled to get this KO working.
They get to play Apex and Na'Vi.
Now called upon here.
Dude, if Na'Vi beat them, they go 4th.
Standing for Vitality.
So they go straight to
Chance here
lowers.
to find Boo once again. Towards Snowman.
Les slips ahead. Zero still towards sight. Kicks down long. Spike in the hands of Les.
You should run.
Lockdown going to come in. He wants the plant.
As I say, Hunter's Fury available.
Sonya, there's food here, dude.
And he's going to find a tag too.
I'm so excited to eat.
Kicks.
Guys, so
Performance
they
here.
wrecked them.
Face
Are we questioning the map pool a little bit in terms of them picking Icebox with how good Heretics looked? Like, we thought that maybe this is the best 3 maps, but didn't think it would look this good.
To wrap it up.
A clean 2-0 from Heretics.
It was a
Talking about
clean
them dropping
2-0.
maps previously.
Vitality are in trouble.
Securing their position here in stage
Vitality are in trouble.
In
now it's just like, where do we put Fnatic? When do Fnatic play Heretic?
Performances here goes without saying.
That's the last week.
And to add to that, you
Yeah,
have
that's
to
me for
highlight
first place,
against the
probably.
likes of Vitality, who are such a mechanically gifted team, is so very impressive. Genuinely, I think it's a little bit of a back to the drawing board for Vitality. Get things in line here, because there's been a couple of losses to the big boys, which is fair, but they hold themselves to a high standard. But Heretics, it feels like game by game, Mike, are getting back to their winning ways.
I mean, yeah, Vitality obviously to face off against Apex and Na'Vi in the coming weeks, so maybe a chance to, I guess, steady the ship. Course correct, potentially, but I'm absolutely with you. Need to have a look.
No,
Maybe
Miniboo looks so nice on this map. I love their little, shock dart, tail, maybe even sometimes forms into neon slide. That looks horrible to go against. It looks like their old kind of KO stuff that they used to do, where they just insta-put a slide into the round.
I'm so impressed with Heretics. After being, I don't want to say on the fence, but a little bit worried about them in the past. They look like they're back on
Under 4
track.
hours.
And to find out more, Miniboo and Boo will be joining the delightful Zoe and Tombiz on the post plant.
Ah, she called us delightful.
Yeah, but where was the gap in that sentence? Was it the delightful Zoe and Tombiz?
Yeah, I think
delightful Zoe and Tombiz?
No, I think punctuation marks are very important in this sentence. That's all I
felt like
say.
there might have been a gap in there. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think there was a
Okay,
comma.
let me upload this.
For sure. Now, that said, though, Team Heretics, they put an exclamation mark on this performance. Absolute dominance showing there across the board. So many highlight performances from the individual players. I'm thrilled.
I think it was an exciting series across the board because you had Heretics going into a map that they knew Vitality were going to be decent at, fighting them with their own comp.
Okay, chat, I'm going to go eat some food,
so
I'll definitely take that early 2-0 here.
Okay,
who are you raiding? What stream do you want to go to?
Back to a map where he was unbelievable and trying to beat
hopefully
you
we get some FUT map tomorrow.
And
tomorrow we have
Heretics
EMEA straight into
is
Americas.
basically the ideal scenario. They get to qualify, beating
yeah, we
one
can
of the
rate
top
Sean.
teams,
Is
the
he
team
doing
that made it top 4
tier
at
2 stuff?
Masters, showing that they're back to, hopefully back to the form that we've seen from them last year. And then for Vitality, they've kind of put them in the danger zone.
Yeah, it raises questions,
Hey,
right?
lovely. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Just based on their
I
performance in
will
kickoff.
Be here tomorrow again for EMEA and Americas. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Shame about the short day, but still got some good maps. Have a good rest of your day as well, and I will see you all tomorrow. I appreciate everyone. Thank you guys. Right, peace.
Because they are such a highly rated team.
Of course, guys. Thanks for sending that. Oh, dude, the predictions come up, man. I can't raid. Where is it?
Start to this one, man.
We got to wait another 10 seconds.
Look at this as well. Go back to last week. There was a world where they beat Fnatic. They come in here and maybe even just a few rounds on that first map, and we're talking about a very different series. So we have seen Sivo individually look very
YouTube
good.
chat. Thank you so much, guys, as well. Thank you. Subscribe if you can. And I will see you all tomorrow.
Maybe the gaps left elsewhere in the team, like Safe moving away from such an aggressive